Wu Xiangshui estimated that Yu Chen must be putting too much pressure on him. After all, he was about to become a venerable, but Han Fei defeated him. The reason why Wu Xiangshui sent him to the fearless barrier, to kill a peak level Dao-seeking cultivator, before going back, was actually to appease Yu Chen. On the second day after Yu Chen came to the fearless battlefield, however, Han Fei arrived too. Not only had Han Fei arrived, but he had also transcended the tribulation in front of him. Not only that, Han Fei had also killed a lot of enemies in this battle. The 4-9 King tribulation symbolized that he had become a new rising star. On this day, many people were shocked by him. All the strong masters of the Flying Feather Division were here today to guard him together with Jinger. Great, being stimulated by this, now Yu Chen wanted to make a breakthrough. 2. He felt that if he hadn't made a breakthrough, Han Fei might have been able to fight him head-on. Tweet. If he made the breakthrough successfully, the Waterwood world would have won. More venerable. Realizing this, the Sea clan panicked. They had planned to come to stop Han Fei from transcending his tribulation. However, they failed to cause any trouble and ended up letting the Waterwood world have one more venerable. Who could stand it? Immediately, a wide-eyed wild hawk broke through the void and shouted, "Jinger, retreat and defend." Buzz. At that moment, Ning Jing, the insect king, Wu Xiangshui, the wide-eyed wild hawk, and the 100-odd explorers of the various races retreated to the periphery of the fearless barrier. At this moment, the tribulation clouds in the sky had already quickly dispersed. Han Fei activated the star teleportation technique and entered the tribulation clouds. The sea-quelling painting was unfolded, and the 5 legend creatures were taken into the painting. At that moment, Punishing Saber said via voice transmission, "Master, if it's possible, can you give us some resources? We've consumed a lot in this tribulation." Han Fei threw over the resources he had just borrowed. The corner of his mouth twitched, and he thought to himself, "I don't have any resources left now. I don't even have a single spiritual fruit." Han Fei immediately said unhappily, "Use it sparingly and stabilize your cultivation base in the painting. Let me kill a group of great demons at the Dao-seeking realm and get you some resources." Hoo-hoo. A strong wind blew, the tribulation clouds dispersed, and all the venerables looked at Han Fei. They could see Tree Spirit and the others transcending tribulations. The venerables from the Waterwood world were only curious. Han Fei must have a big secret. 5 special creatures were following him. Yes, they didn't think Tree Spirit and the others were Han Fei's contractual spiritual beasts. Otherwise, wouldn't he have too many contractual spiritual beasts? And the sea demons had already remembered Han Fei. Furthermore, some of them had already memorized the appearances of Tree Spirit and the others. To put it bluntly, from today on, Han Fei had become one of the key killing targets of the Sea Demon Royal City. At this moment, Yu Chen was seeking a breakthrough. It would probably take him at least half an hour. There must be venerables coming over from the Waterwood world. After all, they couldn't treat the birth of a venerable man the same way they treated an ordinary tribulation. A shark-headed inferior manfish shouted, "The Waterwood world needs guards on its 4 battlefields. It's not so easy for you to enter the Dao." Wu Xiangshui said indifferently, "If you want to fight, let's fight, as long as you can cross the fearless barrier." The Insect King's voice echoed, "Worm-sea tactics." The moment the Insect King said that, in the dark waters, from hidden holes, coral crevices, and concealment heresy, a large number of insect creatures crawled out. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of thousands of insect clan creatures emerged from the dark water. The battlefield in the so-called dark water was now one-sided. For the birth of a new venerable, the insect king had unleashed all the worms that had been lurking in the dark water for an unknown period of time. Almost all of them were hidden fishers, and there were as many as 100,000 of them. In the rear, the situation had been set. A one-sided slaughter was about to begin. In the air, the smell of fighting was extremely strong. Both parties seemed to be waiting for someone. In the endless sky, a deep voice sounded, "Undying Demonis, I originally thought you were here to help a junior transcend the tribulation. It turns out that your scheme is actually to nurture another venerable? Heh, the last time we went to war was 100 years ago. What do you think of this battle? Undying Demonis?" Hanfei wondered who the Undying Demonis was. But in the next second, Queen Life's voice sounded, "Every time someone becomes a venerable, there will be a battle. The Waterwood world has been long preparing for this battle. What can you, the White Shell Royal City, do to us? Humph. Then let's wait and see. This brat is called Hanfei, right? Today, if he gets out of the Waterwood world, he will be killed." Hanfei was surprised. Why was Queen Life called the Undying Demonis by the sea demons? He was stunned when he heard the king of the other party mention him. Ning Jing and the others all looked over. Someone shook his head slightly. Sometimes, being too high-profile was not good. Hanfei was too outstanding. Not only had he surpassed the 4-9 king tribulation, but he had also killed so many sea demon powerhouses. Great. Now he was targeted. Hanfei immediately cursed, "Old B****, have I dug your ancestral grave? It's none of your business whether I go to sea or not." Silence. Wushang Shui glared at Hanfei. "Are you out of your mind? It's fine if you scold venerables. After all, I admit that you are going to be a venerable. However, this was AF** King. If the king really left the royal city regardless of the cost and fought Queen Life, it was hard to say whether you could survive and whether Yu Chen could become a venerable today." Wushang Shui glanced sideways at Hanfei. "Go back to the Waterwood world. What happened here has nothing to do with your tribulation battle. Now it's the battle of Dao entering." Hanfei was stunned for a moment. "This battle started because of me. How can I leave?" Immediately, Hanfei took a deep breath. "I'm very strong now. I'm invincible. In the Dao-seeking realm. Everyone. F***ck off." Wushang Shui glared at Hanfei. "You'll only get in the way if you stay here. The Sea clan will only try to take you and Yu Chen down at the same time. If you want to fight, go to the Fiery Sea." Ningjing looked at Hanfei. "Go." Then Ningjing's voice resounded throughout the void. "Those who are not yet at the level of a half-venerable, fight in other domains. Those on the battlefield in the Dark Water domain who are not members of the Insect clan, go fight in other domains." Hanfei scratched his head. This seemed to be a bit beyond his expectations. In his heart, the old turtle's reluctant voice sounded, "What are you waiting for? The venerable level battle is about to start. What's the use of you staying here? Have you become a half-venerable? Can you withstand a slap from a venerable? F***ck. Hanfei was shocked. So there is going to be a venerable level battle. No. Wonder I feel something is wrong. Even Queen Life had come out to speak. At this moment, Hanfei discovered that the Waterwood world was not much safer than the Inyang world. After all, in the Thousand-Star City, if it weren't for the Thug Academy's revolt, he probably wouldn't have seen a venerable appear a few times in 800 years. However, in the Waterwood world, the venerables and peak level explorers lived with ordinary people and would patrol the 4 domains. Therefore, although the Waterwood world seemed to be in a passive defense, the battles were more frequent. As for the Inyang world, although the battles seemed fierce, in fact, they were incomparable to those here. After all, the front line was full of small potatoes. With a thought, Hanfei seemed to be able to feel that there was an invisible barrier in the void. He extended his hand and pulled, tearing the void apart. Huh. Damn. It's so simple to tear through the void? Hanfei's heart skipped a beat. This was much more convenient than when he used the heavenly void divine movement. Hanfei beckoned, I'll be leaving first. If Yu Chen doesn't make it, Han Fei, the Waterwood world, a venerable level great demon. Jinger, thank you for helping me today. I'll treat you to a complete Manchuhan banquet in the future. I guarantee you won't be disappointed. He would pay back the favor he owed. Although he could transcend the tribulation here safely because old Han had a deal with Queen Life. However, it was the Insect King, Yu Chen, and Jinger who protected him. Not only did they protect him from the tribulation, but they also helped Tree Spirit and the others transcend the heavenly tribulation. In fact, at this moment, Hanfei could say that he had achieved all his goals in the Waterwood world. Except that he was a little poor now, everything went smoother than he expected. When Hanfei shattered the void and rushed all the way to the Waterwood world, hundreds of creatures followed him. A single-horned longicorn flew at Hanfei. Hanfei, Hanfei. Where are you? Going to fight? Let's fight together? Hanfei was stunned. But I don't know you, bug. A big green bird flew close. Chongfei, aren't you going to the cave sea yet? The big bug said with a buzz, there are many insect queens guarding the cave. See? Why would they need me? Oh. That's not right. The cave sea is a place for training soldiers. It lacks explorers. I'd better go to the cave sea. The green bird glanced at Hanfei and said softly, I heard that you can transform into a bird? Why don't you do it? Hanfei said with a black face, I don't know how to do it. The green bird didn't believe him. You're lying. Forget it. Which domain are you going to? You'd better not go out. A great war is going to break out in the Dark War port. You can't be taken away now. Hanfei asked, where are you going? The green bird said softly, the fiery sea is not suitable for me. Our sky clan will mostly choose the ice domain. Hanfei narrowed his eyes. He wasn't familiar with the cave sea, but he was familiar with the ice domain and the fiery sea. Be it in terms of the enemy's strength or resources, the fiery sea was better than the ice domain. Wait. Suddenly, Hanfei's pupils were constricted. No. There was no point for him in staying in the Waterwood world anymore. He had transcended the tribulation, so had Tree Spirit and the others. He had already achieved his goal of coming to the Waterwood world. Besides, he still owed Queen Life 50 Tao-seeking great demons. At this moment, The best thing to do was to do his old business. What was his old business? Apart from robbery, what else was he good at? Han Fei immediately said to the green bird flying next to him, I suddenly remembered something. I'm leaving first. Swish. Under the astonished gaze of the green bird, Han Fei swooshed away. The green bird was stunned for a long time before muttering, sure enough. Only birds like me can fall in love. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. In the outer sea of the ice domain. Han Fei hid in Forge the Universe when he was only 10,000 kilometers away from the outer sea. As soon as Han Fei entered Forge the Universe, the old turtle's voice came out. The old turtle said, sure enough, I knew that this space wouldn't be as simple as a warehouse. It's actually a small world created by this calabash? The old turtle's voice wasn't so sure either. After all, Forge the Universe was still too small. Besides, for some reason, Forge the Universe seemed to have been thoroughly cleaned. Nothing was left. Even the seeds of ordinary spiritual fruits were gone. Seeing this scene, Han Fei felt that his heart was broken. This meant that for a long time to come, he wouldn't even have any seasonings for food. Han Fei couldn't help asking, aren't you surprised that there are living things in this space? The old turtle chuckled. What's there to be surprised about? The reason that sea-swallowing seashells and sun-moon shells can't store living creatures is that they're already dead. If living creatures can survive in them, it's against the rules of the Great Tao. But your calabash looks like a living creature. Giving birth to a space is nothing to it. Logically speaking, with this calabash's ability, it shouldn't have only produced such a small space. It might be able to create an entire world. The old turtle mumbled something that Han Fei couldn't understand. When he heard what the old turtle said, Han Fei's heart did a flip. The demon purification pot should be able to do that, right? Han Fei said calmly, aren't you surprised at all? Have you seen many such soul treasures? The old turtle sneered, why should I tell you? You think about how to kill me every day. I don't want to talk to you. Han Fei grinned. What are you talking about? I can't kill you, can I? Let's be honest. Old turtle, you are so strong. It's impossible for me to let you go now. Besides, the calabash doesn't listen to me. In that case, we can cooperate. What do you think? The old turtle snorted. Cooperate? Can you cooperate with others? Han Fei said leisurely, that depends on who it is. I usually rob creatures of the same level as me. However, considering that you'll stay with me for a long time, you might still be in my body when I become a king. If we cooperate now, it will be beneficial for both of us. The old turtle grunted. Are you sure? Han Fei said leisurely, can you tell me where my countless spiritual springs and spiritual fruits are? We have to build a foundation of mutual trust first. Right? The old turtle thought for a moment. I can tell you that. However, since you're going to rob people, we have to divide the loot in advance. Otherwise, don't even think about cooperation. Han Fei immediately said, tell me about your opinion. I'm listening. The old turtle's eyes lit up. Go rob them. All the treasures you grab will belong to you. However, the vitality of those creatures you kill must belong to me. Han Fei raised his eyebrows. All the vitality belongs to you? Can you still devour their vitality now? The old turtle sneered. Nonsense, it's my soul in your body. However, I was seriously injured by your calabash and can only stay here. Without a body, I can only rely on the power of my soul. It's just because I'm very strong that I haven't fallen asleep. Han Fei frowned. It's not good to swallow others' vitality, is it? The old turtle was lost for words. Not good? Boy, how many bad things have you done? How do you have the cheek to say so? Han Fei said with a black face, Hey, hey. That's a personal attack on me. If I give you vitality, what can I eat? The old turtle. Both of them were silent. Then the old turtle almost roared, Is my life not as important as your food? Han Fei smiled in embarrassment. Don't get excited. What if you get vitality? Break free from the shackles and want to kill me? The old turtle roared, I failed to kill you even when my soul was at its peak. You don't have to worry about that, okay? Shouldn't the one worrying be me? The more he talked, the angrier he became. The old turtle said, No, there's no trust between you and me. You have to swear to the great Tao that you can't have any ill intentions towards me. Han Fei was reluctant. Why? Do you think I would betray my soul just to know something that I will find out sooner or later? Immediately, Han Fei thought to himself, I must find a way to kill this thing. It's too evil. The old turtle roared again, Look, how do you have the cheek to say that I'm evil? You want to kill me every day, and you call me evil? The old turtle was speechless. He had been a devil for all his life, but he had never met anyone as disgusting as this guy. The guy just wanted to squeeze benefits out of him but didn't want to give anything away. Even as a devil, he still had some conscience left. But this be asterisk starred. Bah, this brat, he has no conscience at all. Han Fei was briefly stunned. It seemed that the old turtle could hear his thoughts. Forget it, Han Fei didn't care anymore. He said leisurely, Okay. Let's be honest. What you're worried about is nothing more than whether I will kill you or not. I can guarantee that I won't kill you. To be honest, as I become stronger, it's only a matter of time before I control this calabash. That's what you're worried about. In that case, you just need to promise to answer all my questions, and when I'm in danger, you must take action and don't try to kill me. The old turtle said, I'm only a wisp of soul now. How can I help you? Han Fei immediately said disdainfully, Keep making things up. Do you think you're the first old grandpa living in me? He can attack, but you can't? Enough bulls asterisk it. I know it shouldn't be a problem for you to kill a venerable in one breath. If you agree, let's swear. The old turtle was lost for words. Forget it. You don't have to swear anymore. I'm dying of anger, because of you. If my body were still there, I could have killed a king with one breath, let alone a venerable. But look at me. Can I do that now? If I were so powerful, I would have killed you long ago. Han Fei realized that it did make sense. He immediately said, Then can you take me away from the hands of a venerable? The old turtle snapped, Why do you have to go against a venerable? Did a venerable steal your wife or your treasure? Don't you know what you are? Why do you keep provoking venerables? Han Fei snorted and said without blushing, Okay. Then I can lower the requirements a little. Once a venerable level crisis happens, you have to help us survive it. Otherwise, we'll be separated. Anyway, I can fight a great demon at the Tao-seeking realm alone now. The old turtle was silent for a long time. If you want me to take action, I should have the strength to do so first. I need to devour vitality to maintain my soul. Han Fei said, swear first. The old turtle said, boy, I can swear. However, you have to agree to one of my conditions. Han Fei rolled his eyes. What condition? The old turtle snorted. I can help you, but don't kill me until you become a king. Han Fei thought for a moment. You have to swear first. Although the old turtle wanted to tear Han Fei apart, he had to bow his head. When he was under the eaves, he had to find a way to establish an alliance with this kid. Otherwise, he would be killed by this kid sooner or later. Immediately, the old turtle said in a deep voice, I swear to the great Tao of origins that I will answer some questions of Han Fei that don't involve great karma. If my strength permits, I will take action in time when Han Fei is threatened by a venerable. If Han Fei doesn't have the intention to kill me, I shall not have any intention of harming him. This oath requires Han Fei to swear as well, or it won't count. Han Fei was stunned for a long time and then asked dumbfoundedly, that's it? That's it? The old turtle snorted. I swear on the great Tao of origins, once you violate this law of cause and effect, the consequences are not something you can bear. Okay, I've finished speaking. You can decide if I'm sincere or not. Han Fei certainly knew what the old turtle meant. If this guy really wanted to kill him, he should have done so back in the Wind Rain Village. Obviously, this old turtle must have taken a fancy to his opportunities. However, there was something that Han Fei didn't understand. Since the two parties had developed a basis for cooperation, he wouldn't think about killing him every day. Then why did this turtle insist that he couldn't have the intention to kill him before he became a king? Or rather, could he kill it after he became a king? Han Fei didn't understand it, but it wasn't a big problem. He immediately said, okay, I, Han Fei, swear to the great Tao of origins that before I become a king, I won't try to kill the old turtle. I need to provide the old turtle with basic vitality. This oath is based on the fact that the old turtle keeps his word. Otherwise, it won't count. Although the old turtle knew that Han Fei had changed some words, such as changing having no killing intent to not trying to kill and only providing him with basic vitality, he felt that Han Fei was willing to compromise. Neither the old turtle nor Han Fei had ever thought that their first alliance would be built like this. In fact, Han Fei didn't even know if the great Tao would really care about his oath. If he regretted it, would the impact be really great? However, thinking of the things that he promised Li Huang in the heavenly desolate city, and the things that old Han had once said, Han Fei felt that he would rather believe such an oath than not. But no matter what, he couldn't feed this old turtle with too much vitality. However, since they were already allies, Han Fei immediately asked, so, why have all my resources disappeared? Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Faced with Han Fei's question, the old turtle sneered. Haven't you noticed that something is wrong with your spiritual heritage? Han Fei was stunned. There seemed to be no problem with his spiritual heritage. Although his level 9 spiritual heritage had become an unknown one, the effect didn't seem to be worse. Instead, he could use spiritual energy more effectively now. The effect of automatically swallowing energy and spiritual energy was also better. He Wondered if the recovery effect had become better. All in all, he felt that everything was great except that his money was gone. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, so, what does the disappearance of my resources have to do with my spiritual heritage? The old turtle snorted. I don't know whether you should thank your calabash or hate it. Han Fei couldn't help looking at the demon purification pot. What do you mean? The old turtle said, you have a level 9 spiritual heritage. In a sense, a level 9 spiritual heritage can be called a king's heritage. As long as your spiritual heritage is above level 7, there is a chance that you can become a king. You have your own Tao seed. Any path that can give birth to a Tao seed is actually not weak. Wait a moment. Tao seed? What Tao seed? The old turtle sneered. Haven't you noticed that the seed in your dantian is gone? Han Fei's eyes glittered. So? What happened? The old turtle said leisurely, this calabash of yours probably despises your Tao seed and level 9 spiritual heritage. Therefore, while you made a breakthrough in body tempering and had infinite vitality, abundant resources, and the support of my great Tao, it forcibly shattered your Tao seed and severed your path. Then, with my great Tao as the foundation, it reconnected a spiritual heritage for you. Now, do you understand? It's not that your resources are gone, but that all your resources have been used by this calabash to change your fate. Hiss. Han Fei was dumbfounded. Wait a moment. Let's take it slow. Are you saying that my seed is a Tao seed? What's the use of a Tao seed? The old turtle chuckled. That's the seed of the great Tao. The existence of the seed means that you will inevitably embark on a great Tao. It's only a matter of time before you become a venerable. You won't have any bottlenecks before you become a venerable. Hiss. Han Fei was shocked. What? That small seed can make me become a venerable? Han Fei couldn't have felt more awful. I didn't even know what the awesome seed was for, and the calabash had crumbled it? The old turtle said, Humph, little seed, weren't you a little seed before you were born? Why are you panicking? Don't you have another path of invincibility? Han Fei's eyes lit up. Is there a seed of the path of invincibility? Is it called the invincible seed? How can I create it? The old turtle. He suddenly roared in Han Fei's heart, an invincible seed? Are you kidding me? Do you think that all the cultivators who walk the path of invincibility can have an invincible seed? Han Fei curled his lips. Not bad. The old turtle snorted. There's no such thing as invincibility in this world. Therefore, it's impossible for there to be an invincible seed. Han Fei said in disappointment, okay. Then tell me, what's wrong with my spiritual heritage? Is it still a level 9 spiritual heritage? The old turtle seemed to be gnashing his teeth. However, thinking of its own great Tao, it said in a deep voice, level 9. Spiritual heritage? Only the spiritual heritages of ordinary people are divided into levels. The spiritual heritages of real powerhouses are never divided into levels. Or, they are called heavenly heritage, or special heritage, ancient heritage, gross spiritual heritage, and even the legendary divine heritage. How strong they can be depends not on the meridians themselves, but on how you cultivate them. In the age of gods, even if someone has mortal meridians, he can also cultivate a divine heritage. In the end, it depends on the person. Han Fei keenly grasped a word. Age of Gods? What era is the Age of Gods? Immediately, the old turtle shut up. You can find an answer to that question on your own later. I don't know. Han Fei raised his eyebrows. It seemed that the problem involved something deeper. However, Han Fei didn't care about it much. Now that they were allies, there was plenty of time for him to ask questions. At least now he knew the whole story. So, the demon purification pot despised him for his poor aptitude and forcibly used the resources to create a better talent for him. That wasn't bad. For some reason, his talent had become higher. It had already exceeded the realm of the so-called mortal meridians. This was a good thing that others couldn't even imagine. Although Han Fei still had many things to ask the old turtle, now was not the time. At this moment, a battle was breaking out in the Dark War port. A large number of creatures must have gathered in the 4 domains of the Waterwood world. For example, when he escaped out of the ice and snow city wall just now, he hid and forged the universe because he sensed a great demon of the Tao-seeking realm coming. Of course, Han Fei was not here to fight. Only when he was forced to do so would he fight in the Waterwood world. As an excellent but poor person, he should take this opportunity to press deeper into the enemy camp. The old turtle said, although your breath-concealing technique is not weak. With such a small technique, any half-merman or venerable on the other side will discover you immediately. Han Fei's heart did a flip. Humph, no rush. Han Fei's lips curled. He didn't expect that he would use the heavenly variation technique on the Waterwood world again. The heavenly variation technique could transform him into an ordinary sea demon, a red demon, or a half-merman. After the transformation, he would be no different from real sea demons. The transformation would take 3 days before he could undergo another transformation. Of course, Han Fei had already tried the first one, an azure sea blue demon. This meant that even the azure sea blue demon could barely be regarded as an ordinary creature among the sea demons. As for the real ordinary sea demons and inferior manfish, they were probably not even cannon fodder. This time, of course, Han Fei would directly become a half-merman. Otherwise, in the Waterwood world, what if the azure sea blue demons and red demons were both rare species? If so, wouldn't he attract more attention if he changed into one of them? Roar. Han Fei sat on the ground, his face suddenly distorted, and scales began to grow on his body. Huh? Wait. Han Fei was already prepared for the excruciating pain, but this transformation didn't hurt much except for a little bit. Is it because half-mermen look like humans? The old turtle said in surprise, it turns out that you have such a technique. It's rare for a human to transform into other forms. Your technique is probably very high-leveled. Even a venerable won't be able to discover it. Han Fei was still in the mood to respond. There are many shocking techniques left behind by human beings. If it weren't for a life and death moment, I would be no different from a real sea demon. The old turtle chuckled. Then you'll have to seal your spiritual heritage for the time being. Otherwise, its automatic absorption of energy will attract the attention of venerables. Han Fei frowned. Seal? The old turtle said, since you have surpassed the mortal level, you should be able to control your spiritual heritage as you wish. However, you haven't learned how to control it yet. Try to suppress the spiritual energy circulating in your spiritual heritage later. Han Fei didn't know if it was because his spiritual heritage had changed too much. This transformation was surprisingly successful. From the beginning to the end, it didn't even take him 1 minute. Han Fei glanced at his tail and patted it on the ground, feeling that it was very flexible. However, this was not convenient. Immediately, spiritual energy surged from his body, and demonic energy suddenly appeared and cracked from his tail. The human simulation technique that Han Fei snatched back then was used. Although he had deduced the human simulation technique to the level of demon spirit shift. However, a half-merman who practiced the demon spirit shift was too much like a human. Besides, the basic restriction of the demon spirit shift was a level 7 demonic heritage, which was an extremely high level. The Sea clan would definitely try their best to nurture such a genius and not leave him outside. Therefore, Han Fei chose the inferior advanced human simulation technique, which allowed him to grow legs. Although it was a bit unnatural, he had already turned into a human shape, which should be common in the Sea clan. Hee hee. Han Fei grinned, showing his sharp teeth. Now he only needed to get a set of sea demon weapons and clothes. The old turtle said leisurely, "Your transformation technique is as smooth as flowing water. Did you often do this before?" The old turtle seemed to know that this trip wouldn't be easy for Han Fei. Seeing that he had turned into a sea demon so easily, he knew that this person couldn't be up to anything good. Han Fei bared his teeth. The Sea clan rules the vast sea area. If I don't become a sea demon, how can I survive in their territory? The old turtle muttered, "You can actually separate the Sea clan from ferocious maritime beasts. If the territory you live in is big enough, you will find that the Sea clan and the ferocious beasts in the sea are often on opposite sides." Han Fei's eyelids twitched. "Oh? Why?" The old turtle said awkwardly, "You see the Sea clan driving all kinds of ferocious beasts now, but that's just because those ferocious beasts are too weak. When you get out of this sea area, you will find that in the infinite ocean, except for the Sea clan, all kinds of ferocious beasts and itinerant cultivators are equally terrifying." Han Fei said carelessly, "Then let's talk about it later. If I become a ferocious beast now, I'll only be controlled by the Sea clan." With a thought from Han Fei, he appeared under an undersea ice layer with a swish. Because of the concealment of arrays, ordinary creatures couldn't discover Han Fei at all. However, at the moment Han Fei suddenly appeared and forged the universe, a perception immediately swept over. Similarly, Han Fei immediately scanned back and found that it was a half-merman at the advanced Tao-seeking realm. At this moment, the 4 domains were preparing for a battle, so it was not surprising that a great demon at the Tao-seeking realm appeared. The half-merman asked, "Who are you? Why are you here instead of the front line?" Han Fei thought of something and immediately walked out of the concealment array. While swimming towards the half-merman quickly, he said in the sea demon language, "My lord, I just discovered a secret. It seems that there is a human powerhouse crossing the void and passing the Ice City wall. I am afraid that this person is up to no good, so I am here waiting for a strong master like you to deal with this matter." "Huh? Really?" Hearing that Han Fei spoke fluent and fast in the sea demon language, the half-merman didn't notice anything wrong. He noticed Han Fei's face and frowned. "Huh? Why don't I know you?" Han Fei was already very close to the half-merman and grinned. "My lord, how can you not know me? I am your ancestor." Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations Han Fei's voice was still echoing in the water, and he was already gone. Roar. As soon as the 100-beast soul-subduing roar sounded, the advanced Tao Seeking Realm demon was stunned. At that moment, Han Fei's speed soared to its fastest. At such a close distance, the void lines had already grabbed that sea demon. However, the moment the void lines touched the person, he felt a trace of resistance, as if it was a soul treasure, or the other party cultivated a soul secret method. However, Han Fei was already an explorer. Therefore, although the other party had some soul defense methods, he still couldn't block the void lines. Not only that, he also activated the sky-stealing technique. At that moment, pure vitality poured into his body. Han Fei said, "Old turtle, this is my gift for you. Eat it slowly. Let me see what information is in his soul." In a flash, Han Fei inserted a hand into the half-merman's body. At the same time, he controlled the half-merman with the void lines to throw out all his weapons that had recognized him as their master. He threw out a dozen weapons, including a high-quality divine weapon. Puff, puff, puff. The half-merman tried to struggle, but his soul was caught, and the weapons that had recognized him as their master became ownerless again one after another. Not only that, but these weapons also backfired their former master, causing blood to flow from his 7 orifices and his internal organs to oscillate. Han Fei even punched him, breaking his dantian and injecting spiritual energy into his body, directly destroying half of his body. Caught off guard, an advanced Tao-seeking great demon was directly killed by Han Fei in the blink of an eye. The old turtle didn't think Han Fei's sudden killing was a big deal. He just felt more and more that Han Fei was suitable to be a demon. Oh, no, he was already a little devil. Just a second ago, he was still smiling and reporting information to the sea demon, but in the next second, he killed him. It was impossible to defend against him. Who could have expected that a creature who spoke the sea demon language and looked like a half-merman would suddenly launch an attack? The old turtle couldn't help but sigh. Han Fei's strength had soared so much, and he had such horrible means. It seemed that the ice domain was doomed. How simple was it to obtain high-end resources when strong masters hunted? Han Fei knew it very well now. He had picked up a sun-moon shell easily, regardless of what was in the sun moon shell. The speed at which he searched for resources was completely different from before. However, when Han Fei released his perception, he immediately cursed, "What the hell? A bunch of divine weapon materials with impurities? How did this guy have the cheek to put them in the sun-moon shell? TSK, there are less than 200 spiritual fruits and only 300,000 caddies of spiritual spring? Is this person a beggar?" Han Fei couldn't have felt worse. Come on, this was an advanced Tao-seeking great demon after all. He could understand that this guy spent all his money to refine an ultra-quality divine weapon, but wouldn't refining itself require money? Han Fei was not in the mood to refine any weapons. He had too many weapons to use. He threw the more than 180 spiritual fruits into Forge the Universe, opened a small pit in Forge the Universe, and threw in more than 300,000 caddies of spiritual spring. This amount of resources was not even enough for him to deduce a random combat skill. The deduction of the Beast King technique would cost 500 million. Han Fei's face was black. While this Tao-seeking big demon was still alive, he was reading his soul. There was no telling if it was because his soul had become stronger, but when He read other people's souls at this moment. The pictures he saw were much clearer and more detailed than before. After a while, Han Fei frowned. It turned out that in the depths of the ice domain, although there was no royal city, there was an extremely special place called the Ice God Canyon. The Ice God Canyon was about 600,000 kilometers away from the Ice City Wall. In the 50,000-kilometer radius around the Ice God Canyon, there were two mountain ranges like undersea snow mountains. There was a sea demon city on the periphery, where many sea demons lived all year round, like a place similar to the 10,000 Demon Valley. However, Han Fei knew that there were venerables in the Ice God Canyon. He just didn't know if the venerables would defend the Ice God Canyon during the battle in the Waterwood world. Of course, Han Fei's first goal was not the Ice City Wall, but a hot sea area about 200,000 kilometers away from the Ice City Wall. There was no telling if it was because of the influence of the fiery sea, but in these 200,000 miles, there was a large area of warm land called the Fire Spring. Many creatures liked to cultivate there. Yesterday, if Han Fei and Xu Xiaomeng kept going deeper, they would have come to the Fire Spring. Han Fei shattered the big demon's internal organs and threw his body into Forge the Universe. Then he said to the old turtle, the vitality of an advanced Tao-seeking big demon is sufficient, right? Old turtle, after finishing eating, you'll have to work. The old turtle said in a low voice, this little vitality is not enough. Han Fei sneered. Stop pretending. Do you think I didn't see anything back then? A peak-level explorer is enough for you to have a full meal. Today, it's a sea demon in the advanced Tao-seeking realm. Don't forget, we just had an agreement. With that, Han Fei stepped into the void and ran towards the Fire Spring. About 50,000 kilometers away from the Fire Spring. Only 3 hours had passed since the battle began. Along the way, Han Fei easily killed 3 great demons at the Tao-seeking realm and 6 peak-level sea spirit-level sea demons. At this moment of war, Han Fei had planned to land on the enemy's side. However, as Han Fei ran, he found something wrong. Now, all the creatures in the ice domain seemed to have received a summoning order. With a massive number, they were gathering towards the Ice City Wall. If Han Fei wanted to land in the sea demon's camp, he would have to go in the opposite direction. If he tore the void, he could always meet sea demons in the Tao-seeking realm. With the same realm, it was unrealistic to completely avoid their vision in the void. Therefore, Han Fei simply waited in the void. Because he had the ability to see through illusions with the heavenly void. Divine movement, Han Fei suddenly extended his hand from the void and killed a peak-level sea spirit shark with a slap. For the current Han Fei, squeezing a peak-level sea spirit to death was no different from killing an ant. At most, this ant was stronger. The old turtle said, if it were me, I would have quickly locked onto your area. After discovering that a large number of powerhouses on my side have died, Han Fei's heart did a flip. It's okay. I've already planned it out. I just need to put on a show. It's nothing. Han Fei suddenly stepped out of the void. For a moment, a large number of creatures in the sea sensed him. However, Han Fei was a Tao-seeking powerhouse now. Although the sea demons didn't know Han Fei, many sea demons and sea spirit realm creatures said, Greetings, my lord. Oh. All of you, come here. The sea demons were still confused, and a few sea spirit creatures were still wondering why they had never seen this lord before. However, the army was moving towards the Ice City Wall. Han Fei could summon many people with a casual wave of his hand. "My lord, what can I do for you?" Han Fei scanned with his perception, then pinched his fingers and calculated. His eyes lit up, and he said, "Well, I'll give you an opportunity." Opportunity? Some sea spirit powerhouses were refreshed. Did this lord have something important for us to do? Han Fei casually threw a drop of water into the hand of the sea spirit half merman closest to him. "Do you know what this is?" The half merman was stunned and then shook his head slightly. "My lord, what is this?" "Hee, this is your opportunity." Then, Han Fei opened his mouth. Boom. Rumble. Immediately afterward, a terrifying explosion swept the core area of more than 50 kilometers. The infinity water that leveled up with Han Fei exploded again, and its power shattered all creatures within 10 kilometers. Even Han Fei himself was sent tumbling in the sea. At that moment, there were probably no less than 10,000 creatures killed by Han Fei. There were at least 5 or 6 sea spirits and nearly 100 sea demons. Under this explosion, they were directly annihilated. In his heart, the old turtle shouted, "Attention, here it comes." Bang! Han Fei put away the infinity water. The energy in his body surged and shattered his skin, and his chest was full of blood. He stepped into the void and ran towards the fire spring. On the way, Han Fei didn't forget to change his face. That face belonged to a junior Dao-seeking sea demon that he had just killed. This level was neither high nor low, so it shouldn't be taken seriously. Just as Han Fei ran in the air for about 10 minutes, someone suddenly rushed over, blocked Han Fei's way, and shouted, "You Dafeng, stop." Han Fei looked at the man in front of him in panic, his face pale, and he said anxiously, "My lord, don't go forward. There may be insect queens ahead." As he talked, Han Fei kept bleeding from the corner of his mouth. Of course, this blood was not Han Fei's own, but from the dead half-mermaid in Forge the Universe. The old turtle reminded him, "This guy is at the peak of the Dao-seeking realm. Be careful." Insect queens? The peak-level great demon was stunned for a moment. Why would the insect queens go to sea in person? However, at the moment when the peak-level great demon was stunned, he suddenly heard an earth-shaking roar, and a terrifying soul-shaking power rushed into his mind. Not good. At that moment, this person knew that he had been tricked. However, at this moment, although Han Fei's void lines couldn't control his soul, they could draw his vitality. Snowmorn erupted with all its strength. The experience of an explorer using a sea-quelling bizarre treasure was completely different. Han Fei felt as if he could cut through the sky and the sea holding this sword. He drew out his sword, and the sword chi was so powerful that it penetrated through the peak-level great demon. However, the other party was at the peak of the Dao-seeking realm after all, and his physique and blood chi were far superior to those in the advanced Dao-seeking realm. Han Fei's sword was already extremely fast, but most of it was still subconsciously neutralized by this person. Of course, half of the body of this great demon at the Dao-seeking realm exploded, his soul was stabbed, and his vitality was forcibly taken away. He wasn't any better. Han Fei roared, "Old turtle, attack!" Translator *Henyi Translations Editor *Henyi Translations. Buzz. When Han Fei temporarily subdued the great demon, a large swath of black directly tied up the ladder. Then he heard the old turtle say, "I can only trap him for a few seconds. Now quickly kill him." Han Fei's lips curled. The battle between the strong was over in a few seconds. At this moment, the peak-level great demon was dumbfounded. As soon as he vomited blood and his soul returned, he felt that his vitality was being deprived. Not only that, his internal organs had been minced by the sword, and he was in a life-and-death crisis. However, at the next moment, he felt something cold crawl into his body from his throat. He looked inside, only to see that it was a drop of water. Before he realized what was wrong with the water, the infinity water exploded in his chest. Rumble. How could this demon who was already on the brink of death withstand the consecutive crazy attacks? The explosion directly blew up everything below the head. Collect. Han Fei put away the sea demon's head and rushed backward. Those who didn't know him would think that Han Fei was running with his blood burning. The old turtle said, "Boy, you are ruthless. Are you really not afraid of a venerable noticing you?" Han Fei was excited. As long as the sea demon dies quickly enough, what can a venerable do? Venerables are not omnipotent. The old turtle sighed. You're just lucky. Perhaps, it's just that a war is coming and the dead are not a top powerhouse, so the venerables didn't pay attention. However, from now on, you can't do this kind of thing again. Han Fei grinned. It's exactly venerables that I want to trick, haha. Han Fei had 4 venerable level masters, so he knew that venerables had extraordinary perception and observation methods. However, one thing Han Fei could be sure of was that although venerables could see through the void, they couldn't see the void cracks. This was a different concept. For example, a venerable could ignore space and see what happened 10,000 kilometers away. However, what he could see was the real world. Once something happened in a void rift, even if they were thousands of kilometers away, the venerables might not be able to discover it. Otherwise, how could they understand the battle of venerables? Han Fei had killed this great demon who was at the peak of the Tao-seeking realm at an extremely fast speed. Even if a venerable was extremely fast and could travel tens of thousands of miles with a single step, it would take him at least 2 steps. Besides, facts had proven that ordinary venerables weren't that powerful. Those who traveled tens of thousands of kilometers with a single step had to be at least at the level of a half-king. Ordinary venerables couldn't ignore the distance of space either. They couldn't just appear wherever they wanted. At this moment, 5 seconds later, a person in a tortoise shell tore through the void and appeared where the peak-level Tao-seeking powerhouse died. Huh? There are survivors? The turtle man turned his head and looked in Han Fei's direction. After a second, he saw Han Fei fleeing frantically. At this moment, Han Fei looked a little miserable. One of his arms was drooping, one of his legs was limp, and his body was full of cracks. Blood oozed from all the wounds on his body. Bang! Han Fei felt that he had hit a wall. The terrifying force shook his internal organs and made him vomit a mouthful of blood. At a life-and-death moment, he had no time to think much. Han Fei immediately bared his teeth and roared, and demonic energy surged on the divine weapon. Harpoon in his hand. Freeze! Han Fei felt a chill all over his body, but he knew that he had been frozen into a pile of ice. When Han Fei took a closer look, he saw a bald man with long white eyebrows and beard and a blue and white turtle shell staring at him coldly. Tell me, what happened? Who killed you? Han Fei calmed down. He looked shocked at first, then overjoyed, and in the end, he shivered and said, My lord. It happened too fast. I couldn't see clearly. Maybe a venerable from Waterwood World attacked us. The other party seems to be able to devour vitality. I can only see a black fog. Then, the aftershock had already seriously injured me. I couldn't resist it at all. Would a venerable know a half-merman who had just entered the Tao-seeking realm? Han Fei thought to himself. The venerable looked at Han Fei up and down. If I remember correctly, your name is Yu Dafu, right? Yu has died, but you're still alive? That's amazing. Fine, go back and recover yourself. Han Fei thought his acting skills were superb. Anyway, halfway through his words, the old turtle suddenly focused his eyes, shattered the void, and struck at a certain void. Han Fei couldn't help being a little puzzled. Who had this old turtle discovered? In his heart, the old turtle said leisurely, "Boy, this is what a means is. It's called darkness under the light." Han Fei was speechless. How did you do that? The old turtle snorted. Have you forgotten that I'm an emperor? How can a wisp of my aura not attract its attention? Han Fei continued to rush to the fire spring with his seriously injured body. At the same time, he thought to himself, I don't have any concept of vitality. I don't know how much of it I should give to this old turtle. However, this old man is quite capable. He lived in my body, but could leave his breath elsewhere? I must not underestimate him. Han Fei, who was seriously injured, encountered many great demons of the Tao-seeking realm along the way. However, at this moment, he couldn't take any action. The old turtle reminded him, it's fine if you kill a batch in the front, but if there is a problem in the rear, the venerable just now will definitely notice it. Han Fei curled his lips. Don't worry. I have experience. Speed is the most important thing in war. Let me destroy their lair first and then escape. Immediately. Han Fei spread out his perception in the fire spring. At this moment, there were not many creatures in the fire spring. At least in his perception, there were no Tao-seeking perceptions, but 7 or 8 sea spirits. Huff. Han Fei immediately took a deep breath. What is an opportunity? This is what an opportunity should be. Han Fei said, Old turtle, I know that your perception range is definitely not worse than mine. Let's search together. The old turtle said, I need vitality. Han Fei curled his lips. We're already allies. Do you think you need to worry about that? How about this? Let's sweep this domain and snatch the vitality of a great demon in the Tao-seeking realm. All right. In the old turtle's view, these resources that Han Fei pursued were actually useless to him. He wouldn't even bother to pick them up even if they fell to the ground. Therefore, the old turtle was quite willing to exchange these so-called resources for vitality. Buzz, buzz, buzz. An hour later, Han Fei was standing in the cave of a sea spirit, which was enveloped by a killing array. However, in Han Fei's view, the level of this killing array was too low. It could be easily broken. Han Fei certainly knew that the half-merman caves usually didn't have much good stuff. At this moment, Han Fei saw that in addition to a few sea-swallowing seashells, on the shell bed in this cave, there was only a pile of colorful essence. Stones piled in the cave. Han Fei picked up a piece of iron essence and nodded. It's a low-quality divine weapon material. This half-merman is quite rich. Well, this seashell bed looks rather exquisite. I'll take it. There seems to be some spiritual stones under this cave? Buzz. With a flash between Han Fei's eyebrows, Nine Tails appeared. He took out a string of sea-swallowing seashells and hung it on Nine Tails' neck. Then Han Fei kicked him out. Go, take out all the spiritual stones. Underground. I'll give you half an hour. Then come to me yourself. Nine Tails was stunned on the spot, thinking, why did you ask me to dig holes? Again? However, Han Fei had already quietly left. Now in this cave, except for the glowing seaweed, there was not even a table. He wondered how traumatized the sea spirit half-merman would be when he saw this scene. The old turtle couldn't stand it anymore. He roared, how long will it take for you to rob enough? Han Fei said again, don't be hasty. Let me tell you, collecting resources is a process of accumulation. Some things may seem useless to you, but they may be useful to you in the future. The old turtle said, do you think this so-called war will last long? From the moment you left the so-called fearless barrier to here, that humans should have broken through to the venerable realm long ago. Or, he has already been seriously injured or killed. You don't have much time left. Han Fei grinned. No. It's rare for them to fight in such a grand fashion, and so many armies have just pressed on. Do you think the battle is over? You don't understand the sea demon's trick. They won't let go of any chance to weaken humans or other races. Han Fei was very sure that this attack was similar to the general attack of the Scattered Stars Island. If a large number of strong masters weren't killed, this battle would not end at all. Sure enough. Half a day later, Han Fei had already cleared more than 80 caves in the surrounding 10,000 kilometers. Resources were piled up like a hill in forge. The universe, although most of them were useless to him. Just as Han Fei recalled Nine Tails and was about to kill the people in the caves, suddenly, Han Fei perceived a Tao-seeking great demon. The Tao-seeking realm demon scanned with his perception and found Han Fei. Immediately, the man shouted, "You Dafeng, why are you still here?" Han Fei didn't panic at all. It's a long story. I was ambushed on the way and almost died. So I came to find some resources for recovery. The Tao-seeking big demon quickly stepped over, looked at Han Fei, who was limp and had lost his hand, and then scanned him with his perception. He immediately said with a strange look, "Damn, did you take the opportunity to loot all the caves here? Good. You Dafeng, I didn't expect you to be like this." Han Fei thought to himself, good, although you're only a junior Tao seeker. Since you insist on sending me this package, I don't mind accepting it. However, the great demon in the Tao-seeking realm shouted, "You Dafeng, you must give me half of what you snatched." Huh? Han Fei was stunned. Is this person here to rob too? Han Fei couldn't help narrowing his eyes and looking at the man. Hee. Brother, you are the first person who made this request to me. Just like human society, in the sea demon's society, they were not flawlessly united. Among the sea demons, there were many cunning sea demons. Yu Jing was exactly such a person. In such a sudden battle, logically speaking, a great demon at the Tao-seeking realm like him had to go to the battlefield. However, Yu Jing made people feel that he was about to make a breakthrough, so he was allowed to stay in the Ice God Canyon. When everyone who should leave had left, Yu Jing said that he couldn't make a breakthrough, so he went out 2 hours later than others. Coincidentally, Yu Jing came to the fire spring and happened to meet Yu Dafeng, who was looting around. At this moment, Yu Jing heard Yu Dafeng's ironic words and immediately shouted, "Yu Dafeng, I've seen everything. Do you think you can refuse to share benefits with me? Han Fei grinned. I'm not going to refuse you. I'm going to eat you. In the blink of an eye, Han Fei disappeared. Yu Jing was shocked. Yu Dafeng was weaker than him. Was he going to fight him? However, in the next second, he felt a terrifying gravity pressing down. Yu Dafeng appeared right in front of him and slashed at him with a dagger. No, this is not Yu Dafeng. Yu Jing was about to escape when something shocking happened. He discovered that his soul seemed to be controlled, and he couldn't move. In a flash, Yu Jing's soul immediately begged for mercy. Brother, I surrender. I surrender. Spare my life. Pfft. However, there was no turning back. With a thought from Han Fei, this Tao-seeking realm demon seemed to be a little spineless. He immediately changed from slashing to stabbing Yu Jing. Chi La. Han Fei pulled out the blood-drinking knife that he had just stabbed into Yu Jing's body. At that moment, Yu Jing vomited blood, and Han Fei punched his abdomen. Ew! Yu Jing vomited another mouthful of blood. He was stunned. Is this Yu Dafeng? Is Yu Dafeng so strong that he can make me vomit blood with a casual punch? Han Fei smiled. If he had a spy, he would definitely be able to get more information. 4. Example, where were the powerhouse's caves? This would save him a lot of trouble. Han Fei grinned and pretended that his voice was hoarse and creepy. I can let go of your soul, but you have to cooperate with me. Otherwise, I will tear apart all your bones and swallow your vitality. Gulp. Yu Jing trembled, with only one thought in his mind: Yu Dafeng had been possessed. Besides, the guy who took Yu Dafeng's life was very strong, and he was definitely no match for him. When Han Fei only left a void line, he said hoarsely, Okay, you can talk now. Yu Jing shivered and quickly moved his hands and feet, but for some reason, he felt that something was wrong, as if he hadn't left the demon's claws. Han Fei sneered. Don't look around. I've done something to your soul. As long as you cooperate with me obediently, I won't kill you. However, if you harbor other thoughts, I can make your soul corrode within 7 steps and your body collapse. Yu Jing shivered and said in fear, I'm at your command, master. Your will is mine. As long as you give an order, I'll lead the charge. He. Han Fei sneered. Good. Don't worry. I've been asleep for 10,000 years. Now that I've woken up, I need someone to work for me. As long as you listen to me, I won't mistreat you. I'll even give you eternal life. Han Fei was bragging outside, and the more the old turtle listened, the more he felt something was wrong. Isn't this my line? The old turtle felt a chill down his spine. Back then, when he took the demonic path, he had experienced many twists and turns. However, this brat was born to be a devil. Han Fei asked leisurely, You should know what I'm looking for. Yu Jing was refreshed. Although he guessed that Han Fei was bragging, he didn't dare to contradict him. Yu Jing asked quickly, Are you looking for spiritual springs and divine weapons, my lord? Yu Jing thought that since Han Fei had possessed Yu Dafeng, it was probably because his conditions were limited. What did Yu Dafeng have? A poor loser who lacked everything. This showed that Han Fei's pursuit shouldn't be too high. Pa. Han Fei slapped Yu Jing away. Can mere spiritual spring and divine weapons satisfy me? What I want to rob is the entire Ice God Canyon. Yu Jing. Yu Jing was stunned. Keep bragging. F***ck, if you can rob the entire ice god. Straight, what else do you need me to do? Hanfei said leisurely, you, go rob the 6 sea spirits nearby first. Only. Rob them. Don't kill them. Yu Jing's face immediately turned green. Are you kidding me? You want to rob me, but you don't allow me to kill them. Wouldn't I be exposed? Then how can I survive in the Ice God Canyon in the future? Han Fei casually set up a ceiling array and chuckled. Take this as a sign of your allegiance to me. Don't worry. In 3 days, I'll be able to finish robbing the Ice God Canyon. At that time, the infinite ocean will be my target. I won't waste my time because of this tiny place. Yu Jing's heart skipped a beat. 3 days? Didn't it mean that 3 days from now might also be the day of his death? Han Fei certainly knew what Yu Jing was thinking. He couldn't help but sneer. Humph, a mere Tao-seeking realm is nothing to me. I've just woken up and need a servant. Let's see how you'll perform in the next few days. Gulp. Yes, my lord. Yu Jing was helpless. What could he do? He absolutely didn't trust Han Fei. He could only take advantage of these 3 days to create conditions to escape. However, to create conditions? The first thing to do was to obey orders. Yu Jing trembled because he found that Han Fei's cold eyes seemed to be staring at his head. Yu Jing hurriedly said, my lord, why would you bother to rob people yourself? In this mere fire spring? Let me do it for you. A moment later. In a certain cave. A lobster was surprised. You are, Master Yu Jing. Hey, Master Yu Jing, what are you doing? Seeing Yu Jing grab all his resources with his big hands, the lobster set in panic. Master Yu Jing, I'm going to contribute these to you. Please spare my life. Yu Jing's expression was complicated. He really wanted to kill this guy. However, he had to let this guy see him. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to gain Han Fei's trust. Yu Jing could only snort. I'm robbing you because I respect you. These resources will be temporarily used by me and will be returned to you later. After a while, an octopus roared, Yu Jing, I am a junior of Longzhong. How dare you rob me? Bang! The big octopus was slapped into the mud pit. Yu Jing was too lazy to talk. Nonsense. I can't care who you are. 1, 2. When Yu Jing caught the 5th person, it was a blood sea cucumber that was almost killed by Yu Jing. Yu Jing snorted. Humph, I'm robbing you because I respect you, okay? However, the void trembled, and Han Fei appeared with the star teleportation technique. Yu Jing's heart skipped a beat. Han Fei pointed a finger at the blood sea cucumber and poked a hole through it, killing it. Han Fei clicked his tongue. This thing tastes good and should be kept. Oh. You just secretly left him a message. Why? Do you think I can't detect it? Buzz. Yu Jing's body immediately softened, and he burst into tears. I deserve to die. I shouldn't have played such tricks in front of you, Master. Please give me another chance. If I do it again, you can kill me. At that moment, the great demon at the Tao-seeking realm actually fell to his knees. Han Fei was stunned. Is this really possible? Does this guy not need to seek the great Tao anymore? If he kneels, at least half of this guy's great Tao will be gone. Han Fei was stunned for a long time before he said gloomily, humph. If you do this again, I'll kill him. Eugene almost shed tears of gratitude and hurriedly shouted, "Thank you for not killing me, my lord." Han Fei waved his hand. "Have you robbed enough of this place? Is there any place that you haven't robbed? If I find it myself, then..." Humph. Eugene's heart did a flip. He knew that he couldn't slack off anymore. Eugene said, "My lord, the fire spring is actually only suitable for recovery. However, because it's too close to the ice city wall, only 200,000 kilometers away, there are often human powerhouses peeping at it. Therefore, most strong masters won't really build their mansions here. There are mostly sea spirit creatures cultivating here, and usually 2 or 3 Tao-seeking powerhouses guarding here. Now that the war has started, there is basically no place to plunder in the fire spring. I'm afraid." Han Fei, huh? Eugene said carefully, "If you really want to plunder, you'll have to go to the Ice Mountain City or the Ice God Canyon." Han Fei narrowed his eyes. Where was the Ice Mountain City? But since it was already called a city, it should be of a higher level than the Ice God Canyon. Right? He'd better rob a city later. Han Fei asked, "How many venerables are there in the Ice God Canyon now?" Han Fei's eyes were full of brutality. Eugene's heart skipped a beat. He didn't even ask about the Ice Mountain City. However, fearing that Han Fei would find something wrong again, he immediately said, "The Ice God Canyon is not a strategic location compared to the Fiery Sea and the Dark War Port. Therefore, there are often 3 venerables guarding it. I know that none of the 3 venerables are around. There are only a few peak-level Tao-seeking powerhouses guarding it. The army in the Ice Mountain City should be weaker now because most of the strong masters have gone to war." Han Fei secretly smiled. "That's good." But on the surface, he looked at Eugene with a vague smile. "Then you have to confirm it. Even if a venerable is here, I can still easily kill you. If anything happens, don't say that I didn't give you a chance." Translator ** Henyi Translations Editor ** Henyi Translations. Eugene knew that he was doomed this time. He had robbed the fire spring blatantly and hadn't killed the witnesses on the spot. No matter what, he couldn't go back. Even without Han Fei, it was impossible for him to return to the Ice God Canyon. In fact, as soon as he submitted, his road back had been cut off. Although the White Shell Royal City occupied a large area, he definitely couldn't stay in the ice domain anymore. Otherwise, he would be easily killed. Even in the entire White Shell Royal City, Eugene wasn't sure if he could survive. As for the Blood Sea Divine Wood, although it was possible for him to be accepted as a Tao-seeking powerhouse, the people on the Blood Sea Divine Wood usually didn't treat people from the White Shell City well. It was almost impossible that he could stay long on the Blood Sea Divine Wood side. Eugene took a deep breath and said, "My lord, you should know that I have no way out now that I pledged allegiance to you. In that case, as long as you don't kill me, with my understanding of the White Shell Royal City over the years, there is definitely more than one place to loot." "Oh?" Han Fei raised his head and glanced at Eugene, before he said leisurely, "The current royal city can't be compared to what it was in its golden age. 100,000 years ago, I could fight the Sky Clan Venerable, Tianqing, for 3,000 rounds. Now, this damn place is such a mess. How can a human venerable cause such a stir in the Sea Clan? I'm really disappointed." Eugene really wanted to roll his eyes. Didn't you say it was 10,000 years ago? Just now? Why was it 100,000 years now? Forget it, if you say it was 100,000 years ago, so be it. Anyway, I dare not contradict you. Han Fei waved his hand and said, let's go. Since there are no resources in this fire spring anymore, let's go to the Ice God Canyon. Han Fei had always believed that as long as his robbing speed was fast enough, even if the other party discovered it, so what? With the speed of these law enforcers, by the time they went to the front line to inform the strong to return, he might have already finished robbing the Ice God Canyon. As for the people Yu Jing didn't kill, Han Fei still didn't intend to kill them. In the Waterwood world, a sea spirit was nothing at all. Different from the Yin-Yang world, a sea spirit could strut freely in the sea. But not here. The backbone forces here were all at the explorer level. It was not until he reached the Waterwood world that Han Fei realized that if all the creatures in a domain worked together, the number of strong masters accumulated would be much more than he imagined. Chi La. Han Fei tore the void and glanced at Yu Jing. How fast is your fastest speed? Let's run and see. Yu Jing's heart did a flip and he immediately rushed at full speed. As a special junior peak level Dao-seeking cultivator, speed was one of his advantages. Of course, it would be best if he could get rid of Han Fei. However, after only several minutes, Yu Jing saw Han Fei casually walking beside him, frowning. Why are you so slow? Yu Jing? Perhaps because Han Fei was used to the heavenly void divine movement, Yu Jing's speed was unbelievably slow in his eyes. Even though Yu Jing's speed was half as fast as when he was still a peak level law enforcer, Han Fei still felt it was too slow. Han Fei roared, grabbed Yu Jing, and rushed out with a swoosh. Buzz. Almost instantly, Yu Jing discovered, to his shock, that Han Fei's speed was more than 5 times faster than his own. He was completely shocked. Although Han Fei had always said that he had lived for tens of thousands of years, Yu Jing only thought that Han Fei was bragging. Did he really live for so long? So powerful? Then why did he have to possess Yu Datong? However, at this moment, he was surprised to find that Han Fei had relied on his strength that had just reached the Dao-seeking realm to reach a speed close to the peak of the Dao-seeking realm. Gulp. Yu Jing was quite confused. Was Han Fei really a prehistoric demon? Damn Yu Dafeng, where did you run into such a prehistoric demon? It doesn't matter that you were possessed, but you implicated me and made me suffer too. The Ice God Canyon was the origin of the ice domain. The Ice God Canyon was made of countless icebergs. Some floated above the sea, and some, like normal mountains, were connected to the undersea mountains. As for its core, which was the place where the name of the Ice God Canyon came from, it was a super glacier that spread from the bottom of the sea to the surface of the sea, or it could also be called the ice layer. The Ice God Canyon and the surrounding ice mountains had existed for tens of thousands of years, on which the sea demons had long established countless caves. Here, even though countless creatures had already rushed to the ice city wall, a sea demon city had already been formed about 30,000 kilometers away from the Ice God Canyon, which was also called the Ice Mountain City. Only then did Han Fei know that Ice Mountain City was a village 1 level lower than the Ice God Canyon. Han Fei and Yu Jing, at this moment, had concealed their identities and strength, hiding on a statue of a mermaid carved from ice. Han Fei licked the corner of his mouth. Where is the most valuable place? Here? Yu Jing said respectfully, all the major refining rooms have a small amount of spiritual spring and materials. The rest belong to the Free Trade Valley, which is the business of the great demons at the peak of the Tao-seeking realm. There is a battle at the front line today, so there aren't many people in the Free Trade Valley today. I just wonder how many resources there are in the Free Trade Valley. Han Fei frowned. Is this a place similar to the logistics division? That was an entire logistics division. How could Han Fei not be tempted? Although he knew that the center of the Ice God Canyon was not the gathering place of ordinary people, it didn't mean that these ordinary sea demons had few resources. As the saying went, the power of the masses was enormous. Even if each of them contributed a drop of spiritual spring, it would be an astronomical number. Han Fei's eyes glittered. Okay, let's rob the Free Trade Valley. Yu Jing said awkwardly, my lord, as you know, this place is very close to the Ice God Canyon after all. Under normal circumstances, no one would guard this place. However, yesterday, someone seemed to be ambushing sea spirit level sea demons in the ice domain. Therefore, there must be a strong master in the Free Trade Valley now. Han Fei didn't scan it with his perception. At the explorer level, his soul strength was relatively not as high as before. Although it still seemed abnormally strong, if there was really a peak level great demon guarding there, the probability of him being discovered was extremely high. However, was he stupid not to use his allies? Han Fei immediately asked in his heart, Old Turtle, is there a peak level Tao seeking powerhouse inside? The old turtle said in a low voice, can you stop calling me Old Turtle? I'm called Emperor Yuan. Han Fei said impatiently, Old Yuan, okay? Come on, I'm busy robbing. Can you stop slacking off? The old turtle snorted and said unhappily, one in the peak level Tao-seeking realm, one in the advanced Tao-seeking realm, and no intermediate or junior ones. They should be on the battlefield. Han Fei frowned. Old Yuan, how about we each solve one? You solve the peak level 1, and the advanced one is mine? The old turtle said angrily, I only have a wisp of soul now, and I was seriously injured by you. At this moment, I don't have much strength. Its vitality is yours. Han Fei certainly had a way to deal with the old turtle. Hearing this, the old turtle immediately said, okay. Han Fei snorted. What can you do even if I give you some vitality? You were still almost drained by the calabash when you were in your peak state. Han Fei glanced at Yu Jing casually and said, I'm going to kill the peak level Tao-seeking realm sea demon. Hee, you can try escaping if you want. Yu Jing was stunned. Are you dreaming? Even if you are really a prehistoric demon, how can you kill a peak level Tao-seeking powerhouse with your junior Tao-seeking realm ability? However, Han Fei tore the void with a swish. Yes, Han Fei didn't conceal his abilities, but directly tore open the void and flew over. After all, the two sides were more than 2,000 kilometers away. Huh? For a powerhouse at the peak of the Tao-seeking realm, 2,000 kilometers was definitely not a long distance. When Han Fei tore open the space, the half-merman who was cultivating in the Ice Mountain Alley suddenly opened his eyes. When he looked at the void, he saw that the void was torn apart 100 kilometers away, and a Tao-seeking creature appeared. Huh. You are Yu Dafeng, right? Han Fei was helpless. It seems that the one I disguise as is quite famous. Why? Does everyone know me? He forgot that no matter how poor a Tao-seeking realm sea demon was, it was still in the Tao-seeking realm. It wasn't a nobody. It was only natural that it would be recognized. Han Fei didn't answer, but rushed to the Free Trade Valley in a panic. This was a big iceberg. Maybe the sea demons were too lazy to build houses for themselves, so they dug a big hole on the iceberg and used this place as a warehouse. Outside the warehouse, there was an array. Han Fei observed the defensive array a little and didn't care. Han Fei replied to the void, "My lord, something big happened." "Has Yu Jing been to the city?" Suddenly, the advanced Tao-seeking sea demon said, "Yu Jing? Didn't he just go out not long ago? I saw him when he passed by." "What happened?" Han Fei stopped outside the array and said with a grim face, "My lord, Yu Jing has just looted the fire spring. He has betrayed us." "Huh? What happened?" The shark at the peak of the Tao-seeking realm swam out of the void, a little surprised. Han Fei grinned. "Because I asked him to do that, hee. Not good, retreat." In the valley, a voice roared, and Han Fei saw a spear beam stabbing at him through the void. However, Han Fei was already prepared. How could he let go of such an opportunity? He twisted his body and appeared beside the shark. Buzz. The law of gravity descended, the void lines erupted, snowmorn pierced the shark that had just opened its mouth, intending to fight back. Pfft. Unfortunately, Han Fei's series of actions were too fast. The shark was still waiting for the answer to its question when it was killed in the next second. Someone in the valley shouted, "Who are you?" Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. The peak-level Tao-seeking sea demon was shocked. How strong was Yu Dafeng? How could he kill Qing Sha, who was an advanced Tao-seeking powerhouse, in one clash? While the half-merman hesitated, Han Fei slightly twisted his body and appeared in the array. "How dare you?" The half-merman's expression changed drastically. "How did this guy get in?" "Space law, a space law that can break through the restriction of arrays?" Under normal circumstances, how could Han Fei, a junior Tao-seeking cultivator, face a peak-level Tao-seeking powerhouse alone? Therefore, the moment Han Fei came in, the half-merman's heart sank, and he thought to himself, "Not good. Have I been tricked?" As he expected, when he was about to retreat, intense black fog suddenly appeared in the surrounding space. This person roared, unfolded his fish tail, and whipped the void. However, he had no idea who he was facing. Back then, even venerable-level powerhouses didn't dare to enter this black fog, let alone him. He. What rich vitality. Han Fei watched on coldly, full of contempt. The old turtle seemed to have said the same thing when he possessed him last time. Why was he still saying that now? He wasn't creative at all. It seemed that taking the demonic path was just a bluff. However, looking at the thick black fog, Han Fei felt a chill down his spine. Wasn't this old guy locked in the depths of his sea of consciousness by the demon purification pot? Why could he come out now? Suddenly, Han Fei heard a voice from the bottom of his heart. "Don't be surprised. My soul is still in your body. This black fog is just the ominous aura I control, to absorb vitality. The ominous aura I summon from afar can at most trap this guy for 1 minute and absorb no more than 1,000 years of life. Therefore, you might need to take action." Han Fei couldn't help being surprised. That worked? Han Fei sighed. This old turtle is a bit fierce. He can devour the lifespan of a peak-level Tao-seeking powerhouse by 1,000 years by summoning an aura from afar. Fortunately, he had the demon purification pot. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know how he died. 1 second passed. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Roar. The black mist exploded, and a hunched figure rushed out of it. However, as soon as the half-merman tore open the black mist, he saw Yudafeng looking at him with a smile. Roar. In the valley, there were shadows of 100 beasts. Under the soul impact, Han Fei held the embroidery needle and activated the Monkey King's 3,000 sticks. Bang! 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 In the blink of an eye, half of the body of the half-merman at the peak of the Tao-seeking realm was blown up. His bones were 80% shattered, his dantian was pierced through by Han Fei, and he was nailed to the ground. Han Fei said to the old turtle, "If you kill him immediately, it will definitely attract the attention of a venerable, right? Swallow his vitality. When you're done, spare his life." The old turtle nodded casually. In the air, a black claw shadow was stabbing the half-merman. The latter was horrified and couldn't even detonate himself. He had never thought that one day he would be nailed to the ground in his own territory. And Han Fei had already reached out and picked the half-merman's sun-moon shell. At this moment, he was sizing up the resources that had been randomly classified, almost drooling. The sea demons didn't divide resources that well. There were only more than 100 items in this place. Apart from a huge spiritual spring and a pool of spirit awakening fluid, there were dozens of unrefined stones, spiritual energy fruits, and energy fruits. The rest of the items were placed randomly. Anyway, there were a lot of them. Han Fei didn't know if it was because of the tribulation, but he could tell the approximate data after a quick scan with his perception. The spiritual spring is less than 5 million caddies, the spirit awakening fluid is only 300,000 caddies, about 60,000 spiritual energy fruits, about 30,000 energy fruits, and about 20,000 other kinds of spiritual fruits. In addition, there are no ultra-quality divine weapons, only one high-quality divine weapon, 12 mid-quality ones, and 39 low-quality ones. As for the messy pile of materials, Han Fei simply ignored them. Han Fei rubbed his head. What should he do? He didn't seem to have any concept of money now, although this batch of materials was several times worse than the ones he had accumulated. However, it wasn't easy for him to accumulate those resources. And these were the things he got the second day he came to the Waterwood world. Hiss. Don't panic. It should be no problem to exchange these things for 3 drops of life spring water. Heh. He heard that in his heart. The old turtle sneered, "Do you really think you can get the life spring water as you please? What makes you think you can exchange for 3 drops with these things?" Han Fei asked in confusion, "Didn't I exchange for 10 drops before?" The old turtle said leisurely, "That's just because they took care of you for the sake of your upcoming tribulation. When you reach a certain realm, you will find these things are a bit useful to creatures at the explorer level at most. And once you become a peak-level explorer, these things are almost the same as garbage. If you really want to exchange them for value, it's already the limit for these things to be exchanged for a drop of life spring water. This still needs to be added to the ones you snatched before." The corner of Han Fei's mouth twitched. "What do you know? Not everyone is strong. Although I can't use them, I can give them to other humans, okay?" Han Fei quickly took all the resources. "Even 1 drop of life spring water would be great. If I can get 10 more such warehouses of these things, then I can get 10 drops." A weird gleam flickered in Han Fei's eyes. For others, this pile of things might not be of much use, but for him, it was a different story. He had the demon purification pot. Before, he felt that it consumed too much spiritual energy to deduce combat skills with spiritual energy. But now, Han Fei felt that spiritual energy was probably the easiest thing to get in this world. The deduction cost had begun to be measured in billions of spiritual energy. However, there were many ways to get spiritual energy. He would set a small goal first and get 10 billion points of spiritual energy. The total amount would be enough for him to deduce most of the combat skills he had. After collecting the resources in the Free Trade Valley, Han Fei perceived that a peak-level law enforcer had come to the array. The man respectfully held a sun moon shell and said, "Master Ye, Master Qing Sha, this is the resource collected this month." Han Fei was overjoyed. "Someone came to give me resources before I leave?" As for Master Ye, who was nailed to the ground by Han Fei, his eyes widened. He felt very aggrieved and seemed to want to struggle. "Pa!" Han Fei knocked him out with a slap, twisted his body, and disappeared. The next moment, when Han Fei reappeared, he was holding a dead half-merman. Han Fei threw the man to the ground and put the sun moon shell in to forge the universe. He narrowed his eyes and said, "It seems that people come here a lot. Since I'm here, shouldn't I do something?" The old turtle said carelessly, "Time is tight. You won't have a chance if the battle is over." The old turtle was speechless. Yesterday, he had tricked this kid into robbing the Ice God Canyon. But now, it had only been a day, and this kid had really come. And he had robbed the Ice God Canyon thoroughly. Looking at Han Fei, who was drawing arrays, the old turtle felt that if this kid became a king, he would probably reach the peak of the demonic path. At this moment, Yu Jing was hesitating whether to leave or not. If he left, what if Han Fei won and caught up with him? Besides, Han Fei said that he had done something to her soul. Was it a big problem? If he didn't leave, what if Han Fei lost? While he was hesitating, he suddenly heard a voice in his head, "Hee, you're still here. You've passed the test. Okay, there's only one peak-level Dao seeking powerhouse and a shark in the valley, which have been killed by me. Something will happen in the valley later. Remember to seize the chance and rob those refining shops." Yu Jing trembled and immediately replied, "Yes, my lord." Yu Jing was a little dumbfounded. How long had it been? It had only been half an hour, but the peak-level great demon guarding this place was already dead? He didn't know who it was, but the shark in Han Fei's mouth must be Master Qing Sha. Thinking of this, Yu Jing felt his mouth go dry. Qing Sha, an advanced Dao seeking powerhouse, had died so quietly? He didn't even feel the void fluctuations. However, Yu Jing was finally relieved. Fortunately, he didn't run away. Otherwise, the consequences would have been disastrous. Boom! All of a sudden, thousands of kilometers away, terrifying spiritual waves spread out. Yu Jing immediately tore open the void and walked over. However, as soon as Yu Jing came out, a long and low voice roared, "Today, I'm going to become a venerable. Everyone in the city, come to the Free Trade Valley and receive the baptism of the Dao runes." Hiss. Venerable? Master Ye is about to become a venerable? Great news! Master Ye is about to become a venerable. Someone exclaimed, "Come on, this is a great opportunity. It's too mysterious for ordinary people to observe." Someone rushed forward. "The baptism of the Dao runes. I didn't expect Master Ye to be so generous." I can't believe I have such a chance. There were also a few people who were puzzled. Become a venerable? Why does it seem different from the rumors? Someone was surprised. Can the Tao runes baptize people? Yu Jing was stunned for a moment, and a curse suddenly rang in his mind. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and take all the resources you can get for me. Yu Jing trembled again, shocked. He was thinking, since this person could create an illusion of a Tao rune, he must be a prehistoric demon. Besides, Master Ye, who was a senior peak level Tao-seeking powerhouse, had also died quietly. Half an hour later, Han Fei attracted the attention of thousands of creatures and made Yu Jing steal a lot of resources. Outside the iceberg warehouse of the Free Trade Valley, a weird rhythm echoed. And the five-colored brilliance was eye-catching. Someone was shocked. What kind of Tao runes are these? It looks like they're from the heavens. Someone sighed. Come on, sit cross-legged. This is a once-in-100-year wonder. We have to comprehend it well. Someone grinned. The Waterwood world made such a fuss about the fact that they were going to have one more venerable. How hilarious. Who could have known that there would be one more venerable in the Ice God Canyon too? While these people were discussing, Han Fei had recalled 9 sounds and ire. Seed and suddenly appeared beside Yu Jing. Yu Jing was stealing resources from a weapon shop. When he saw Han Fei suddenly appear, he asked in a daze, My lord, aren't you going to be a venerable? Venerable my ass. Let's go. Boom. Rumble. As soon as Yu Jing said so, a terrifying explosion resounded thousands of kilometers away, the sea trembled, and the waves surged. Translator *Henyi Translations Editor *Henyi Translations. There had never been such a terrifying explosion in the Ice God Canyon. The mushroom cloud was beyond description. The entire area of the Free Trade Valley had been blown up. The surrounding area was blown to pieces, and at least 10 iceberg bodies nearby were instantly blown to pieces. When Han Fei and Yu Jing drilled out of the void thousands of kilometers away, they could still feel the terrifying impact coming at them. The ice underneath them broke and collapsed. In the sky, large chunks of hailstones fell like small bombs. Yu Jing looked at Han Fei in shock, wondering what he had done to cause such a horrible explosion. Han Fei nodded in satisfaction. Although this explosion cost him a lot, it was worth it. Han Fei had planned to escape at the last moment. After all, he had already made a fortune. However, on second thought, Han Fei realized that the old turtle was right. He didn't seem to need much of the spiritual spring now. All in all, he had looted the Fire Spring and Free Trade Valley and accumulated as many as 7 million caddies of spiritual spring. This didn't include some of the spiritual spring that Yu Jing seized the opportunity to grab. In short, at the last moment, Han Fei didn't hesitate to put 5 million caddies of spiritual spring in the array and detonate it. 5 million caddies of spiritual spring? That was equivalent to 5 billion points of spiritual energy. No one would do that even if they didn't consider the spiritual spring as money. Han Fei chose to play this game for 2 purposes. First of all, this tribulation battle was caused by him. Then, there would be the matter of Yu Chen entering the Tao. Now, the Waterwood world was in a tense situation. Logically speaking, he should help attract some attention. Otherwise, if he borrowed someone else's place to transcend the tribulation and caused them a huge trouble, but then ran away, that would be too Ungrateful. However, ordinary squabbles couldn't attract the attention of the strong masters. Venerable-level powerhouses wouldn't care much about the death of a few Tao-seeking great demons. With what Han Fei did, it could be said that the sea demon gathering place that occupied nearly 10,000 square kilometers was almost destroyed. Besides, Han Fei was used to taking advantage of troubled waters. He wouldn't have a chance to rob other places until it became a chaos here. After all, the Ice God Canyon itself was the most important place. At this moment, the gathering place of the sea demons in the Ice God Canyon was a mess. The center of the explosion that ranged about 3,000 kilometers was directly crushed into pieces. Within a radius of 500 kilometers from the core, even the sea spirit was not spared. They were directly blown to smithereens by the terrifying power of the explosion, without even a trace left. As for the distance of 500 kilometers to a range of 1,000, the total damage was 60%. In other words, in this explosion, Han Fei killed an astronomical number of sea demons. At this moment, in the void above the ice city wall, 5 venerables were fighting. At the moment the Ice God Canyon exploded, a sea demon venerable immediately roared, shoal, I didn't expect the Waterwood world to be so despicable. A clam girl shouted, how dare you, Ice Domain? We haven't fought in 100 years, but this time, you dare to go deep into the Ice God Canyon and launch a sneak attack? I'd like to see which one dares to attack our territory. On the Waterwood world side, a big icebird was dumbfounded. It asked a human venerable next to him via voice transmission, do we have such a plan? Why didn't I know? The human venerable replied in confusion, I don't think so. The battle is getting intense. There's no time to arrange a sneak attack on the Ice God Canyon. However, the timing is perfect. Something happened the moment the venerable of the Ice God Canyon arrived. It seems that our people have already planned it. They even hid it from us. However, among the 3 venerables of the Sea clan, the old turtle man fell into a state of confusion. That's not right. I searched myself and chased them all the way to the ice city wall. Why did something still happen behind me? A human venerable said via voice transmission, one more venerable. The ice domain won't stop fighting today. While the venerables were fighting, 2 phantoms were standing in the sky. They were a beautiful woman and a cold young man. If Han Fei were here, he would have recognized that this woman was Queen Life. To be able to confront Queen Life in person, the identity of the young man could be imagined. When the terrifying explosion echoed in the ice domain, both of them looked at the ice domain. The cold man's eyes narrowed as if he wanted to see through the space fog and land his vision on the place of the explosion. However, a scene that exceeded his expectations occurred. The heavenly secrets. They were in chaos, and he couldn't see anything. The cold man wasn't the only one who didn't see it through. Queen Life couldn't see it through either. Huh? Queen Life frowned slightly. A place that even a king couldn't see through could only mean that someone in that place had messed up the heavenly Tao there with their divination technique. Therefore, she couldn't see it through. The cold man snorted and glanced around. When he saw Jinger in the dark war port, he frowned. I'm rather curious. Which venerable from the Waterwood world is behind this? Queen Life smiled without saying a word. How could I not know what kind of venerable there was in Waterwood world? The only one who could avoid my investigation was the Insect King. However, the Insect King was fighting at the Dark War port. In other words, the one causing trouble in the Ice God Canyon wasn't venerable. Could ordinary explorers go to the Ice God Canyon? Even if they went to the Ice God Canyon, a peak-level explorer wouldn't be able to cause such a huge uproar. Queen Life's heart stirred as she had a guess. She swept her gaze again, this time not at the people in the Ice God Canyon, but at the wisp of green. Jinger's venerable token. It's really him. There was no need to speculate. On the second day after Han Fei came to the Waterwood world, things kept happening. Things like looting the ice domain, sweeping the fiery sea, and transcending the 4-9 King tribulation. At this moment, Han Fei had already run away. With such a troublemaker, there couldn't be a second person who bombed up the Ice God Canyon. Queen Life looked at the cold man and smiled. Emperor White Armor, it's not the first time that your White Shell Royal City has bullied my Waterwood world. Why? I just arranged a little trick, and you can't stand it? The cold man snorted. It's just a venerable. I'd like to see how much trouble he can stir up. Muwuhua, if you want to stop the war, you'll have to open the 1,000-mountain ancient realm and Queen Life smiled without saying a word, thinking, if you knew that this was just a junior explorer, I wonder what your mentality would be. Queen Life wasn't worried at all. Since Han Fei was the only one who could come to the Waterwood world and was so good at making troubles, he couldn't have done all this without some means or luck. Suddenly, through Jinger's venerable token, Queen Life could barely see that space. However, why did she see two half-mermen? Queen Life was intrigued. Was Han Fei related to the Sea clan? But on second thought, she was sure she knew Han Fei's identity. Since he wasn't related to the Sea clan, did Han Fei have a way to transform into a sea demon? Interesting. Han Fei didn't know that he had been seen through. Taking advantage of the big explosion, he and Yu Jing traversed the void. While flying, Han Fei said, on the way, if you meet any strong masters, tell them we're going to report the situation of the battle. Yu Jing asked, Master, there are at least 5 peak Dao-seeking powerhouses in the Ice God Canyon at the moment. Can we really rob here? Han Fei sneered. Didn't it just explode? Will the strong masters in the Ice God Canyon turn a blind eye to it? All of a sudden, Han Fei stopped with a thought and clutched Yu Jing with the void lines. Lend your body to me first. As he spoke, the arrays under Han Fei's feet were interlocked, and the breath concealing array and the stealth array were activated simultaneously. Only Yu Jing was still trying to rush forward. Buzz. In the void, 3 figures flew over one after another. In his heart, the old turtle said, 1 is in the peak of the Dao-seeking realm and 2 advanced. Han Fei made up his mind. Therefore, be fast. After we rob the Ice God Canyon, we'll have to run. Old turtle, keep attacking. Stop, Yu Jing, didn't you go to the Ice City wall? Why are you here? What happened in the Iceberg City just now? 3 Dao-seeking great demons were already standing in front of Yu Jing. At this moment, one of the advanced Dao-seeking demons held Yu Jing down with one hand. Whenever Yu Jing moved, he would tear him apart. Yu Jing was desperate because he couldn't control his body at all except for his soul. Roar. What answered the 3 of them was a terrifying beast roar. Translator * Henyi Translations Editor * Henyi Translations. Han Fei was very glad that he had been to the Grand Myriad Mountains, inheriting many combat skills, and at the same time, getting to know the combat skills of various races. He could catch them off guard and sneak attack them, but the creatures he didn't know naturally had different attacking methods. Similarly, they could catch him off guard. At this moment, Han Fei seemed to be controlling Yu Jing's body, but in fact, he just regarded Yu Jing as the carrier of his void lines. In an instant, Yu Jing was taken down. With a roar, Han Fei and the old turtle moved out one after another. The void lines shot out, and the black fog enveloped them. A shocking sword light slashed across the sky, and two advanced Tao-seeking creatures were directly killed by this slash. In terms of absolute strength, an advanced explorer was completely no match for Han Fei now. The sea demon's body withered. However, the moment he was enshrouded by the black fog, an ultra-quality divine weapon exploded. In an instant, Han Fei was blasted hundreds of kilometers away. He felt his internal organs tumbling, multiple wounds appeared on his body, and golden blood dripped. The big demon who was at the peak of the Tao-seeking realm was even more miserable. The explosion was closest to him. After being struck by the explosion, he was almost blown to pieces on the spot. At this moment, Han Fei saw that the big demon at the peak of the Tao-seeking realm had turned into a big octopus. However, at this moment, 4 of its tentacles had been blown up, and there were only 5 left. At this moment, the latter had just torn open space and ran out. Han Fei's heart did a flip. Huh, Yu Jing? Where is Yu Jing? The old turtle was lost for words. That little jellyfish was weak in the first place. Now that an ultra-quality divine weapon exploded, he, a junior peak-level Tao-seeking sea demon, was certainly crushed. Han Fei said in surprise, how can it be? He's in the Tao-seeking realm. Anyway. Han Fei was speechless. I just found a spy to bewilder the Tao-seeking realm. Demons who came to chase me. I didn't expect that the spy would die so quickly. Han Fei roared, shoal, I'm gonna kill that octopus. Han Fei didn't tear open the space, but chased in the void. He could see the outside world in the void and found that the big demon was holding a big conch and howling. Han Fei's face changed greatly. Not good. Kill him now. In the blink of an eye, Han Fei didn't even have the time to cast the divine healing technique on himself before he rushed out. At this moment, he had no time to hide anymore as Snowmorn thrust at that sea demon in the void. At the moment when space was torn apart, torrents of knives gathered. The big octopus's reaction was not slow either. A big eye suddenly appeared on the octopus's head. Swish! A laser-like terrifying ray shot directly at Han Fei. Han Fei's face immediately changed. Was his skin burnt? What kind of attack was this? Even his current skin was easily burnt through? And the big octopus was also dumbfounded. What kind of skin is this? My purple electric light didn't even penetrate his body? Pfft! Han Fei glared and roared, roar. The 100-beast soul-subduing roar was launched, and Snowmorn was activated. Under this blow, Han Fei actually pierced through this peak-level great demon. This was a rather terrifying battle record. Buzz! At that moment, the black fog enveloped the Tao-seeking realm demon again. Han Fei lowered his head and looked at his chest. His chest, a little to the right of center, was pierced by the purple light that startled him and almost penetrated his chest. What a terrifying power! In his heart, the old turtle's voice sounded, not good, go now. 2 seconds after Han Fei tore open the void, he suddenly trembled. Then, he heard the old turtle's reminder. How could he dare to be careless at this moment? He tore open the space crack again and drilled in. Arrays popped up under Han Fei's feet, which were all concealment arrays and mist arrays. Humph. A big hand pinched, and dozens of arrays shattered. A silver-blue seahorse appeared in the void and transformed into a human. Huh? The seahorse squeezed the array, only to find that among the arrays, there was a short-distance teleportation array that was being annihilated. With a thought, the seahorse venerable immediately swept the area, but his frown deepened. Why is there no one here? After searching the surrounding 50,000 kilometers, the seahorse venerable didn't find anyone. He said to a conch via voice transmission, I found the target, but he ran away. He's not a venerable, but a peak-level explorer. This person's concealment technique is quite exquisite and can avoid my perception. I'll personally guard the Ice God Canyon and wait for him to appear next time. There was no telling who the seahorse was talking to, but Han Fei couldn't hear it. He had already entered Forge the Universe. Half an hour later, in the undulating sea, a little jellyfish suddenly stretched its body and quietly swam to the sea beyond the ice domain. Eugene panicked. Han Fei, including the venerable, didn't know that Eugene's original body was an extremely special jellyfish, known as the misfortune jellyfish. The reason why Eugene refused to go to the front line, just like his name, was that he would basically never come back. He would really trigger bad luck. He was still 200,000 kilometers away from the Ice City wall when he met Han Fei, this punk. He had finally formed an alliance with Han Fei, but this troublemaker was targeted by a venerable. He didn't know if Han Fei had been killed or not, but he didn't care. It would be better if Han Fei was killed. He had snatched a batch of resources and didn't give them to Han Fei. Eugene fled unhurriedly. As a misfortune jellyfish, his recovery ability was unimaginably strong. Although bad luck was bad luck, if it wasn't the 10 ultimate deadly sights, he generally couldn't die. As long as he didn't die, he could recover in less than 10 years. Besides, he still had resources on him, which could greatly shorten the time of recovery. Heh. I won't stay in the front line anymore. I'm going to the royal city. Han Fei's strategy of quickly attacking and looting failed. At this moment, Han Fei cursed, Eugene, that be asterisk starred, didn't he say that there was no venerable in the Ice God Canyon? Sure enough, those who are not of our race can't be trusted. I'm too innocent. I need to take a lesson from it. Hearing Han Fei muttering to himself, the old turtle was simply lost for words. Innocent? How are you innocent? Isn't Eugene a nice guy? He was blown up into nothingness because of you. Han Fei took out a few sun moon shells regretfully, which he had taken from the peak-level great demons just now. F***CK. The old turtle asked, what's up? Han Fei's pupils widened. I forgot that there is still a batch of resources on Eugene. That son of a turtle. I screwed up. The old turtle roared angrily, come on, tell me, what's wrong with being the son of a turtle? Do you know how many people in the world want to be my son? Han Fei was speechless. Why are you so angry? The old turtle snorted. Actually, you're not bad. If you can take me as your foster father. Before the old turtle finished speaking, Han Fei sneered. You owe me a peak level Dao-seeking demon for what you said. Remember that you owe me. Who are You? What makes you think you can take advantage of me? I'm going to be a king. How can I be defiled by others? The old turtle. The two chatted for a while, and Han Fei looked at his more than 2 million caddies of spiritual spring, thinking, I can't go out for the time being. I have to take my time to explore this ice god canyon. But if he really took things slowly, he would have no chance to sneak into the ice god canyon after the war in the Waterwood world ended, and he would be in danger. Han Fei murmured, if I were a venerable, I would definitely have stared at this space. The old turtle said, it's your fault for drawing a short distance teleportation array. If it were a long-distance teleportation array, no one would be watching this place. Han Fei said with a black face, in such a short time, I had to have the time to carve a long-distance array. Humph, no, the sea is dangerous. I have to draw hundreds of fish skin maps in advance. The old turtle. A day later, a lot of fish skin maps had been placed in front of Han Fei. He wondered if he should go out first. Suddenly, the old turtle said, do you think venerables are so impatient? Han Fei. Han Fei gritted his teeth. If the venerable watched here for 8 or 10 years, how could he escape? At this moment, Han Fei really wanted to hide his real realm and then turn back into a sea spirit. Huh? Wait. Suddenly, Han Fei's heart stirred. How long had it been since he paid attention to the progress of his cultivation technique? Han Fei suddenly straightened his body. Right, he had learned too many combat skills. Up to this day, many combat skills had been eliminated by his subconscious. However, he had the demon purification pot. Why should they be eliminated? At that moment, Han Fei's heart was ignited again. He found that he still had a lot of room for growth. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. After entering the Scattered Stars Island from the Blue Sea Town, Han Fei felt that he had been rapidly absorbing various skills such as refining techniques, arrays, and various combat skills. Then, it was the outer sea area and the ancient battlefield. The Thousand-Star City was even more dangerous. On the trip to the Ideal Palace, Han Fei had lived an additional life out of thin air. He had also obtained many combat skills and had been growing. He didn't have the time to polish himself until the 4 years in the wind Rain Village. At that time, Han Fei's only thought was to fuse his old self with his original body more thoroughly and completely dig out his strength, so he didn't pay attention to combat skills. At this moment, when Han Fei explored the outer sea alone again, he suddenly felt like he was exploring the level 3 fishery. At that time, Han Fei felt that everything he saw was good stuff. Maybe, the Waterwood world was really new and aroused Han Fei's interest. At this moment, Han Fei sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and scanned. One combat skill after another flashed through his mind. The War Soul Bow art seemed to be able to be abandoned for the time being. The Waterwood world's bow combat skills had obviously gone further than the War Soul Bow art. If he wanted to learn a bow art, he would first learn the combat bow technique of the Flying Feather Division. The Million Knife art or 10,000 knives in one was no longer enough for him to use. The deduced combat skill of the 10,000 knives in one was the Million Thoughts Knife Light. If he guessed right, it should be heaven level. Divine quality. But he didn't lack offensive combat skills now, so he could postpone it and save some resources. When Han Fei saw the Thousand Faces technique, he smiled. This was the technique that enlightened him just now. If he continued to deduce the Thousand Faces technique, would he be able to hide his strength? There was also the grand soul hosting technique. Han Fei hadn't used this evil technique once. Back then, he thought it was an evil technique with too many drawbacks. But now, as long as he could deduce it, the evil technique might be able to transform into a divine technique. Who said that good and evil were completely separated? Han Fei continued to scan. The art of invincibility and the sacrificing punch were both comprehension-type combat skills and couldn't be deduced. Besides, they were already very strong, so there was no need to deduce them. Although the 108 desolate god body and the 64-dimensional fish dragon dance could be deduced, he had just made a breakthrough in the indestructible body. So the effect of the heavenly void divine movement would only be better than the fish dragon dance. He could temporarily give them up. Han Fei quickly recalled. I forgot about the divine healing technique. Now there are always terrifying explosions. It's necessary to continue to deduce it. What if I'm injured? Soul-splitting technique. This is the same as the grand soul hosting technique, but the soul-splitting technique is much more advanced. Heavenly variation technique, that's a transformation technique. I can try deducing it. The demon god scripture, this Sea Clan's technique is unrated and close to the Tao. I can try to practice it when I take the sea demon form. Looking further, Han Fei found combat skills like the 100 War Divine Hammer cost too much spiritual energy. Any of them required 500 million points of spiritual energy to deduce. The deduction of the Beast King technique, the Heavenly Void Divine Movement, and the Star Teleportation technique required 1 billion points of spiritual energy. This terrifying number made Han Fei regret the 500,000 spirit spring he had used before. Of course, Han Fei didn't regret it for long. Anyway, he could still snatch resources in future. Therefore, Han Fei pondered and confirmed the few techniques he was going to deduce. They were: the Thousand Faces technique should be able to facilitate better concealment. When he deduced it to the later stages, he might try deducing the grand soul hosting technique, the soul splitting technique, or both. He had to deduce the heavenly variation technique. This was related to whether he could transform into more creatures. In short, he could basically transform into all the creatures who ran on land or flew in the sky with the help of the Beast King technique, but not all the animals swimming in the water. The divine healing technique, a magic technique for self-recovery, could help him advance as a spirit gatherer. After choosing the 4 techniques, Han Fei immediately took a breath, looked at the Thousand Faces technique, and shouted, deduce. 1,000,000 points of spiritual energy were consumed. 1,000 opportunity technique, heaven level, low quality, too lousy. Keep deducing. 10,000,000 points of spiritual energy were consumed. Heavenly change technique, heaven level high quality, still can't hide my strength. Keep deducing. 30,000,000 points of spiritual energy were consumed. Hidden mystic technique, heaven level, divine quality. It can change one's realm, but it can't hide the potential of one's spiritual heritage. Seeing that the deduction cost of this technique had become 100 million points of spiritual energy, Han Fei smiled bitterly. Sure enough, as long as a technique was deduced to the extreme, the amount of spiritual energy needed was an astronomical figure. This time, Han Fei was overjoyed. He got it. Deceit technique, venerable level, low quality. Introduction: this is a secret technique that combines the characteristics of thousands of marine psychedelic creatures. It can give birth to a deceptive bead through a special way of spiritual energy circulation, which can transform your strength, realm, smell, appearance, and body shape without limit. Shortcoming 1, it's easy to make you lose yourself. Shortcoming 2, you can't simulate the realm above your real realm. Deduced art, unknown. Deduction cost, 0/500 million. Note, the deceit technique sometimes can even trick you yourself. You have to be careful. Han Fei took a deep breath. This technique is too powerful. It can even fool me myself? No wonder it can fool others. Also, the deceit technique could store the power of different identities, strength, and auras through a bead. It was literally a dream disguise technique. Well, although the name was too ordinary, it was more advanced than the so-called hidden mystic technique, right? Gulp. When Han Fei was deducing, the old turtle didn't dare to say a word, because he found that his head was spinning, as if it were unconsciously following Han Fei's consciousness. Besides, the old turtle saw that the spiritual energy in Han Fei's forge, the universe, was quickly being consumed. Soon, almost 150 million points of spiritual energy had gone. Needless to say, the demon purification pot must have taken it. This puzzled the old turtle. Han Fei could indeed control the demon purification pot to do some things, but he didn't know what he could do exactly. Han Fei slightly suppressed his excitement. This time, he had to deduce 4 techniques. By conservative estimation, more than half of the spiritual spring would be consumed, so he certainly couldn't neglect it. Han Fei immediately glanced at the soul-splitting technique. He chose to temporarily abandon the grand soul-hosting technique. The original purpose of the grand soul-hosting technique was purely to possess someone, which was a possession technique. This kind of technique was more like protecting oneself. It was more effective when one was at the brink of death and attempted to make a comeback. However, possession also meant losing one's cultivation, right? And the following deduction of the soul-splitting technique was the soul-splitting Tao. That word Tao attracted Han Fei. Deduce. 100 million points of spiritual energy evaporated without a trace, which made the old turtle's pupils constrict again. Although 100 million points of spiritual energy was actually very little. In his eyes, if one was to swallow this amount of spiritual energy in an instant, he should at least have the strength above the king level. But if one was above the king level, who would still swallow ordinary spiritual energy? Information popped up in Han Fei's eyes. Soul-splitting Tao, venerable level, high quality. Introduction: this technique can tear the soul apart and attach the soul to others' bodies. It can control unconscious creatures and also forcibly kill the souls of low-level creatures to live in their bodies. When one's body dies, he can forcibly deprive a large number of living souls and absorb the power of living souls to maintain his own soul for the purpose of possession. This is a great Tao of undying soul-splitting. If you walk this path, you have the chance to become a king. Deduced art, unable to be deduced. Remarks: this technique has returned to the great Tao. You can practice it, but you can't continue to deduce it. Hiss. Han Fei was dumbfounded. What's going on? Has this technique already entered the Tao? This soul-splitting technique was heaven-level, divine quality in the first place. After only one deduction, it had reached the soul-splitting Tao and became a great Tao. What one cultivated it, he could be even immortal. Han Fei was a little incredulous. I've only spent 100 million points of spiritual energy, and I have been able to enter the Tao. And I could even be immortal and indestructible? But why do I feel it's like a cheap commodity? Han Fei couldn't help asking, Old Turtle, to what extent do I have to practice this technique before I can be immortal? Seeing that the demon purification pot had just stopped spinning, the old turtle didn't dare to argue with Han Fei, so he immediately replied. Longevity, if you were talking about the kind of immortality that is generally understood, then you are in the longevity realm. However, you should be able to understand, there is no such thing as immortality in this world, even for gods. Han Fei nodded. Immediately, Han Fei snorted at the soul-splitting Tao. The old saying was right. Nothing good was cheap. If the soul-splitting Tao was really so powerful, the snow god's temple wouldn't have been destroyed so easily. Disappointed with the soul-splitting Tao, Han Fei didn't care much. Although it was cheap, he could still use it. Han Fei finally focused his attention on the heavenly variation technique. The heavenly variation technique was already at the venerable level, but the cost of deducing it was only 100 million. Han Fei wasn't worried at all. Deduce. Buzz. When 100 million points of spiritual energy disappeared again and the demon purification pot revolved again, the old turtle slightly shivered. He didn't even know what Han Fei was doing. Why did this calabash have to eat 100 million points of spiritual energy in one moment and another? Was the cost of raising this calabash so high? Han Fei didn't know what the old turtle was thinking. He stared for a moment. And the information in his eyes changed again. Art of Evolution, Venerable Level, High Quality. Introduction. By observing the wonders of the evolution of creatures, you can completely deduce 3 kinds of methods of creature evolution and mutation. You can simulate their breath and completely transform into this kind of creature without being discovered. After the transformation, you will be no different from a sea demon heavenly talent. After the transformation, it takes 1 day to withstand another transformation. Creatures to be transformed: half merman, undersea person, mermaid. Deduced art, unknown. Deduction cost, 0/500 million. Note, with it, one can control or command certain marine creatures with one's own breath. Huh? An undersea person? Han Fei was about to ask the old turtle, but then he wondered if the old turtle could tell what he was doing from his questions. Forget it. I won't ask him now. Han Fei thought for a moment. He hadn't even seen the so-called undersea people, so he definitely couldn't transform into them. It was even more impossible for him to transform into a merman. The mermen were too special and probably rare even in the royal city. They were definitely the nobles of the Sea clan. He wouldn't choose to transform into them either. Therefore, in the end, he could only transform into a half-merman. However, unlike before, the risk of being exposed was gone. This meant that if he mutated again, he would become a real half-merman. The difference between the art of evolution and the deceit technique was that the former could really help him change into a different creature, while the latter was just a camouflage. In the end, Han Fei's gaze fell on the divine healing technique. Han Fei took a look. The deduction cost of the divine healing technique was only 10 million points. Han Fei smiled. Perhaps the divine healing technique was too useful and he neglected its true level. Deduce. A moment later, information popped up in Han Fei's eyes. Healing sheen, heaven level, low quality. Introduction: spiritual energy has a sheen, which is known as the divine healing sheen. The divine sheen is produced from spiritual energy, nurturing billions of creatures, and giving birth to the foundation of recovery. The healing sheen is pure, superseding art, sacred light art. Consumed spiritual energy, greater than 50 million points. Han Fei blinked. He seemed to have neglected something important. Healing was one of the basic skills of a spirit gatherer. However, whether it was the healing technique or the divine healing technique, they both used the healing sheen. This power actually existed in the world, floating in the void. The difference between the healing technique and the divine healing technique was that the divine healing technique gained more healing sheen in a short period of time. It didn't mean that the divine healing technique had better characteristics than the healing technique. This healing sheen was only heaven level, low quality, but Han Fei knew that this thing was probably much stronger than the divine healing technique. The only thing that puzzled Han Fei was why the power that a spirit gatherer could grasp was always low level. At least, he didn't see any spirit gatherer have particularly powerful healing techniques. Of course, he didn't remember that Diwu Weiguang had once used this technique on him. But this didn't stop Han Fei from continuing to deduce. If the healing sheen was only heaven level, low quality, there should be stronger healing techniques. Deduce. This time, the new information refreshed Han Fei. Holy light technique, heaven level, high quality. Introduction: there is a magic sheen between heaven and earth, which is called the divine healing sheen. The divine sheen is produced from the origin in the void, nurturing billions of creatures and being the foundation of recovery of all things. When the sheen forms a beam, it can become holy light. When the holy light descends, a miracle will happen. Superseding art, holy light chain. Consumed spiritual energy, greater than 200 million points. When he saw this information, Han Fei frowned. The introduction to the holy light technique had changed a little, but it wasn't the key. This was just a heaven-level high-quality technique, but a miracle was about to happen. The path of a spirit gatherer didn't seem simple. Seeing that the deduction cost had directly become 200 million, Han Fei's heart stirred. Looking at his remaining billions of points of spiritual spring, he didn't panic at all and continued to deduce. A moment later, information popped up again. Holy light chain, heaven level, divine quality. Introduction: there is a magic sheen between the heavens and earth, which is called the divine healing sheen. The divine sheen is produced from the origin in the void, nurturing billions of creatures and being the foundation of recovery of all things. When the sheen forms a beam, it will shine on all creatures, forming a healing chain, and will treat all injured creatures within the range. Recovery range: depending on strength, layout, and realm, the healing range is different. Superseding art, heaven enlightenment divine technique. Consumed spiritual energy 1 billion points. Remarks: current range, 1,000 meters. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. It turned out to be a group treatment. This was something he had never heard of. If someone on the Scattered Stars Island mastered this holy light chain, he would definitely become super popular. However, what tempted Han Fei most was the heaven enlightenment divine technique. The path of a spirit gatherer was definitely not simple. Even the Beast King technique, which was also heaven level, divine quality, only cost 500 million to deduce, but the heaven enlightenment divine technique cost 1 billion. It could be seen that the level of this technique was even higher. Then the Beast King technique. Looking at the spiritual spring, Han Fei thought to himself, if I continue to deduce, I'll probably be poor again. Heh. Deduce. Han Fei suddenly grinned. He dared to give up 5 million caddies of spiritual spring and even blow up Iceberg City. What was the big deal of a mere 1 billion points of spiritual energy? He could snatch it back anyway. Deduce. Buzz. The old turtle had been observing Han Fei. However, all of a sudden, he saw that Han Fei's spiritual spring was almost emptied. The huge amount of spiritual spring was suddenly absorbed without a trace, which stunned the old turtle. The old turtle knew that Han Fei must be doing something big. After all, that was 1 billion points of spiritual energy. At the same time, in the outside world, this ice domain, oh no, the entire Waterwood world battlefield, the sky rumbled, clouds parted, and the sun shone. Huh? Huh? All the venerables looked up at the sky. A subtle power seemed to be blooming. On the battlefield, some people were fighting excitedly. Zhou Fei was covered in blood, the longbow in his hand had been broken, and the 3 shrimp soldiers in front of him attacked him. He knew that he probably couldn't escape. Zhou Fei roared, even if I die, I won't die in the hands of the Sea Clan. A lobster soldier's face changed drastically. Not good. He's going to blow himself up. Retreat. When the 3 shrimp soldiers retreated, suddenly a beam of light fell from the sky and hit Zhou Fei. Ah! Zhou Fei had already activated his spiritual energy and was about to explode. However, as soon as the light fell, he felt as if he was lying on a soft sand bed. The wonderful feeling made him forget what he was going to do. Amidst the extreme comfort, Zhou Fei's wounds were recovering at a visible speed. Even the penetrating wound on his abdomen and the leg bone that was cut in half were rapidly healing. It was not until 3 minutes later that Zhou Fei finally came back to himself. He was shocked. His injuries had almost recovered in an instant. It was not just Zhou Fei. On many battlefields, many humans were enveloped by pillars of light. The scene was like in ancient times, when billions of beams of light shot down from the sky. It was extremely shocking. Those who didn't know what happened would think that aliens were attacking Earth. In the holy light, someone shouted, "My injuries are all healed." Someone roared, "I feel energetic and can still fight." A spirit gatherer was shocked. Who is it? Is it the Queen? Some venerables were dumbfounded. That's not right. This isn't the power of a king at all. It's more like a manifestation of a great Tao. That's why it has such a terrifying healing ability. And soon, both the Waterwood world and the sea demons discovered that in the entire battlefield, those who could be baptized by the white light were all humans who were seriously injured. Even a fool knew that this matter was definitely related to a powerhouse of the human race. A bug roared, "Has a human strong master appeared?" The Sky Clan hovered and looked around, trying to find the person behind the 9 human venerables. Oh no, plus a Yuchen, who had just made a breakthrough in a bloody battle, were all shocked. Wu Shangshui murmured, "The human king is back?" Queen Life and the king of the Sea Clan were both shocked and looked at the sky solemnly. The cold-looking king said, "It's impossible for a new king to be born in this desolate land. I'm rather curious. What has been brewing in your Waterwood world recently?" Queen Life ignored him and slightly turned her head, but she was slightly unhappy. Is this the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique? The unparalleled great Tao of a spirit gatherer has been exposed at this moment. At this moment, Han Fei, who was hiding in Forge the Universe, didn't feel anything. He was looking at the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique in a daze. Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique, unrated. Introduction: this technique is known as the Immortal Art. It's produced from the origin of the void and can summon infinite healing sheen at the cost of lives. The light of heaven enlightenment can cleanse evil and heal wounds. Effect 1: Healing sheen. Depending on the condition of the injured, a large amount of spiritual energy is consumed to quickly heal the injured. Effect 2: Overdrawing of life. The user can use the divine power of heaven at the cost of his life in exchange for recovery of his injured body. Effect 3: The Great Tao of Heaven Enlightenment. Whoever enters this Great Tao controls the Great Tao of Heaven Enlightenment, and their lifespan doubles. The effect of overdrawing life gradually decreases with the growth of strength. Deduced art, unable to be deduced, only comprehended. Consumed spiritual energy unknown. Note: the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique is just the beginning. The Great Tao of Heaven Enlightenment is the ultimate way for spirit gatherers to return. Gulp. When he saw this information, Han Fei was dumbfounded. Did I deduce another Great Tao? If the soul-splitting Tao, just now, only required 100 million points of spiritual energy to deduce, then the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique was 10 times more expensive. This was more like a Great Tao. Besides, the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique also said that this was just the beginning of the Heavenly Enlightenment Great Tao. He had only spent 1 billion points of spiritual energy to touch the beginning of a Tao. Han Fei's heart immediately sank. He discovered a phenomenon. It seemed that when combat skills reached the venerable level, if they continued to be deduced, they would no longer be combat skills, but a Great Tao. Did this mean that combat skills had almost reached the end when they reached the venerable realm? This was because further down, there was the Great Tao. If you didn't enter the Great Tao, how could you learn the strongest secret technique? It was precisely this that made Han Fei rather hesitant. Should he really choose one of these Great Taos? Although the realm of explorer was mainly to explore the Great Tao and explore the direction of his own Great Tao. Although he could deduce one Great Tao after another, in the end, with so many Great Taos in front of him, he could only choose one? How King sad would it be? Han Fei couldn't help but ask, Old Turtle, can each person only choose one Tao? The Old Turtle? The Old Turtle had been waiting for Han Fei to speak. However, he didn't expect Han Fei to ask this question. The question was, why? Did Han Fei ask this question? The Old Turtle couldn't help saying, it's already remarkable enough that ordinary people can get one Tao. Han Fei keenly perceived a word, ordinary people? Han Fei asked, what about the abnormal ones? For example, the unparalleled heavenly talents. Confusion appeared in the Old Turtle's eyes, but he still explained, the ordinary people that I'm talking about are just ordinary circumstances. A person usually chooses only one Tao in the end. Because the further they go, the more difficult it will be for them to explore a Tao. You can't even tell clearly how much progress you've made. Because of this, some people start to think, if we can't finish one Tao, why don't we choose more Taos? But Han Fei asked quickly, but what? The Old Turtle sneered and said, no matter what, you'll have to choose a Tao of origins in the end. This path is your inevitable choice. You can give up. Everything else, but not this path. Even if you want to walk on multiple paths, you'll still have to decide on a great Tao of origins. Otherwise, if your comprehension of the great Tao is not strong enough and your Tao runes are not deep enough, other Taos won't work on you either. Han Fei was silent for a long time. I see. So, how many Taos can a person choose? The old turtle was so angry that he laughed. You can choose as many as you want. However, the more you choose, the more uncertain the great Tao of origins will be. At that time, you won't know how to explore that great Tao at all. In the end, it's difficult for you to choose, your Tao heart is unstable. All your paths collapse, and you will forever be stuck in the realm of a half venerable or a half king. Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. Hearing the old turtle's explanation, Han Fei immediately understood. Therefore, in the end, it wasn't certain what path to take. Even ordinary explorers could choose many Taos. At this stage, being able to choose a great Tao of origins was the key to the problem. Han Fei curled his lips casually. Since there are millions of Taos, why are there still so many people who can't become venerables? Millions? The old turtle chuckled. If you want everyone to explore their own Tao, there are indeed millions of Taos. Huh? What do you mean? The old turtle said disdainfully, it's actually not difficult to step into the Tao. As long as you are an explorer, you can understand a Tao. Of course, very few people can do this step. What's really difficult is not to step into the Tao, but the quality of this Tao. Why do so many venerables stop at the half-king realm after they step into the Tao? Because their Taos are only enough for them to reach the half-king realm. As long as one can become a king, how can his great Tao be easily entered? Han Fei narrowed his eyes. Is it not difficult to enter the Tao? Han Fei had already understood. The old turtle had been an emperor for too long. He had probably forgotten that it was extremely difficult for ordinary people to enter the Tao. Besides, it was not easy to explore a Tao of origins to the extreme. What made Han Fei somewhat guess was that the old turtle said that many people explore their own Taos. Did it mean that in addition to their own Taos, there were also some other Taos that everyone could follow? Han Fei couldn't help but ask, so, there are still some great Taos in this world that most people can explore together? The old turtle nodded. Of course, the 5 major professions of the human race, the soldier explosion of the insect clan, the sky clan's speed Tao, and the demonic plants rely on accumulating their own heritage. These are all the most basic great Taos. We can walk together, but we can't coexist. Han Fei was stunned for a moment. What do you mean? We can walk together, but we can't coexist? The old turtle sneered. Think about it. If someone explores the same great Tao as you, what would you do? Han Fei was stunned for a while. What can I do? The old turtle chuckled. Swallow him, of course. You have the same great Tao of origins. As long as you take his great Tao, won't your great Tao of origins be several times more powerful than before? Wow. I didn't know that. Han Fei's eyes widened. This was too much. So he could snatch others' Tao? If he could snatch it all the time, then wouldn't he have to cultivate? The old turtle said, of course, there are always many great Tao of origins that you snatched, but had already comprehended, so your strength won't really multiply. However, on the same great Tao of origins, the stronger you are, the more difficult it is for you to coexist with others. Therefore, the people who explore the same great Tao in the end are all mortal enemies. Therefore, although some Taos are common, very few people can reach the peak. Han Fei's pupils were constricted slightly. If what you said is true, wouldn't the 5 major professions of human beings all become enemies in the end? The old turtle said leisurely, then have you ever wondered how the 5 major professions came about? Could it be a trap set up by the top powerhouses of these Daos, for them to hunt the growing king of the 5 major professions? Hiss. Han Fei was stunned and shocked. That's right. Although the 5 major professions have given people direction, who knows if this is a road of no return? Since they have embarked on the same great Tao of origins, why do the powerhouses of the 5 major professions have so many competitors for themselves? Han Fei couldn't help but shudder. Great Tao is 2F** king mysterious. A second thought of it would incur huge fear. The old turtle continued, especially people like you. On your path of invincibility, there must be geniuses from other races who walk the path of invincibility. If you really embark on this path, when you become strong enough, you will find that everyone you meet at that time can be called invincible. Isn't that terrifying? Han Fei. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. So, the road of invincibility is perilous because of the great Tao itself? The old turtle chuckled. Do you also know that the path of invincibility is perilous? Many people only know it, but they don't know why. However, it's fine to tell you this. The great Tao of origins is attracted to each other. Even many kings don't know this. Han Fei? The old turtle said, no matter what great Tao is, it will follow a strange rule. At some point, they will attract each other in a certain way, meet each other, and kill each other. Not only will the origins absorb each other, but the things that promote the growth of the origins will also attract you. This rule will be understood after you become a venerable. However, ordinary people call this rule luck. Gulp. Han Fei swallowed. So, it may be difficult to enter the Tao if you take your own Tao, but if you take a common, existing Tao, you may become others' leak? What is leek? Han Fei took a breath. It's a plant that grows and is harvested easily. The old turtle said leisurely, most people aren't even qualified to be leek. Han Fei's heart sank. In any case, according to the old turtle, neither the path of invincibility nor the great Tao of heaven enlightenment was not easy to explore. As for the former, after one entered the Tao, he might easily encounter a super powerhouse who also walked the path of invincibility. As for the latter, one might directly become a leak. Han Fei immediately took a deep breath. No. I'll return to the Yinyang world. In 3 years. I have to find a way to inform Luo Xiaobai and the others. Otherwise, what if I am cut off like leek by others when I reach the peak of my cultivation? That would be an unbearable loss. The old turtle said, actually, you don't have to be so nervous. Not everyone can be a leek. You're only a junior explorer now. What you should be thinking about is how to reach the peak sooner. When you reach the peak, you can take your time to think about what path you want to take. Han Fei let out a sigh of relief. What the old turtle said made sense. He had indeed thought too much. What path to choose was something only peak level explorers should think about. When he became a peak level explorer, he could at least guarantee that he Could go on a rampage in the Inyang world and Waterwood world, right? At that time, even if he couldn't beat a venerable, with all his techniques, his strength probably would be able to be comparable to a junior venerable. With this in mind, Han Fei immediately said, "That's true." Han Fei took a deep breath. Instead of practicing the new techniques that he had just deduced, he thought of something. With swishes, Little Gold, Nine Tails, Little Fatty, and the lapdog all came out. Meow, meow. The lapdog turned into an electric arc and was about to pounce on Han Fei. Han Fei raised his foot and kicked. "Every time you meow in the future, I will kick you. I will kick you until you doubt your life." Sizzle. Nine Tails quickly crawled to Han Fei, rubbing against Han Fei while teasing the lapdog that was kicked away with its 9 tails. The lapdog had never seen such a scene before. Although he was an ancient mutant, legend creatures were also big shots. Now 3 legend creatures had appeared in front of him all of a sudden, and their auras were probably that of law enforcers. Little Gold tilted his head and looked at the lapdog, as if wondering why there were such strange creatures in this world. Little Fatty rolled its eyes and observed the lapdog for a while. Then, he lost interest and looked at Han Fei. "I'm gonna make a breakthrough." With a thought, 4 big pits appeared in Forge the Universe. In each pit, there were about 50,000 caddies of spirit awakening fluid, which was completely incomparable to the nearly million caddies he had before. He had just snatched the spirit awakening fluid, and most of them were not from Tao-seeking great demons. This was because the spirit awakening fluid was not very useful to them. These spirit awakening fluids were basically snatched from the Free Trade Valley. Han Fei hesitated for a moment and said, "Your strength has reached the peak for a long time. Although there isn't much spirit awakening fluid, it should be enough for you to make a breakthrough." Although his strength was soaring all the way, he had been in the cycle of reincarnation and couldn't remember them at all. Later, when he left the ideal palace and came to Wind Rain Village, he couldn't make them break through in the ordinary fishery because they would probably be discovered. Therefore, Han Fei simply didn't summon them. However, from now on, Han Fei needed to find a way to push his pets to a new level. In 3 years, he thought that he should at least upgrade them to level 60. After all, he was already an explorer. Master, who are they?" The lapdog swished over and looked up at Han Fei curiously. Han Fei said casually, "Nine Tails is your eldest brother, Little Gold is your second brother, and Little Fatty is your third brother." After that, Han Fei introduced them. "This is Little 4, named Lapdog." "Woof. Master, I'm Heavenly Dog." Han Fei nodded. "Yes, Lapdog. Lapdog." Han Fei kicked them out. "Go swallow the spirit awakening fluid. If anyone doesn't make a breakthrough after swallowing it today, I will throw you into the sea demon's den." Swish. Apart from Little Fatty, Nine Tails and the other 2 quickly got into the spirit awakening fluid. Han Fei thought that he would have to let Little Black and Little White make a breakthrough next time. After all, Little Black and Little White were his spiritual beasts, but they had been struck at level 59 for a long time. At this moment, the old turtle asked in confusion, "Is that a 9-death soul splitting octopus?" Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Han Fei was deeply surprised that the old turtle knew Little Fatty. He asked excitedly, "Do you know him?" The old turtle was silent for a long time. "Why does the 9-death soul Splitting octopus recognize you as its master? Han Fei thought to himself, how can I tell you that? However, the old turtle said leisurely, I'm afraid it has something to do with this calabash. Han Fei said gloomily, just tell me. What's wrong with the 9-death soul? Splitting octopus? The old turtle pondered and said, nothing. I'm just surprised. Because I once met one. Although it's only a king, it can shake an emperor. Later, after the 9-death soul splitting octopus resurrected for the last time, it seemed to be eaten by the sea-swallowing demon whale. Han Fei took a breath. A king? Eaten? The old turtle snorted. Can't a king be eaten? Let me remind you that the so-called contractual spiritual beast is just an independent Great Tao contract. If you really want them to enter the Great Tao, you'll have to let them cultivate instead of using resources on them all the time. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. What if they die outside? The old turtle's voice buzzed, without experiencing bloody battles, even if you raise them into entering the Tao, so what? Then how did their ancestors come about? Were they raised by others? Han Fei realized what he said did make sense. Half a day later. To Han Fei's disappointment, except for the 9 tails, Little Gold and Little Fatty both failed to make a breakthrough. As for the lapdog, it was the weakest one in the first place, but it had drunk all the spirit awakening fluid, upgrading from level 41 to 45. This advancement speed even made the old turtle laugh, saying that the method was wrong. Han Fei didn't care if it was right or not. What the old turtle said made sense. Even contractual spiritual beasts had to grow. If he just kept them inside him, how strong could they be? As for worrying that the contractual spiritual beasts would die, he had traveled through mountains of blades and seas of fire, hadn't he? If he couldn't raise them as independent individuals, no matter whether they were legend creatures or ancient exotic species, how could they compare to real legend creatures? So far, Han Fei had only used them as his fighting tools. After the battle ended, their mission was basically completed. At this moment, information appeared in Han Fei's eyes. Name: 9-tailed mantis shrimp. Introduction: a mutant mantis shrimp, with fast speed and strong attacking power, good at hiding itself and attacking prey. Its 9 tails can turn into 9 divine chains, and it has extremely strong combat power. Level greater than 50. Quality legend. Spiritual energy 1, 8852 points. Food omnivorous, prefers shrimp. Battle technique void chains, 9-tailed soul stabbing. Remarks: current status, growth period. Han Fei frowned. 9 tails only had one more combat skill named 9-tailed soul stabbing. It sounded like a soul skill. However, 9 tails was too weak. At this moment, it was only level 50, equivalent to the sea demon realm. Even if it fought the fiercest, it was only a peak level sea demon. At this time, Little Gold peeped at him from time to time. Little Fatty, like a dead pig, lay limp on the ground. Only 9 tails was extremely happy, saying in his heart, Master, only I made a breakthrough. Am I awesome? Bang! Han Fei kicked him away. Others haven't made a breakthrough, but you have. It shows that your potential is not as good as others. Why are you being cocky? Seeing this, the lapdog trembled and thought to himself, Master is a bit fierce. My big brother is really unlucky. Shwa. The lapdog had already jumped to 9 tails and licked him with his big tongue, saying comfortingly, "Brother, don't be scared. I'm weaker than you." Nine Tails couldn't stand being flattered at all. He turned over and knocked the lapdog flying with his tender body. Han Fei frowned and recalled all of them. At this moment, Han Fei felt tired. It seemed that more contractual spiritual beasts were not always better. Yes, from the moment he went out, he would really have to let these guys cultivate outside by themselves for the next 3 years. If he didn't, the legend creatures would be crippled by him. 3 days passed. Roar. Han Fei struggled for a moment on the ground. It didn't hurt, but his flesh was a little tight and his physique was changing. When Han Fei turned from a half-merman into a more handsome one, he finally heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Oh, I didn't know that the operation of demonic energy could be so smooth." The old turtle couldn't help but say, "Huh. Your transformation technique seems to have become powerful? I can't even find that you're fake." Han Fei thought to himself, "Of course you can't, I'm a real sea demon with a pure bloodline and demonic energy. If I practice the demon god scripture, I'll definitely be an unparalleled heavenly talent among sea demons." Han Fei began to practice the deceit technique unhurriedly. After all, he had seen and known a lot of creatures. In Forge the Universe, there were still a bunch of sea demon bodies, which he could simulate. After more than an hour, Han Fei visualized thousands of creatures and finally chose a half-merman that nobody knew. He looked like Yuhanjia, one of the 8 wings of blue feather in the 10,000 demon valley of the Yin-Yang world. He looked a little gloomy. Huh. Is this the breath-concealing technique? No, it's a breath simulation technique. Oh, yes, it's a breath simulation technique, but it's quite clever. Why haven't I seen you use it before? Han Fei curled his lips and said, "Heh. Because I never wanted to pretend to be a sea demon before. Now, I'm going to mingle with them." Han Fei didn't care if the old turtle believed it or not. Anyway, the old turtle already knew enough secrets about him. He couldn't care that much now. Han Fei held an array map in his hand and said, "Old turtle, after we go out, in case the opponent's venerable is still around, you have to block his vision." The old turtle frowned. "I can cover up for 1 second at most. After all, I'm seriously injured." Han Fei curled his lips. "Hee hee. If I can't run away, you'll die too. We're on the same boat. You should know that we're not enemies." Confident that the old turtle had a way to do it, Han Fei issued an order in his heart and appeared in the void. In the void, Han Fei tore space without hesitation. After all, compared to the outside world, none of the creatures that could swim in the void were weak. He had to be careful. Shwa. At the moment when Han Fei tore the void, the old turtle suddenly said, "Only 1 second." The moment Han Fei tore open the void, the fish skin map in his hand opened, and a complicated long-distance teleportation array appeared. The moment he stepped out of the void, Han Fei seemed to hear a snort. However, no matter how fast the venerable was, it would take time for him to react. Han Fei had already stepped into the teleportation array. Buzz. In the next moment, Han Fei became half a head taller. His aura changed from that of a junior explorer to that of an advanced sea spirit. More than 8,000 kilometers away, Han Fei appeared in an ice canyon and strolled casually as if nothing had happened. Han Fei asked, "Old turtle, have you gotten rid of them?" The old turtle said, "Fortunately, you prepared the array map in advance. Otherwise, even with me covering up, you probably wouldn't be able to escape. There are venerables waiting for you. It seems that you disappeared too. Mysteriously before and were detected by him. If this time, he is just not sure. If you are around, then next time, he will definitely wait for you where you disappeared. Han Fei's heart trembled. If that was the case, then he couldn't expose himself again. Otherwise, how could he escape again? Han Fei didn't dare to release his perception too much at this moment. He asked, "Where are we now?" The old turtle asked, "Didn't you draw the teleportation array?" Han Fei said, "It's random. Do you think I dare to teleport to a fixed spot?" The old turtle glanced around and said in confusion, "If my guess is correct, this place shouldn't be too far away from the place you blew up last time, no. More than 3,000 kilometers away." "Oh? So close?" The old turtle said, "That entire city was blown up by you. It's being rebuilt." As soon as the old turtle finished speaking, a team of half-mermen swam close. From 300 kilometers away. Before Han Fei left, someone said to him via voice transmission, "Hey, you in front, wait a moment." Han Fei paused and pretended to look around. When the other party was 200 kilometers away, he looked at the team. "Huh? This person's perception is not weak." The leading female half-mermaid exclaimed in surprise. Before she arrived, she said telepathically, "You don't look familiar." Han Fei said, "I just came back from the Ice City wall." Immediately, a half-merman shouted, "What? You're running away?" Han Fei thought to himself, "It seems that the battle at the front line is not over yet." Han Fei immediately said domineeringly, "You can eat whatever you want, but don't say whatever you want. I, Yu Hanjia, am not the kind of person who escapes from a war. I just comprehended something in the battle and was about to make a breakthrough at any time, so I made an exception and came back. But my home is gone." The leading half-mermaid was relieved to hear that. "So you're going to make a breakthrough. Congratulations." Immediately, a half-merman cursed, "Your home is gone, but so are all ours. I don't know which B*** blew up the Ice Mountain City. Hundreds of millions of creatures died. It was a horrible scene. So far, no one knows what happened in the city that day." Someone added, "This matter is a mystery. Everyone who knows what happened is dead. Even the Venerable didn't discover the secret." The leading half-merman said, "Okay, enough chit-chat. By the way, Yu Hanjia, when do you want to make a breakthrough?" Han Fei wondered, "How did I kill billions of creatures? These half-mermen are really braggarts." Thinking that he still had to run, Han Fei immediately replied, "I feel probably soon. Just now, I was looking for a place to make the breakthrough." The leading half-mermaid said, "Fine, but it's not the best time. How about this? We'll protect you. When you make a breakthrough, you can become a peak level C spirit and join our inspection team." Han Fei couldn't have felt worse. "I'm F***king running away. Do you guys have any idea what's going on?" At this moment, Han Fei really wanted to kill these idiots. But the consequences were unpredictable. Who knew if a Venerable would watch them? Having no choice, Han Fei could only say, "That's good." Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. After deliberately waiting for half an hour, Han Fei released enriched demonic energy and made a breakthrough in front of these half-mermen. Because it was disguised, there was no earth-shattering scene. It seemed that it was just a small breakthrough. However, even so, when the cracking sound was heard, several half-mermaids looked envious. Yuhanjia made a big breakthrough this time. He can be counted as a heavenly talent now. Someone nodded in agreement. If he wasn't a heavenly talent, he wouldn't have specially come back from the front line to seek a breakthrough. Hanfei slowly opened his eyes, pretending to feel his strength a little. He looked surprised, but then he suppressed it. The female half-mermaid said, "How is it? A peak-level sea spirit is more than 30% stronger, right?" Hanfei nodded slightly. "I feel 40% stronger than before." The eyes of the female half-mermaid leader lit up. When an ordinary person made a breakthrough and advanced to the peak, it was already a huge leap for him to increase his strength by 30%. But this Hanjia was more than 40% stronger. This strength could not be underestimated. If he completely consolidated his foundation and made further progress above the peak, his strength could increase by another 20 to 30%. At that time, he would be a true genius. Immediately, the half-mermaid said, "My name is Yukaling, and I'm also the captain of this temporary inspection team. Since you've just returned from the front line and your home is gone, you might as well join my inspection team. When we return to the Ice God Canyon, with your strength as a peak-level sea spirit, there will definitely be masters who will extend an invitation to you." Hanfei frowned. "Huh? Are these people from the Ice God Canyon?" At first, Hanfei had already given up the idea of robbing the Ice God Canyon. But now, Yukaling said that she would return to the Ice God Canyon. If that was the case, wouldn't it be easy for him to sneak into the Ice God Canyon? It didn't matter if he could rob that place or not. If he couldn't, he could find an excuse and slip away without worrying about being discovered. Hanfei thought for a moment and smiled. Okay. Nobody had any objection to Hanfei's participation, because Hanfei's strength had been recognized by them, and he was on the same level as them. Furthermore, Ice Mountain City was being rebuilt. After all, there were many casualties. At this moment, as fellow clansmen, they had some compassion on this guy. Hanfei followed the inspection team all the way to the Ice Mountain City. Before they reached the Ice Mountain City, there was only floating ice and mountains that had been blown up. The Ice Mountain City had existed for countless years, but this was the first time this mountain was blown up. In fact, normal people wouldn't do this. The strong could only fight the sea demons of lower levels. Those who were not strong were not even qualified to enter the Ice Mountain City. Hanfei heard someone cursing in his ear, "Damn the Waterwood world. They must have been too arrogant recently. Look how many troubles they caused us." Someone said in a low voice, "I'm told that the Waterwood world has got a peerless genius who has transcended the 4-9 king tribulation and a new venerable. No wonder they became so arrogant recently." Yukaling said, "We don't have to discuss the front line. Waterwood world has a heavenly talent, but so does the royal city. They have to get a breakthrough in the outer sea, but we don't need to. So, the Waterwood world is just deceiving itself." That's right. Just because he passed the 4-9 king tribulation doesn't mean he can really grow up. Hanfei listened on the side and thought to himself, who are you looking down upon? If you have what it takes, try your luck. Believe it or not, you will be burnt into ash. Hanfei said casually, I know who you're talking about. Hanfei, a human, is indeed a genius. When I came back from the Ice City Wall, I heard that Hanfei is said to be invincible among his peers. He's quite famous in the waterwood world. Yu Kaling immediately turned her head and looked at Han Fei. Have you seen him? Someone said, how can it be so mysterious? Who is he? How dare he claim to be invincible among his peers? Han Fei sighed. I haven't seen him, but my brother has. Someone swam up and asked curiously, what did your brother say? Han Fei sighed again. My brother is a peak-level sea spirit. He had seen Han Fei once, but then he was killed by a single slash. Yu Kaling. Everyone. Yu Kaling looked at Han Fei deeply. My condolences. Someone said, it seems that we can only wait for the real genius of the royal city to come and kill him. Han Fei secretly sneered. I wonder how you will react when you know that I am Han Fei. The mountains and caves in the Ice Mountain City had mostly collapsed. Han Fei saw the huge pit that he blew up. And within 3,000 kilometers of the center of the explosion, various creatures were swimming in a panic. Some were rummaging through the ice, digging out the remains of some sea demons. Someone went underground and dug crazily as if searching for something. Someone sighed. I really want to know how powerful it is to be able to create such a huge pit and directly destroy the entire city. Someone said, the whole city might not be affected, but the shock wave destroyed half of the city. This is beyond doubt. I heard that the spiritual spring exploded. Yu Kaling said, okay, enough chit-chat. This impact was too great. Many places have become ruins. Now there are ownerless things buried everywhere. It's a mess. Let's try to maintain order. Han Fei looked at the crabs that were digging holes, the dragon snakes that were crawling out of the ice cave, and the half-mermen who were breaking the ice with their harpoons. Then, he looked at his teammates and then at Yu Kaling in shock. Can we maintain the order here? The other half-mermen also looked at Yu Kaling, and someone muttered, what's the point of maintaining order here? We can't control it. Ha ha ha. A low-quality divine weapon. Suddenly, everybody saw a big crab crawling out of the pit not far away, waving a harpoon excitedly and roaring. Instantly, Han Fei felt that someone beside him was breathing heavily. That person licked the corner of his mouth and said, Sister Kaling, why don't we look for resources too? Yu Kaling immediately glared at the person who spoke, then looked around, only to see that Han Fei was calm. She couldn't help but ask, Yu Hanjia, what do you think? Han Fei grinned. Just let them be. Anyway, these things are now ownerless. No matter who takes them, they will increase the strength of the Sea clan. Otherwise, if there is really a strong master interested in these materials, he wouldn't have sent you over to inspect. If he comes in person, who dares to take them away? Immediately, someone echoed, that's right, Sister Kaling. When the ice mountain city exploded, many strong masters seemed to have come, but no one said they wanted to collect these resources. Yu Kaling hesitated. Han Fei's explanation did make sense. Besides, nobody told her why they were sent here before they came. They didn't know anything, except that they were here to inspect. Han Fei said solemnly, if my guess is correct, you are actually the pillars of the Sea clan. The Ice Mountain City is in chaos, and countless people are searching for resources. Why did the superiors send you here? I'm afraid it's not as simple as maintaining the order, but to give you a chance to collect resources. This shows that the superiors value you. Swish swish swish. Everyone immediately looked at Han Fei with gratitude. That's great. They were wondering how to find an excuse. Oh, was there a better excuse than this? More importantly, they felt that what Han Fei said made sense. Someone immediately praised, although I haven't fought Brother Hanjia, I'm ashamed of my inferiority to Brother Hanjia's wisdom. Someone echoed, that's right. Such wisdom is rare even in the Ice God Canyon. The corner of Han Fei's mouth twitched. Do you think I'll believe you? You want to loot this place, don't you? Why do you have to make excuses for yourselves? Yu Kaling pondered for a moment and said, okay, then. You can search for treasures, but don't cause a riot. If you encounter a riot, stop it. Don't stay too far away from each other. We need to take care of each other. After Yu Kaling finished speaking, everyone dashed out with a swish. Only Han Fei didn't go to hunt treasure. Yu Kaling said in surprise, Yu Hanjia, don't you want to find some resources? The peak-level sea spirits require a lot resources. Han Fei smiled casually. The Ice Mountain City is so big. Almost all the places you can perceive have been scanned by perception. The key is the caves and arrays that can block perception. I'd like to try my luck in those places. Yu Kaling looked at Han Fei in admiration. Sure enough, no one who could become a peak-level sea spirit at such a young age was simple. Yu Kaling nodded. Okay. That makes sense. See you later. As soon as Yu Kaling left, Han Fei's eyes flickered. Let me maintain the order? Are you kidding me? I don't have the time. However, since I had come back to the Ice Mountain City, what should I do? Han Fei spread out his perception and secretly extended the void lines. In the distance, a black crystal sea snake was digging a hole. Suddenly, a big pincer clamped over. The snake was shocked and waved its long tail, but it was still half a step slower. Crack! The snake's body was directly clamped in half, but this snake was not dead. He was immediately furious. Why did you attack me? Many people nearby looked at them, but the crab still did its own thing and swept its claws again. In the eyes of the strong, the Ice Mountain City is nothing. Instead of searching for survivors, we might as well collect the resources. They are all ownerless and can be obtained with strength. Hardly had the big crab finished when one of the shrimp soldiers stabbed a starfish to death and roared, "Who stole the resources in my cave? Give them back." Similar things happened right away. As soon as the two began to fight, another half-merman attacked. Lowly lobster, put down my sea-swallowing seashell. A lobster raised its pincers horizontally. I found it first. Do you look down upon us lobsters? Roar. Nonsense. What makes you think you can compete with me? Die. Bang. 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 In an instant, many people were fighting fiercely. As for Han Fei, the culprit, he shuttled through the ruins unhurriedly, occasionally grabbing a sea demon to cause a little chaos, and occasionally digging out a sea-swallowing seashell from some ruins. Gradually, the Ice Mountain City became lively again. Because of an unknown reason, there were more and more fights here. Yu Kaling had just come to a place where two half-mermen were fighting. I command you to stop. However, one of them seemed to be startled by Yu Kaling, then was pierced by a harpoon and died. The man holding the harpoon widened his eyes. I didn't kill him. He bumped into my harpoon. Yuk Kaling's face was cold. Are you saying that I'm blind? Control was never as easy as sabotaging. Yuk Kaling was only an inspector, so she could only temporarily detain the villains she thought to be villains. However, there were so many creatures searching for opportunities in the ruins, so conflicts were inevitable. At first, within hundreds of kilometers, there might only be 2 or 3 conflicts. But since some time ago, this number had doubled. Of course, within 100 kilometers, there were only 5 or 6 fights. And the number was still small. However, don't forget, how many sea demons in the Ice Mountain City were weak? At first, the creatures compared who was faster, who had better perceptions, and who had better opportunities, relying on their strength to dig for opportunities. However, as the number of battles and deaths gradually increased, their thoughts began to change. Others can fight and scramble for resources. Why can't I? Han Fei wandered around for 3 hours, casually walking around the field. From time to time, he used the void lines to control 2 or 3 sea demons, to fight for treasures, and some even fought vigorously. Of course, all the creatures controlled by Han Fei died in the end. In Han Fei's heart, the old turtle said, "We can make a move now. Otherwise, the probability of death is too high. Someone will definitely notice the anomaly." Han Fei thought for a moment. It had only been 3 hours. Wasn't it too fast? Suddenly, more than 200 kilometers away from Han Fei, Yuk Kaling shouted, "Stop! Don't fight each other." Han Fei's lips curled. What a simple-minded half-mermaid, but you don't know. People's hearts were sinister. Han Fei also shouted, "Grab resources, but don't fight." As he shouted, he pretended to be surprised and asked in surprise, "Kaling, are you here too?" Yuk Kaling hadn't seen Han Fei for 3 hours and thought that Han Fei had left alone. It turned out that he was also maintaining order. The funny thing was that the people who came with her had already run away and were busy looting. Yuk Kaling said, "That's great. Let's act together later." However, what Yuk Kaling didn't notice was that Han Fei was smiling mysteriously at this moment. Buzz. Suddenly, in the distant sky, there was a huge amount of spiritual energy impacting as rays of light burst out. The intense spiritual energy attracted the attention of thousands of creatures around. Someone exclaimed, "What rich spiritual energy!" With the impact of the afterglow, a new pit must have been dug out. Someone was shocked. Such a terrifying spiritual energy impact. Is it the original site of the Free Trade Valley? Someone took a deep breath. It's indeed in the direction of the Free Trade Valley. For a moment, countless people gasped. Wasn't the Free Trade Valley already in ruins? Besides, countless people had already perceived that there was nothing there. Where did this terrifying spiritual energy come from? Huh? At this moment, Han Fei sensed that someone was scanning the area with his spiritual perception. The old turtle reminded him, "Just do what you should do. A venerable is perceiving." Han Fei was well aware of that. He looked at the Free Trade Valley in shock and shouted, "Kaling, let's go. It's going to be chaotic over there." Yuk Kaling gritted her teeth and looked at the man who had run away. She felt a chill down her spine and thought to herself, "Why are there so many things going on here?" Yuk Kaling said, "Let's go there. Hurry up." The venerable scanned with his perception and found some broken arrays deep in the Free Trade Valley. In the array was a damaged sun moon shell. In the distant void, a big seahorse shook its head slightly. It did make sense. The man had just escaped. There was no reason for him to cause trouble in the ruins. As for the mere sun-moon shell, let them take it. As soon as Han Fei and Yu Kailing arrived at the Free Trade Valley, they found that thousands of creatures had gathered here, including crabs, lobsters, flood snakes, half-mermen, sharks, glowing jellyfish, void-breaking conchs. Han Fei thought to himself, under such circumstances, the messier the better. Maybe I can take back the resources I lost. After all, no matter how small a mosquito is, it's still meat. Normally speaking, whether it was the sea-swallowing seashell or the sun-moon shell, they were not just shells, but represented a space. Although this kind of space could break too, it was much harder to break than ordinary space. Everyone thought that the sun-moon shell was an accident and was a resource left in the Free Trade Valley. However, at this moment, the array was half hidden, and these treasure hunters didn't see the whole picture. One by one, they drilled into the holes and went deep into the ruins. A half-merman suddenly grabbed a spear and was about to stuff it into his swallowing seashell when he heard a shrimp soldier shout, "Let go, or I'll stab you to death." The half-merman roared, "The fortune and treasures are ownerless." Bang! The ice exploded, and one of the overlord catfish was blown away, its scales shattered. Seeing that he didn't get the sun-moon shell, the overlord catfish immediately roared, "There is a sun-moon shell full of resources. Treasures are scattered everywhere. Grab it." Hiss. A full sun-moon shell? Many people were refreshed. The space of a sun-moon shell could reach at least a kilometer, and a lot of resources could be stored in it. Just the spiritual spring that escaped had already caused so much attention. Who knew what treasures were inside? Han Fei confirmed that no one was paying attention to him. Therefore, among the thousands of sea creatures, he found a random half-merman and threw out the void lines. The half-merman was refreshed and roared, "Who dares to monopolize the spoils? Kill him." The half-merman controlled by Han Fei rushed into the ruins and broke the ice with his harpoon. Electricity burst out of a jellyfish as it roared, "F***ck off." A purple sand eel was pierced through by a spear and roared, "Go to hell." Bang! 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 It was a complete mess here. Han Fei and Yu Kailing were wondering how to deal with this mess. Yu Kailing was having a headache. They were all troublemakers. Bang! Suddenly, the half-merman controlled by Han Fei was pierced through by a lobster soldier. Under the lobster soldier's shocked gaze, with a bang, the half-merman exploded. This explosion seemed to have shattered some of the remaining arrays in the ruins. Immediately, spiritual energy surged. A high-quality divine weapon flew out in the explosion. "Oh my god, it's a high-quality divine weapon. Come on, catch it." Yu Kailing shouted, "Don't panic. Stop killing." Buzz. When Yu Kailing was anxious, Han Fei took a step forward, condensed a hand in the air, and slapped a serpent away. After that, the water rippled, and a water snake rolled the high-quality divine weapon towards Han Fei. Roar! A black giant shark, spewing gales from its mouth, and a horn appeared on his head, thrusting at Han Fei. An ice fish waved his tail, freezing the 100 meters around Han Fei. An old turtle shouted, "Release the divine weapon." Yu Kailing was shocked. "Yu Hanjia, don't fight now." However, Han Fei roared in a low voice, "Everyone, stop. Divine weapons belong to those who deserve it. Look at yourselves, do you deserve it?" Han Fei casually waved the harpoon and smashed the ice fish, letting the black shark gales baptize him. Han Fei pointed the harpoon at the huge turtle shell. This scene stunned many people. Yu Kaling was slightly surprised too. The giant shark and the old turtle were both peak-level law enforcers. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come to snatch this high-quality divine weapon. However, they couldn't even resist Han Fei. In an instant, demonic energy surged from Han Fei's body, his eyes were cold, and he launched the Sea God Strike. Boom! Crack! 2 cracks appeared on the old turtle's shell. Ah! Han Fei grabbed the high-quality divine spear with one hand and shouted coldly, "What a bunch of idiots! It's just a sun moon shell. You have already reached the peak of the sea spirit realm. Why don't you join forces and use it together?" Then he suddenly said, "Since you're scrambling for the sun moon shell, crazily, I'll keep it for you." Immediately, a long tentacle slapped at him from the void, and a big octopus smashed through the ruins. Don't listen to him. He is high-sounding, but actually wants the sun moon shell. If you have guts, come down and fight. Han Fei shouted in a low voice, "Do you think I dare not?" Boom! Yu Kaling quickly appeared beside Han Fei. "Stop, all of you. I am a servant of the royal city in the Ice God Canyon and also the inspector of the ice mountain city, Yu Kaling. Stop right now." Han Fei really wanted to roll his eyes at her. "If you tell them you're a great demon in the Tao-seeking realm, you'll definitely be listened to. However, you are now a peak-level sea spirit. No matter what your identity is, no one will listen to you." As he expected, the ice fish roared, "It's an ownerless item. Why are you interfering?" Han Fei's eyes were cunning. There was still a lot of spiritual spring in the sun moon shell. If they competed more fiercely, it would burst open. At that time, the spiritual spring would spew out, and the divine weapons would float in the air. The scene would be a mess, and there would be a melee. At the explorer level, Han Fei really didn't have any feelings for these resources. Otherwise, he wouldn't have easily exploded 5 million caddies of spiritual spring. However, just as Han Fei was waiting for the chaotic battle to break out, the void suddenly tore, and a great demon at the Tao-seeking realm walked out of the void. He first glanced at Yu Kaling and the others, then glanced at Han Fei, and finally looked at the sea demons who were fighting over the sun moon shell. Huh. Han Fei was a little surprised. This Tao-seeking great demon was a little strange. He looked like a human. If it weren't for his webbed hands and gills on his neck, Han Fei would have thought that he was a human. Only venerables would look human so much. Humph. The man reached out and directly grabbed the sun moon shell through dozens of barriers. At this moment, countless people discovered, to their shock, that a great demon at the Tao-seeking realm had come. Yu Kaling quickly bowed. "Hi, Mr. Wendao." The man said indifferently, "A bunch of trash. How can you fight for such a small profit?" With that said, the man looked at Yu Kaling. "And you are the strongest here. But you hesitate and lack means. Go back to the Ice God Canyon first." The man glanced around and finally looked at Han Fei. "You're not bad. Why? Haven't I seen you before?" Han Fei quickly cupped his hands. "Mr. Wendao, I just advanced to the peak of the sea spirit level." The man grunted. "Not bad. Let's return to the Ice God Canyon together." Then, the man's voice echoed thousands of kilometers away, the top heavenly talents of the royal city want to select some attendants. 3 subordinates. And 8 ordinary attendants. There are limited seats, and all peak level C spirits have a chance. If you want to come to the Ice God Canyon's arena. Immediately. Translator * Kenyi Translations Editor * Kenyi Translations. What made Han Fei depressed was that his plan, which was about to start a storm, was foiled by a Tao-seeking great demon. At this moment, Yu Kailing, who had no choice but to take Han Fei and the others to the Ice God Canyon. Han Fei was a little regretful that he lost a sun moon shell for no reason, which was taken away by the old man just now. Han Fei couldn't have felt worse. Although he used the sun moon shell as bait, he set the trap, and he thought he had plenty of opportunities to get the resources back. At the very least, he could control someone to snatch the resources back. Not only would his resources not be lost, but it might even cause a big battle. However, it was all ruined now. Before Han Fei asked, someone asked, Sister Kailing, why is Mr. Wendao here? In person? Is the guy from the royal city very important? Someone echoed, that's right. Isn't Mr. Wendao already at the peak of the Tao-seeking realm? Does he need to handle such a trivial matter? Someone said, it depends on who comes from the royal city. Hasn't Mr. Wendao always wanted to go to the royal city? Perhaps this is an opportunity. Yu Kailing shouted in a low voice, okay, don't be nosy about Mr. Wendao's affairs. But this time, you can compete for becoming the attendants. If you are chosen, maybe you can go to the royal city. Someone said in surprise, Sister Kailing, didn't you come from the royal city? Maybe you know the visitor from the royal city. Yu Kailing shook her head slightly. When I was in the royal city, my status was low, and I had no time to meet real heavenly talents. Han Fei couldn't help but interject, what's the royal city like? There was absolutely nothing wrong with this question. Han Fei really wanted to know. If he guessed right, the other people wanted to know the answer too. Yu Kailing shook her head slightly. Actually, you all have too beautiful an imagination about the royal city. In fact, it is not as beautiful as you think. I can only say this, if you have a chance to go there in the future, don't fight for it. Han Fei's eyes narrowed slightly. Don't fight for it? Did it mean that the competition in the Sea Demon Royal City was fierce? Well, it did make sense. The royal city was the dreamland of sea demons, and there were countless sea demons who wanted to go there. Han Fei wondered what he could do if he had a chance to go to the Sea Demon Royal City. He couldn't figure it out. Anyway, if he had a choice, he was 100% willing to rob that place. But if he had to live there, he would rather not go there. He still had to go back to the Inyang world to fight a war, so he didn't have time to waste on the Sea Clan's royal city in the Waterwood world. The Ice God Canyon was an undersea canyon formed by 2 pieces of ice that had been frozen for 10,000 years. When Han Fei and the others rushed to the Ice God Canyon, they felt that the surrounding temperature could freeze not their bodies, but their souls. When Han Fei discovered this, Yu Kailing said, you need to pay attention when you first come to the Ice God Canyon. Don't spread your perception randomly. The freezing power here can freeze the soul. Someone added, the Ice God Canyon used to be open to the Sea Demon realm, but people's souls were often frozen, so no creatures below the Sea Spirit realm are allowed to enter it. Han Fei secretly took a breath and couldn't help saying, in this case, Wouldn't there be very few permanent residents in the Ice God Canyon? Yuk Kaling said, not only us half-mermen, but also a few azure sea blue demons and other marine creatures that haven't chosen to transform into human forms. Han Fei's heart did a flip. Yes, during this trip to the Waterwood world, he encountered a large number of marine creatures who hadn't transformed into human forms yet. They could speak, provoke, and fight. In the Inyang world, the sea demons were either inferior manfish, red demons, or half-mermen. It seemed that in terms of race, the sea demons in the Waterwood world were much higher leveled than those in the Inyang world. Yuk Kaling said, but there aren't many permanent residents here, only about 2,000, the others don't stay in the Ice God Canyon. Just like you, maybe you didn't choose the Ice God Canyon but chose to go out to gain experience. That's what many sea demons choose. They think it's more free outside. Pfft. Han Fei didn't know whether he was free or not, but he almost cursed out loud. *CK, the Ice God Canyon alone had 2,000 sea spirits. If they were given a passage to the Inyang world, wouldn't it be an invincible army? Suddenly, in his mind, the old turtle said, I feel that there seems to be a secret here. There seems to be something in the depths of the Ice Canyon below. Han Fei asked, what secret? The old turtle said, I can only vaguely feel it, but I'm not strong enough to pry into it yet. Han Fei couldn't help looking at the huge abyss below him. Secret? If there was an opportunity, it should have been taken away by the strong earlier. Why? Was it still here? They flew all the way and swam directly into the depth of the Ice God Canyon. Under Yuk Kaling's lead. It was dark all around. When Han Fei and the others swam past, a large area of blue algae suddenly lit up on the ice of the cliff. Then, as if there was a starry river, the endless blue light of algae flickered. Han Fei couldn't help but marvel. In terms of the splendor of nature and the novelness of life forms, there was nowhere like the ocean. After diving for more than 20,000 meters, Yuk Kaling took Han Fei to crash into the cliff. After the crash, the scene before their eyes changed, and colorful brilliance was shining. This valley seemed to have been completely hollowed out, and a strange honeycomb building like an oval tower stood before their eyes. Because there were too many luminous algae and crystal stones here, everything could be seen clearly, and the light was even brighter than the moonlight. Behind the tower, there was not much space left. Except for the caves that had been drilled out of the ice barrier, several ice palaces appeared on the ice. At a glance, Han Fei knew where there were illusions and arrays. As long as he walked in, he should be able to enter the ice layer and then the so-called palace. On the ground more than 300 kilometers away, there were vertical fish bones on the ground. It seemed to be a cave, and occasionally people could be seen drilling into it. And the direction Yuk Kaling was taking Han Fei and the others to his right. There. Yuk Kaling explained, this is the arena of the Ice God Canyon, where the strong masters of the Ice God Canyon cultivate combat skills and fight each other. Occasionally, big news will be announced here. Someone said nervously, I can already hear the roars in the arena. Has the selection started? Buzz. Someone accelerated. I heard that the heavenly talents from the royal city are very strong. I want to see how strong they are. Just when they had just reached the entrance, someone suddenly scanned them with his perception and asked, who is this person? I've never seen him before. Yuk Kaling said, Master Feng, his name is Yuhanjia. Today, we happen to Watch him break through to the peak level of sea spirit. Mr. Wendao appreciated him and asked him to come. Mr. Wendao seemed to be in the arena. At this moment, he said via voice transmission, "Don't stop the peak level sea spirits who came today. There is still a batch behind." Yes, Mr. Wendao. Han Fei felt lucky that he had completely turned into a sea demon. Otherwise, he would have been a little panicked. When they entered the underground cave and passed a barrier, they suddenly heard waves rising. In his field of vision, almost everyone in the Ice God Canyon was here. At the periphery of the arena, there were pieces of ice platforms protruding from the cliff wall. All the other places seemed to be the arena. At the bottom of the valley, it was like a hot springs valley with smoke rising. In the smoke, a half-merman who looked like a human held a red spear and stood proudly. Beside him, 7 people were besieging him. His spear light pierced through the air, and he didn't even need to move. The speed of his spear was so fast that ordinary peak-level sea spirits couldn't defend against it. Beside Han Fei, someone exclaimed, "So fast." Yu Kaling gritted her teeth and said, "He has mastered the near-at-hand technique." Huh? After Yu Kaling spoke, the half-merman suddenly raised his head, looked at Han Fei and the others, and smiled. The man said, "You're quite knowledgeable. I didn't expect you to know the near-at-hand technique. Let's fight together." Everyone, including Han Fei, was stunned. He had just come and he was going to fight? Someone shouted, "Sister Kaling, do you know him?" Yu Kaling shook her head slightly. "I'm not qualified. Remember, space is never a problem in front of the near-at-hand technique." There were a total of 17 people, including Han Fei, and the half-merman below laughed and said, "Oh. So you are the guys who didn't pass the trial in the royal city. However, being able to receive the trial, you can't be weak. Okay. Come on up together." Han Fei really wanted to slap him. "I've already killed several heavenly talents from the royal city. Who do you think you are?" Suddenly, a voice sounded in the minds of Han Fei and the others, which seemed to be the voice of Mr. Wendao. The voice said, "You must try your best and not underestimate him at all. This guy is called the Fish Dragon King. It's said that he carries the bloodline of the ancient Dragon King and is very strong. He is currently ranked 10th on the genius list of the White Shell Royal City. Because he has been challenged. He needs to come out to the front line to gain experience and prove his strength. If you can follow him, it will be good for you." Han Fei was briefly stunned. What kind of enemy did he encounter when he was transcending the tribulation? That guy seemed to be ranked 89th on the genius list, but this one happened to be 10th, so there should be a gap in strength between them. Observing the strength of this person who was at the peak level of sea spirit, he actually directly challenged Yu Kaling and the other 17 people. This showed how proud he was. However, Han Fei was still a little disdainful. Just because he had the bloodline of the ancient Dragon King, he called himself Fish Dragon King. As the saying went, the tacit understanding of men transcended races. As far as Han Fei knew, the name was definitely for show, or the name would be meaningless. The Fish Dragon King shouted, "Hurry up. I'm in a hurry. I don't have time to waste here. You guys come together." Yu Kaling said in a low voice, "Let's go all out. Come on." At Yu Kaling's command, the 17 people immediately dispersed, and many companion spirits appeared in the sky. Someone flashed out, and the spear light danced like starlight. The fish dragon king put on a disdainful smile and stepped on the spearhead. The spear trembled slightly and blocked the opponent's ultimate move. Amidst the overwhelming attacks, the fish dragon king roared, "Too slow, too slow, and not strong enough." Bang! 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 He thrust his spear into the air, and many people didn't even know where the shadow of the spear appeared. Although they were thousands of meters away, they seemed to be 3 feet in front of him and couldn't even resist a single blow of his. Even Han Fei encountered a shadow of the spear. However, Han Fei stepped on the ground with a strange footwork technique, twisted his body slightly, and easily dodged it. Han Fei hadn't used the 64-dimensional fish dragon dance for a long time. This was a godly field combat skill, most suitable for group battles. Huh. Huh. When Han Fei easily dodged the attack of the fish dragon king, at least 7 or 8 people were surprised, including the fish dragon king himself. Han Fei immediately realized that it was not good. He looked too casual. How could he deal with the 10th on the genius list so casually? Therefore, as soon as Han Fei took this step and dodged the rod, with a crack, Han Fei suddenly held his waist. Ah! What a fast spear technique! My waist. My waist is sprained. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. No matter what Han Fei said, he dodged the fish dragon king's attack skillfully, which was witnessed by everyone. The fish dragon king grinned and thrust his spear at Han Fei like a bolt of lightning. Han Fei was distressed at this moment. How could he pretend to be resisting his attack with great difficulty? Looking at the spear light that was as fast as lightning, Han Fei frowned and gritted his teeth. Forget it. I'm a heavenly talent. What's wrong with me? Learning some special combat skills? Han Fei stomped and the harpoon in his hand shot out in a spiral. Clang! The harpoon in Han Fei's hand was blown away by the blow, and Han Fei took the opportunity to bounce away. In mid-air, Han Fei waved his hand and the harpoon returned. Many people were immediately interested. Someone chuckled. This guy's reaction speed is quite fast and his movement technique is quite clever. He's good at using displacement techniques. Failing to hit Han Fei twice in a row, instead of being shocked, the fish Dragon King was overjoyed. Not bad. It seems that there are a few good guys in the outer sea. 6 Collapsing Mountain. The fish Dragon King brandished its spear, and a reddish-brown dragon shadow jumped out. Han Fei was slightly surprised to see this dragon shadow. This dragon shadow was very similar to a real dragon. Could it be that this fish Dragon King really had the bloodline of the ancient Dragon King? The dragon soared across the sky, the red light was dazzling, and when the claw mark struck out, it was actually because the spear shadow broke through the void. The power was too powerful. As the palm slapped out, the 3 of them were slapped away, and the divine dragon waved its tail, leaving a white mark in the void. Bam! 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 In the blink of an eye, only 5 of the 17 people were left. This alone showed how powerful the fish Dragon King was. Han Fei secretly analyzed and was sure that the fish Dragon King was as fast as he used to be. In terms of strength, although this person was inferior to Yang Nanchi, he should be much stronger than Chu Kuangren. When one's strength and speed were good enough, the quality of combat skills and spiritual beasts could only play an assisting role. At this moment, one of them used the power of ice sealing, and the other used the water cage. These two people cooperated and sealed the space at the same time. One of them shouted, "Sister Kaling, Yuqing, Yuhanjia, attack!" Yu Kaling held a spear and shouted, and a phantom of a sea buffalo appeared, slapping the spear with her tail, and the spear, like a nail, was thrust at the water cage. The body of the half-merman named Yuqing expanded at this moment, and black spikes emerged from the surface of his body, turning into long spikes, which flickered with a faint light and also stabbed at the water. As for Han Fei, he launched a very unremarkable Sea King strike. The Fish Dragon King sneered. "Humph! Useless laws. You're too weak." Roar. Bang. The water cage suddenly exploded, and hundreds of phantom dragon heads rushed out. Bang. 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 Wherever the dragon head hit, all the attacks were shattered, and Yu Kaling and the others all vomited blood. But Han Fei didn't want to vomit blood. How could he just spit out his brilliant golden blood? Han Fei stepped on the water in midair, his figure ethereal, turning into a shadow, as if he was dodging the twisting dragon heads. However, with this buffer, Han Fei had enough time to get some fake blood on his lips. At this moment, except for Yu Kaling and Han Fei, the other three were vomiting blood and unable to fight anymore. Among them, Han Fei looked as if nothing had happened. Swish! Amidst the turbid ice, a spear light pierced through, accompanied by the figure of the Fish Dragon King. "You blocked my attack 3 times. You can't be weak. Take my dragon quelling spear." Han Fei rolled his eyes and twisted his body hard. He could easily handle this attack with the 64-dimensional Fish Dragon Dance. Ding ding ding. Han Fei staggered and could only resist with his harpoon. In the eyes of outsiders, even the magical footwork couldn't help him escape this awkward situation of passive resistance. Someone shook his head slightly. Although Yu Hanjia is not weak, he is still incomparable to the heavenly talents of the royal city, both in speed and strength. Someone chuckled. It's a pity that Yu Hanjia has just advanced to the peak of the sea spirit level. Otherwise, he must have been much stronger. Someone was puzzled. Why didn't we find such a talent before? Someone smiled and said, "I'm afraid he's deliberately hiding his talent. Now that he has a chance to go to the royal city, he no longer hides it." The great demons of the Tao-seeking realm were discussing, and Mr. Wen Dao, who looked particularly human, was somewhat puzzled. This child's footwork technique is extremely strange. It seems to be more like a human's footwork, because it requires an extremely good grasp of human limbs. Is this Yu Hanjia especially suitable for humanoid bodies? Of course, because of the intense demonic qi on Han Fei, no one would doubt his real identity. At this time, Yu Kaling threw out 7 spears in a row, which were like 7 rays of light. The Fish Dragon King turned his head, swept his spear, and swept away 1,000 enemies. Then he thrust the spearhead at Han Fei, intending to blow him away. However, when the Fish Dragon King was about to sweep across, Han Fei took the opportunity to slash out with his harpoon, which was as fast as a bolt of lightning, and quickly left a flame on the Fish Dragon King's back. Boom! The dragon head phantom bombarded Han Fei, sending him flying. The latter pretended to roll dozens of times on the ground and then struggled to support his body with his harpoon. In the next moment, a red light pierced through Yu Kaling. The Fish Dragon King said, casually, "You two are not bad, but both of you are still weak and not fast enough. As he spoke, he glanced at Han Fei. Your speed is not bad, but your strength is not enough. Well, you too can be my attendants. Han Fei rose to his feet with a swish and quickly cupped his hands. Yes, my lord. Yu Keiling's expression was complicated. Sure enough, she was incomparable too. A real powerhouse. At this moment, she could only bow. Yes, my lord. Because the battle was still going on, Yu Keiling and Han Fei were called aside to wait. When they were standing side by side, Han Fei remarked, the heavenly talents from the royal city are really strong. Yu Keiling took a deep look at Han Fei. Under that terrifying speed, how did you avoid his attack every time? Han Fei said leisurely, I have mastered a special law, which is called the sixth sense of a sea demon. Huh? Yu Keiling asked, what are the other 5 senses? Han Fei said, vision, hearing, smell, taste, and touch. Cough, cough. While Yu Keiling was dumbfounded, many people looked at Han Fei. Wow, that's all you've got? However, Han Fei paused and said, sixth sense, commonly known as premonition. On a high platform, Yu Wendao chuckled and said to himself, what an interesting little guy. The Fish Dragon King continued to fight for a few more rounds, and almost no one could beat him. The only guy he liked was a half-mermaid. Because she was beautiful, he picked her. The Fish Dragon King laughed. Okay, the 3 of you will be my attendants. As for the others, well, those who can block 2 attacks from me, come up together. Han Fei watched the whole process with a smile without saying a word. This Fish Dragon King reminded him of the heavenly talents from big clans in the Thousand-Star City. His arrogant tone and bossy attitude were too similar. This made Han Fei wonder what kind of place the Sea Clan's royal city was, and why such a genius of the Sea Clan was born. Logically speaking, this Fish Dragon King wasn't weak. His true strength should be comparable to Yang Nanqi's, and his speed was faster than Yang Nanqi's. He would definitely be able to enter the top 5 of the 1,000 Star City's genius list. However, in Han Fei's eyes, he was very weak. After all, the level was different. This Fish Dragon King was only a peak-level sea spirit. If he really wanted to, Han Fei could kill him with a point of his finger now. He wouldn't even have a chance to run. Yu Wendao said casually, since you have been selected, I'll tell you the truth. This time, your task is to follow the Dragon King, enter the 1,000 Mountain Ancient Realm, compete with the Waterwood World and the Blood Sea Divinewood City, and explore the secrets of that place. The Fish Dragon King declared proudly, I'm taking you with me just to reassure some people. In fact, I can handle the 1,000 Mountain Ancient Realm alone. You'd better not hinder me. Otherwise, humph, don't blame me for being ruthless. At this time, a turtle man wearing a turtle shell said in a low voice, Young Master Dragon King, this trip will be dangerous. You should be careful. After all, many heavenly talents have died in the 1,000 Mountain Ancient Realm. The Fish Dragon King smiled disdainfully. Am I one of those useless people? I heard that on this trip to the Ancient Realm, the White Shell Royal City, Waterwood World, and Blood Sea Divinewood City will all send their top powerhouses? Yu Wendao suddenly said, that's not necessarily true. The cause of this matter was that Han Fei from the Waterwood World transcended the tribulation, and Yu Chen stepped into the Tao. Now that these 2 people have successfully transcended their tribulations, how can our White Shell Royal City just watch and do nothing? A long battle is obviously not conducive to the waterwood world. They can only propose this compromise to settle things. With us in the Thousand Mountain ancient realm. The fish dragon king frowned. I've never understood. There aren't many creatures in the waterwood world. Why can't the two royal cities join forces to destroy it? Yuan Dao shook his head slightly. Of course not. First of all, although our White Shell Royal City and the Blood Sea Divine Wood are both sea demons, we are not on the same side. Besides, the waterwood world has profound accumulations after tens of thousands of years and has many strong masters. If they really fight with all their strength, our White Bay Royal City and the Blood Sea Divine Wood City will suffer heavy losses. After all, this is a war of the strong. We have been consuming the younger generation of the waterwood world to prevent them from constantly producing strong masters. The Turtle Man echoed, young master, if the other party didn't have weird creatures like insect queens, waterwood world wouldn't be so difficult to deal with. Therefore, among the races in the waterwood world, the one you can't underestimate is the insect clan. The fish dragon king snorted. It doesn't matter. This trip will be a good chance for me to see what the powerhouses of the waterwood world and the Blood Sea Divine Wood have become. Do you remember the last time I came to the front line? I was still in the sea demon realm. By the way, will Han Fei enter the Thousand Mountain ancient realm? Yuan Dao thought for a moment and said, there's a very high chance that he won't. This person has just transcended the 4-9 king tribulation. At such a moment, he must be busy cultivating and trying to reach the peak of the Dao-seeking realm. Entering the Thousand Mountain ancient realm is too risky for him. Normal people wouldn't choose this. The fish dragon king licked the corner of his mouth. What a pity. I heard that the useless Yuan Yu was poked to death by him with a finger, which disgraced our White Shell Royal City. If only Han Fei were there. Then I would definitely kill him. The Turtle Man said, young master, don't be conceited. Many people are watching you on this trip. The fish dragon king sneered. Humph. Then let them take a good look at me. These chit-chatting words, in the ears of Han Fei and the others, were equivalent to secrets. Others were shocked, but what shocked them was the so-called Thousand Mountain ancient realm. And Han Fei thought to himself, this fish dragon king is really arrogant. Tisk, he'll be the first I kill after I sneak into the Thousand Mountain ancient realm. Soon, in the arena, the crowd dispersed, leaving only fish dragon king, Han Fei, Yu Kaling, and a beautiful half-mermaid. There were a total of 8 people, all peak-level sea spirits, who were about to escort fish dragon king. Of course, it was too much to say that they were escorting him. With the strength of the fish dragon king, except for Han Fei, the other people here added up wouldn't be able to defeat him. It was more like this guy had found a group of goons for himself. In some people's eyes, there was no need to do everything personally. In Han Fei's heart, the old turtle suddenly said, boy, I have something to discuss with you. Han Fei was puzzled. What is it? The old turtle said, although this little turtle is weak and only a half venerable, it's a turtle too. I can find a chance to kill it. That way, I can split a wisp of my soul to occupy its body. Han Fei. Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. The fish dragon king was here to gain experience, or to be exact, to get gilded. At this moment, facing Han Fei and the others, he looked arrogant. He said, I don't care what you originally planned to do or what path you took. However, since you have followed me, you should be prepared to die at any time. The path that I, the Fish Dragon King, walk must be at the edge of danger. However, as long as you are not dead, strength growth is inevitable. In the future, when I conquer the 1,000-mountain ancient realm, I will take you back to the royal city with me. This is your honor. Hiss. The people didn't pay attention to most of what he said, but his promise of taking them back to the royal city refreshed everyone, including Han Fei. He pretended to be refreshed and his eyes were glowing. There seemed to be determination on Yu Keiling's face. Han Fei knew that she seemed to have been to the royal city before, but the process must not have been smooth. This time, the Fish Dragon King seemed to have ignited a new fighting spirit in her. We swear to follow you, Master. My lord, why should we be afraid of death? The beautiful half-mermaid leaned against the Fish Dragon King and said softly, Master Dragon King, I believe that they will see you in a different light when you return to the royal city. Ha ha ha. You know me. Han Fei saw that the Fish Dragon King unconsciously laid his hand on the girl's shoulder. He thought to himself, I don't know how old you are. Why do you still play the honey trap? Yu Keiling was not as open as the girl. After seeing this scene, she simply moved her eyes away and pretended not to see it. The Fish Dragon King smiled and said, in that case, Mr. Wendao, when shall we set off? Yu Wendao asked, prepare some spiritual fruit resources tomorrow morning. The 1,000-mountain ancient realm is lacking spiritual energy and energy. The Fish Dragon King said to the beautiful half-mermaid with a smile, well, it seems that we have to wait another day. Fine, let's disperse. What's your name? Lan Shuer, my lord, my name is Lan Shuer. The Fish Dragon King nodded slightly. Come with me. I think you have a very good potential. I have some questions to ask you. Let's go to your cave. Everyone pretended not to hear him, and Han Fei couldn't help but scratch his head. F***ck, how can this guy be so brazen? Han Fei couldn't help but ask in a low voice, why isn't her surname Yu? It was a voice transmission, but Han Fei deliberately made it so that everyone could hear him. Seeing that the beautiful half-mermaid whose shoulders were held by the Fish Dragon King stiffened slightly, he knew she must be cursing him in her heart. The others all looked at Han Fei speechlessly. After the Fish Dragon King and Lan Shuer left, someone secretly gave Han Fei a thumbs up and said, brother, you're really bold to say that in her presence. Han Fei looked puzzled. No, I'm just curious. Han Fei was really just curious. After all, he had indeed never seen a half-mermaid with the surname Lan. In terms of surname, the sea demons in the Waterwood world and the Inyang world were not very different. Most of them had the surname Yu. At that time, a half-merman patted Han Fei on the shoulder silently. Yu is such a lame name. Since the Fish Dragon King has taken a fancy to her, of course she should give herself a more elegant name like humans. Han Fei smiled. So, she was just deceiving herself? What made Han Fei even more speechless was that the name could be changed so easily. Yu Keiling said, in the Sea clan, no one remembers the weak. When you become strong, whether you have a name or not, there will be people who remember you. Han Fei was full of disdain. The Fish Dragon King was not that strong, but he was just as good at picking up girls as Zhang Xuanyu was. Oh, no, Zhang Xuanyu was a decent guy, but this fish dragon king was simply lascivious. Yu Kaling glanced at Han Fei and said, "You can come back tomorrow. Since you've come to the Ice God Canyon, you can open a cave in it, preferably on the periphery." Han Fei asked, "The abyssal chasm outside?" Someone sneered. "It doesn't matter if you want to live there. However, is it uncomfortable to live in this ice cave where we are now?" Yu Kaling said, "The abyssal chasm outside is a training ground, not a place to live. You can try it. The further you go down, the stronger the power there is to freeze the soul. If the venerables don't tell us, none of us know what's down below." 2 hours passed. In the huge crack of the ice canyon, Han Fei had already dove for 10,000 meters and was frozen into a pile of ice. Mainly because Han Fei knew that someone was observing him, he didn't dare to dive deeper, or his aptitude would seem too monstrous. In his mind, Han Fei said, "How is it? Can you feel what it is? This power is really terrifying. It can even freeze the soul." The old turtle pondered and said, "I can't. Although my soul is damaged, it shouldn't be something ordinary secret realms can block. This shows that the threat here has reached the level above the venerable realm. You can forget about it for now." Han Fei curled his lips. "Heh. The venerable realm? I was already home back then." The old turtle said, "It's not like we can't come here in the future." Han Fei thought to himself, "Forget it. Anyway, I'm in their territory. Even if there is really something good here, it wouldn't fall into my hands." However, when Han Fei was about to leave, his eyebrows suddenly trembled. He felt that little black and little white wanted to come out. Han Fei's expression remained unchanged. As he returned, he wondered why little black and little white had a reaction. Of course, Han Fei couldn't just let little black and little white come out here. After all, this was not his territory. As he expected, when Han Fei just returned to the abyssal chasm, he saw Yu Wendao looking at him quietly. Since Han Fei went down to the abyssal chasm, he had already known that someone was watching him, but what was wrong with satisfying his curiosity? If it weren't for someone watching him, he would have dove more than 10,000 meters. Han Fei quickly bowed. "Nice to meet you, Mr. Wendao." Yuan stepped to Han Fei and then looked down at the dark crack. "How do you feel down there?" Han Fei replied stiffly, "It's cold." Yu Wendao smiled. "Young man, you're hiding a lot of strength, aren't you?" Han Fei was slightly surprised. He had been seen through? Why? The humanoid old man, who looked like an old pedant, smiled faintly. "It's not difficult to guess. Strong people have pride. Some show it on their faces, and some hide it in their hearts. However, this thing can't be hidden forever. Occasionally, it will be exposed from a small careless movement. Of course, only when someone is noticing you, it'll be exposed." Han Fei didn't speak. He didn't know what this person was up to. Why would a peak-level Dao-seeking powerhouse chat with him? Yu Wendao asked, "What do you think of the strength of the Fish Dragon King?" Seeing that he had been seen through, Han Fei slightly relaxed and replied, "Seriously, very strong." Yu Wendao asked with a smile, "How long can you last in his hands?" Han Fei was about to speak, when the old turtle in his body said, "Say longer." Han Fei smiled. "Mr. Wendao, are you so sure of my strength?" Yu Wendao asked calmly, others might not know it, but I'm very good at judging people. Since I asked you, I've already assessed you. Han Fei gasped hard. If it's just the realm that the fish dragon king showed. Today, I can hold out for 100 seconds without being defeated. 100 seconds was a vague concept. Those of the same strength could even fight for a day and a night, let alone 100 seconds. However, a figure like the fish dragon king did have the capital to be arrogant. His strength was indeed not weak, and his speed was indeed fast. If he was used as a standard, 99% of the sea demons at the same level as him would be eliminated. Yu Wendao's eyes flashed, and he said, "That's great. Yu Hanjia, it's a pity that you've been hiding for too long. Only now did I notice you. Otherwise, your life would have changed." Han Fei's heart did a flip. What does this guy want from me? Yu Wend continued, "My name only appears in the Ice God Canyon. You shouldn't have heard of me before. Do you know why I chose the Ice God Canyon and why my name is Wendao, Dao querying?" Han Fei shook his head in confusion. "Come on, I'd like to see what your purpose is," he said. "There's great horror under the abyss of the Ice God Canyon. The reason why I stayed in the Ice God Canyon is simple. I want to solidify my great Dao with the power to freeze the soul. In the Dao-seeking realm, the more solid one's great Dao is, the stronger he'll be when entering the Dao. As for me, my heart is connected to thousands of great Daos, which I have been struggling to suppress in the Dao-seeking realm. In order to comprehend the Dao-seeking realm and open up a path for future generations, I wrote the book, Dao Transformation. Unfortunately, I haven't found a successor so far." "What a pity." Han Fei laughed in his heart, and the old turtle also said in Han Fei's mind. Bulge *T. The Dao in this person is in chaos. How does he have the cheek to claim his heart is connected to thousands of great Daos? Bah, even I dare not be so shameless. This person is really shameless. Han Fei was even more amused. He had never believed that in this lawless ocean, there would be someone who was so selfless. Hearing this guy's lies, Han Fei knew that this person's purpose was not simple. He actually wanted to fool him. But Han Fei said solemnly on the surface, "Master Wendao, you're very loyal to the Sea Clan, so I'm very touched by your words. But why did you come to me? Although I think I'm not bad, I'm still far away from Lord King Fish Dragon." Yu Wendao turned gloomy. "Nonsense, if I could use the Fish Dragon King, why would I come to you?" Yu Wendao said solemnly, "Few people can catch my eye. If I hadn't noticed that you are talented, I wouldn't have wanted to take you as my heir." With that said, Yu Wendao didn't seem to be in a hurry. Instead, he handed a jade slip to Han Fei. He said, "Not everything can become my heir. Not everyone can practice this technique either. Try it. If it doesn't work on you, I won't take you as my disciple." Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Han Fei held the jade slip in his hand and sneered in his heart. "Are you trying to play mysterious with me? Then let me play with you." He scanned with his perception, and information popped up in his mind. Dao Transformation Book, Venerable Level, Low Quality, Incomplete. Introduction. Someone has observed more than 100 great Daos and attempted to fuse them into one. However, there are countless Dao runes, which have different origins. This technique tries to forcibly fuse all of them. This book follows the path of sacrifice. Cultivators can sacrifice their souls To obtain the essence of different Daos. Deduced art, unknown. Deduction cost, 0/100 million. Note, if you master this technique, you will become a puppet. Motherf * Ker. Han Fei couldn't have felt more awful. This Yuan Dao was truly vicious. If this guy didn't die, he wouldn't be able to rest assured. Han Fei said in his heart, this man looks like an old pedant, but I've never seen anyone more vicious than him in my life. Old turtle, let's kill him. First. The old turtle said leisurely, at least not here. Besides, although this person's Dao is impure, he's definitely not weak in the Dao-seeking realm. If we want to kill him without anyone knowing it, I'm not strong enough yet. Han Fei was disappointed. Wait, you are an emperor anyway. Can't you even kill a half-venerable? Roar. The old turtle said angrily, how do you have the cheek to say that? My soul was incomplete in the first place, and more than half of it was swallowed by this calabash. It even refined my great Tao into your meridians. I should be thanking the heavens that I'm still alive. And now you want me to kill a half venerable without alarming anyone? Han Fei felt a little guilty, as the old turtle did seem to be quite miserable. However, Han Fei didn't believe that he had no ability at all. Han Fei immediately said, the little turtle beside the fish dragon king is yours. The old turtle was lost for words. Do you think they're ordinary peak level Dao-seeking powerhouses? He's also at the half-venerable level. If I join forces with you, I can solve at most one of them. If the two of them attack together, it will be a problem for me to escape. Han Fei curled his lips. Then what do you think I should do? Do you expect me to practice this damn technique? Suddenly, Han Fei thought of something. What if the old turtle cultivated the Transformation Dao book? Could Yuan Dao defeat the old turtle? Han Fei immediately pointed at the jade slip and said, read it for yourself. I think no one can practice this technique except you. The old turtle sneered. Can I cultivate this damn thing? However, when the old turtle scanned it with his perception, he immediately shouted, this is simple. This person's understanding of the great Tao is less than 1/1000th of mine. Let me practice the technique for a while and squeeze him dry. Han Fei's * hole suddenly tightened. Okay, but it has nothing to do with me. The old turtle. That night, Han Fei made a cave for himself in the Ice God Canyon and sealed the entrance of the cave, regardless of what others thought. At this moment, Yuan Dao was quietly looking at the cave that Han Fei established. He nodded from time to time and murmured, as expected, this simple-minded brat is really easy to fool. As long as he borrows the power of the great Tao from me in the future, I can slowly deprive him of his soul. Then, I can easily occupy his body and enter the great Tao. Yuan Dao was happily imagining his beautiful future, and Han Fei was asking, how is it? Have you practiced it? The old turtle said, how can it be so fast? If you can master it immediately, doesn't it mean that you are more talented than the fish dragon king? Han Fei curled his lips. That's true. But I really want to kill this guy as soon as possible. The next morning, Han Fei suddenly felt a weird power being sucked into his body. He suddenly opened his eyes. What power? Han Fei could clearly perceive that this power did not fall on him, but was directly absorbed by the old turtle. Hee hee. The old turtle smiled creepily. Interesting. It turns out that this person has such an idea. He wants to use this technique to deceive others into sacrificing their souls so that he can easily possess them. Han Fei already knew that, but he still asked, "So, did you offer sacrifices?" "Humph? Of course not. I took the initiative to project a wisp of my soul over, but how can my soul be so easy to swallow?" Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "Can you use this method to leave my sea of consciousness?" The old turtle immediately said solemnly, "How can a mere half-venerable carry my soul? Besides, if I really sacrifice all my soul, this calabash will probably eat me." Han Fei said with a smile, "Stop pretending. You can definitely get some of it out. Didn't you want to split a wisp of your soul and occupy the turtle beside the fish dragon king? This one isn't weak either, right? He should be stronger than that one. Isn't his body what you want?" The old turtle sneered. "What do you know? That turtle is of the same race as me, so it makes sense for me to take his body. I know how to pass on my Tao runes into his body. But this person's Tao is chaotic and impure. His body has already been useless. Otherwise, how could he have thought of this technique?" Han Fei grinned. "That doesn't matter. Anyway, with this technique, you can at least get some of your soul out. Kill this guy first, then kill that turtle. And I'll kill the rest of the peak-level sea spirits in a minute. It's easy." Han Fei thought that no matter how the old turtle complained to him, he was definitely not as weak as he said. But this old turtle must be afraid of the demon purification pot. Although he had an alliance with him now, Han Fei suspected how much it could restrict him. Since there was the opportunity, he might as well let the old turtle kill you Wen Dao first. He could help the old turtle to get the body of the turtle man. As for the old turtle wanting to kill him, he didn't believe it at all. Most of his soul was still in his body. What could he do? Han Fei's eyes suddenly glittered. If the old turtle could possess the turtle half-venerable, he could kill the fish dragon king and replace him in the Thousand Mountain ancient realm. The old turtle seemed to know what Han Fei was thinking. He immediately said, "That's good. We don't have to be so suspicious of each other. If I have a body, I can join forces with you. No one in the same realm as me can be our opponent." Han Fei grinned and said, "Let's go to the Thousand Mountain ancient realm first before replacing them. Ice God Canyon, I'll come back sooner or later." Han Fei only wanted to return to the Ice God Canyon for one purpose, which was to find out what was below the canyon and why Little Black and Little White were attracted to it. If this wasn't the place where the strong lived, Han Fei really wanted to go down now. At this moment, Yuan Dao was dumbfounded. He speculated that Han Fei was not weak, nor was his soul. However, after only one night, the quality of Han Fei's soul was shockingly high. However, this extremely high-quality soul seemed a little strange. It was a little too dark. He had clearly swallowed this soul, but why did he produce a kind of ultimate desire for power? Huff. Yuan Dao's first thought was that Han Fei was so desperate for power that his pursuit of power in his soul had reached an extreme state of obsession. Yuan Dao put on a vague smile. "So, this is the real you. But it's better. The more you pursue power, the more you need my power, hee." The next morning, Han Fei saw the fish dragon king walking over from a distance with Lan Shuer in high spirits, and the old turtle man was standing quietly on an ice platform, waiting. Apart from Han Fei and the others, There were actually nearly 200 peak level law enforcers waiting here. They seemed to be going together. Hanfei was slightly surprised. There are more people going. Isn't it just the Fish Dragon King and us? Yu Wendao's voice sounded on the ice platform. Everyone, enter the teleportation array. You can leave now. Hanfei took a look, only to see that Yu Wendao was fine. Old turtle, why is he fine? The old turtle said, more haste, less speed. This damn technique can only sacrifice a little soul at a time. Otherwise, I would have already eaten him. Hanfei pondered and said, when we leave the Ice God Canyon, make offerings a few more times and eat him as soon as possible. We have to separate from him first. There's no rush. Aren't you going to the secret realm? Don't kill the Fish Dragon King after you go in. Wait for me to eat this guy first. Hanfei was briefly stunned. Does it matter? The old turtle said, those two must be protecting the Fish Dragon King. If he dies, what will happen if they find out? Hanfei nodded slightly. Okay. Then let's go to the Thousand Mountain Ancient realm first and act according to the situation. After enjoying the night, the Fish Dragon King glanced at Hanfei and the others lazily. What are your names? Yu Kaling replied, my lord, it's Yu Kaling. Hanfei, Yu Hanjia. The Fish Dragon King frowned slightly because Hanfei didn't call his title. But he didn't take it seriously. He thought to himself, I'll just throw this guy out to suffer and he'll definitely beg to lick my boots. With this in mind, the Fish Dragon King held his head high and took a few steps to the ice platform, shouting in a low voice, go, follow me to conquer the ancient realm. Hanfei tilted the corner of his mouth. Just keep showing off, you'll only be able to do it for 2 more days. Heh. On the side, Yu Kaling glanced at Hanfei, a little puzzled, thinking that this Yu Hanjia didn't seem to respect the Fish Dragon King. Hanfei and the others followed him to the ice platform, only to see a large teleportation array there. They didn't know where it led to. Before entering the array, Yu Wendao glanced at Hanfei with a smile, his meaning unknown. Hanfei thought to himself, what the F***ck are you looking at? I can at most let you live a few more days. You old B***starred wants to rob me of my body. With that damn cultivation technique? Nice try. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Hanfei had thought that he would be teleported to a certain secret realm, but with a swish, he returned to the fire spring. Hanfei wanted to explore the outer sea, but for some reason, he kept wandering on the ice domain line. At this moment, they stood above the fire spring and found that this place was completely empty. The Fish Dragon King asked in confusion, did they all go to the front line? Yu Wendao shook his head slightly. In recent days, the fire spring has been attacked by the Waterwood world repeatedly. Later, a traitor in the Dao Seeking Realm appeared in the Ice God Canyon and looted the fire spring. Everyone here is in a panic. Those who didn't go to the front line must have gone to the Ice Mountain City. The Fish Dragon King curled his lips. Traitor, such creatures don't exist in the Royal City. Let's go, continue to the Thousand Mountain Ancient Realm. Along the way, Yu Wendao and the Turtle Minster were escorting them. If Han Fei guessed right, Hanfei and the others were not the only ones going to the Thousand Mountain Ancient Realm. Yu Wendao explained to the Fish Dragon King, you need to remember one thing on this trip. You are not the only one who came from the Royal City. You should know who to trust and who not to trust. A fierce gleam flickered in the eyes of the Fish Dragon King. Of course, I know it very well. Just because I'm ranked 10th on the genius list. There are more than 1 or 2 people coveting my position. But it doesn't matter. I'll resolve them once and for all on this trip. As he spoke, Yu Wendao glanced at Han Fei and the others, and then continued. The Thousand Mountain Ancient Realm is said to be an ancient great realm, and some people call it the Lost World. In a sense, that place can't even be considered a secret realm, because there are only endless undying souls and strange demon plants there. Because it's in a sealed state all year round. There are a lot of treasures there. It can be said that the worst treasures. There are divine weapon materials. However, there is relatively little spiritual energy and energy there, so before entering, you have to prepare some spiritual fruits, which you should have no lack. Of course, although there are many treasures, you have to be alive to get them. And there's one thing you have to remember. If anyone here can use the power of the Tao Seeking Realm, you have to be careful. There are rules in the ancient realm. Whoever uses the power of the Tao Seeking Realm, there might encounter some inexplicable bad luck, or be targeted by the great Tao in the ancient realm. The Fish Dragon King smiled contemptuously. Mr. Wendao, what's there to explain about a mere secret realm? I'm already invincible against peak level law enforcers. The most dangerous ones are the people inside, the heavenly talents of the Waterwood world, and the useless fools from the Blood Sea. Divinewood City. The Turtle Man added, Young Master Dragon King, you have to be careful. After all, every race has peerless geniuses. Take Han Fei as an example. He has killed many geniuses of our royal city in one battle. You can't underestimate him. The Fish Dragon King said impatiently, Humph, it's impossible for him to enter the Thousand Mountain Ancient Realm. Besides, even if he goes there, he will have to suppress his realm. A peak-level sea spirit, am I afraid of him? In the same realm, who am I afraid of? As he said this, the Fish Dragon King didn't care at all. He even glanced back casually. After you enter, kill anyone from the Waterwood world. If you find a group of fiery red big fish that can sing or sexy women in red gauze clothes, kill them all. Han Fei's heart did a flip. The Fish Dragon King seemed to be talking about the Millennium Snapper. Han Fei couldn't help but feel a little excited. The 2 royal cities and the Waterwood world, the 3 forces were in the same place, so there must be a bloodbath. Yu Wendao said leisurely, hunting treasure and lives are one thing. Rumor has it that there is a foundation in the Thousand Mountain Ancient Realm that can help people to become a king. Although no one has ever seen it, you can still try finding it. Han Fei's heart skipped a beat. Another chance to become a king? Let me smash that damn place. Let's see who can get it. 2 hours passed. The place connecting the ice domain and the fiery sea was certainly not close to the wall of flame, but a sea area with a gentle weather. In the sea, there were bubbling cold currents and warm currents converging, which turned into a warm current that washed the area. And Han Fei perceived that at the place where the sea currents converged, there were thousands of people standing in different camps. Han Fei didn't dare to open his perception too early, so he immediately retracted at the moment his perception swept over. After a minute, when Han Fei and the others arrived at the intersection of sea currents, he looked at the large group of women in red gauze instead of the Waterwood World people. Yes, none of them were men, all of them were women. And they were all wearing thin gauze clothes, which seemed to be falling off their shoulders at any time. Han Fei looked around and soon found Yang Ruoyan among the women in red, who he had never forgotten. When Han Fei heard that the Blood Sea Divine Wood City was full of the big red trunk, he already knew where Yang Ruoyan went back then. Where else could it be except for the Waterwood world? And this Blood Sea Divine would seem to be a special royal city independent of the Waterwood world and the White Shell Royal City. For example, the fish Dragon King didn't like the people in the Blood Sea Divine Wood City at all, and threatened to kill everyone in red. Han Fei discovered that Yang Ruoyan seemed to have great luck too. In the past few years, he had weathered through many dangers and hardships to get to where he was today. But Yang Ruoyan had also become a peak-level sea spirit. Interesting. Han Fei smiled. He hadn't seen Yang Ruoyan for years, and she was no longer his opponent. Han Fei suddenly thought of something. He dug out a book from the big red trunk when he was in the level 3 fishery. It was a pity that the demon purification pot had used up all his resources during his tribulation. Otherwise, that thing would have been of great use now. Of course, Han Fei didn't regret much. That thing was full of breathtaking demonic chi. Now that he had 2 sea-quelling bizarre treasures, he was much stronger than before. As if noticing Han Fei's gaze, Yang Ruoyan tilted her head and looked at Han Fei. However, not only did Han Fei not move his eyes away, but he even put on a weird smile. Yang Ruoyan frowned. For some reason, that person didn't seem to give her a good feeling. Beside her, someone said, "Ruoyan, that half-merman seems to be interested in you?" Yang Ruoyan snorted. Lowly bloodline. Someone chuckled. I don't believe you won't drink his blood if he gives it to you. The fish dragon king suddenly looked at Han Fei. Don't look at them. No matter how beautiful they are, they should be killed. The Blood Sea Divine Wood City has never been on good terms with our White Shell Royal City. Those blood demons will bewilder you, devour your blood, and absorb your soul. Don't be enchanted by them. Han Fei wondered if the Millennium Snapper had such an ability. However, he still responded first, Master Dragon King is right. Han Fei finally glanced at Yang Ruoyan and then at the Waterwood world. People. On the Waterwood world side, there were people from all 4 races. On this trip to the Thousand Mountain Ancient Realm, most of the people from the Waterwood world were human peak-level law enforcers, followed by the Insect Clan and the Sky Clan. However, among the remaining tree demons, there were a few little tree ants that made Han Fei stare in surprise. Normal tree demons usually had tree-shaped roots, but the roots were like legs, so they were not slow at all when they ran. If they were on the ground, they could still burrow into the ground and were much faster than others. However, among the less than 100 tree demons, Han Fei found 3 skinny little tree men with only a few leaves on them who looked like ordinary people. The feeling these little tree men gave Han Fei was very similar to the little treemen in the deep-sea jungle in the level 2 fishery of the Blue Sea town. Oh, no, not similar, but exactly the same. Hiss. Han Fei realized that he had been in the Waterwood world for too short a time, and there were many creatures that he had never seen. Since there was this little treeman in the Blue Sea town, what did it mean? Why was there a little treeman in the Heavenly Water Village? Was there really only one demon forest channel in the Inyang world that could connect to the Waterwood world? In fact, Yang Ruoyan's appearance had given Han Fei an answer. The sea. Grassland in the level 3 fishery could also connect the waterwood world. It could be seen that there might be many places connecting the two worlds. But ordinary people didn't know about it. In the crowd, Han Fei also saw Xu Xiaoman, who was fully armed, holding an eagle bow, carrying a saber, and looking serious. The only ones who didn't look serious were the lying bugs. There were unicorn heavenly bulls, golden turtle beetles, blade edge centipedes, blue-eyed mantis, ghost-eye spiders. In any case, the insect race gave Han Fei a creepy feeling. He felt that there were countless species in their races. Because of the various species, the insect race couldn't easily defeat their enemies in combat. Who knew what special abilities these different insects had? He glanced around. There seemed to be only about 1,000 people from the waterwood world, and at least 1,000 or hundreds of people had come from each of the two royal cities. Their goal seemed to be very clear. They wanted to kill most of the people from the waterwood world. It would be great if they could kill all of them. They were the backbone of the waterwood world. And the waterwood world certainly didn't want their peak-level law enforcer to die in the 1,000-mountain ancient realm, so they sent as few as they could. However, before Han Fei could observe where the powerhouses of the three powers were, he heard someone laugh. Phew! Isn't this the Dragon King? We all thought you would go directly to the Dark War port. Why did you come to the ice domain? The one who spoke was a half-merman who looked more handsome than the fish Dragon King. The fish Dragon King's face immediately sank. Yu Hong, straighten up your position first. Don't take yourself seriously just because you can come out with me to gain experience. A woman in green floating on the sea chuckled and looked at the fish Dragon King. Dragon King, many people are looking at you. I hope you can maintain the 10th place on the genius list with your pride. The fish Dragon King frowned. Shui Hongyan, shut up. Otherwise, I will definitely visit you in your shell someday. Humph. The clam girl's face turned cold. Maintain your position first. Han Fei couldn't help but glance at the fish Dragon King. Good lord, it seems that this guy has a lot of enemies. Buzz buzz buzz. While they were bickering, they saw a peak-level explorer walking out of the void. Han Fei knew the members of the human team. Perhaps because of Yu Chen's breakthrough, there were 2 peak-level explorers from the Flying Feather Division on this trip. The one who had met Han Fei a few times was Lu Lihan. As for the insect clan. Wait, Han Fei's pupils were suddenly constricted. The humans are Lu Lihan and a few others. The Sky Clan sent Little Red and a few other big birds over. The Insect Clan sent over a one-eyed spider. The Tree Demons sent an old tree over. If others were coincidences, the appearance of the old tree made Han Fei's heart skip a beat. Wasn't it the old tree he saw when he just came to the waterwood world? Wasn't this old tree supposed to guard the outer gate of the Demon Forest Channel? Why did it come today? At that moment, Han Fei seemed to have guessed that someone had guessed that he was among the sea demons, so he deliberately sent these people over. What message was this person trying to convey to him? Suddenly, Han Fei saw Xu Xiaoman looking around. Immediately, he realized his guess was right. Xu Xiaoman had been following him for 2 days and should be the person who knew him best here. Therefore, if there was anything, he could just ask Xu Xiaoman after entering the 1,000-mountain ancient realm. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Han Fei quickly calculated in his heart. Only Queen Life knew that he could hide among sea demons. He didn't know why Queen Life knew that. In Han Fei's opinion, this didn't make sense. Why did Queen Life even know that he could sneak into sea demons? He was now a complete half-merman. The venerable token? Han Fei suddenly remembered that he still had Jinger's venerable token. Yes, this thing must have exposed his whereabouts, causing what he did in the outer ice sea area to be discovered by Queen Life or Jinger. However, Han Fei was still a little puzzled. Since the moment he went to sea, the venerable token had been thrown into Forge the Universe by him. How could they still feel his location? Was this King GPS locator? After the explorers came out of the battlefield one after another, the venerable slowly opened the void and walked out. Han Fei's first reaction was Wushang Shui. If it were her, it would further prove his judgment that they knew he was among sea demons. As Han Fei expected, he saw Wushang Shui and Jinger walking out of the void together. On the Waterwood World side were Wushang Shui and Jinger, and on his side was a clam girl, a half-merman, and a mermaid. The people from the Blood Sea Divine Wood made him even more puzzled. Two twin sisters came out. They were both at the Venerable Realm and wore crimson clothes. There was no telling why they only loved red. In addition, Han Fei was quite puzzled. Other powers could give birth to children, but how did the people in the Blood Sea Divine Wood have children? Why were they all women? Besides, when he was fighting under the big red trunk in the level 3 fishery, not only women had become Millennium Snappers, but many men had also become Millennium Snappers. Could it be that when they came to the Waterwood World, some strong master found that they were actually men and killed them all? Jinger shouted, some people from the Waterwood World have just transcended a tribulation and stepped into the Tao. How can you force us to fight you in the Thousand Mountain Ancient Realm for such a trivial matter? Do you too? Royal cities really think that the Waterwood World is easy to bully? On Han Fei's side, the Mermaid Venerable said indifferently, Waterwood World will be defeated by the Sea Clan sooner or later. Graves are where you belong. Even if the Waterwood World has a king-level genius, he won't have a chance to become a king. Ning Jing, it's been so long, but you're still a venerable. Ning Jing bared her teeth. Say it again. I'll chop off your tail and make a hot pot. Everybody was stunned. What was a hot pot? However, no one cared. How could ordinary people interrupt a venerable? The half-merman venerable on Han Fei's side chuckled. Ning Jing, to be honest, regardless of this battle, the Thousand Mountain Ancient Realm will open anyway. Besides, we are already used to your Waterwood World's defeats. I'm just surprised that nearly 300 human beings have come this time. The clam girl said softly, well, insects used to make up half your people. Why, do you think your human race is invincible now, because you have two new geniuses? Wushang Shui glanced at Han Fei and the others, coldly. Humph, you'll regret underestimating the human race soon. Ning Jing echoed, that's right. It remains to be seen who will win in the end. In this Thousand Mountain Ancient Realm. Giggle. Happy laughters burst out from the Blood Sea Divine Wood, and Jinger, Wushang Shui, and the venerables on Han Fei's side all frowned. None of them seemed to like the women from the Blood Sea Divine Wood City. One of the twin sisters said, it's interesting to watch you bicker. Why don't you come to the Blood Sea with us? Another twin sister added, that's right. There are so many red balls in our Blood sea. After eating them, you can become good girls in our blood sea. Many people shivered, including Han Fei. The red ball was the fruit that grew on the big red trunk. Some creatures could eat it, and some couldn't. As far as Han Fei could see, only the hexagon starfish, a special life, was fine after eating it, but the humans would turn into millennium snappers as soon as eating it. Sure enough, a half-merman venerable on the side of the white shell royal city snorted. Shui Ran, Shui Qin, you'd better behave yourselves. Otherwise, don't blame us for sealing your blood sea. Heh. How arrogant. You can try. Girls, on this trip, apart from those bugs, these people are your goals too. But if you encounter an opportunity, your first goal should still be the opportunity. The two venerables echoed, not paying attention to the others at all. Among the insects from the waterwood world, a fire ringworm said, "What do they mean? Can't our insect clan's blood be eaten? Boys, these women look down upon us. When we enter the thousand-mountain ancient realm, eat them." Relatively simple-minded, most of the insects echoed. A one-horned longicorn said in a heavy voice, "I can poke a few of them with my big horn." A centipede stood up. "I can cut them into thin slices." A spider tapped its steel claws. "I really want to hang them up and make them my nest." Because they had been provoked, all the nearly 400 insects began to hum. The sound was annoying. It could be understood at first, but towards the end, there was only a large buzzing sound. God knew what they were buzzing about. Indeed, in the face of the agitated insect race, the twin sisters immediately snorted. Okay, the number of the people from the three parties is less than 5,000, but it's about enough. Stop shouting here. On the white shell royal city's side, a venerable said to everyone via voice transmission, "Everyone, listen up. Whoever kills a person from the waterwood world will be rewarded with a mid-quality divine weapon, 10,000 caddies of spiritual spring, and a heaven-level high-quality combat skill, and whoever kills a blood demon will be rewarded with a low-quality divine weapon, 100,000 caddies of spiritual spring, and a heaven-level high-quality combat skill." Han Fei was shocked. Gosh, this guy is really generous. There are nearly 3,000 people in the waterwood world plus the blood demons. If they are all killed, wouldn't the one-time reward be tens of millions of caddies of spiritual spring? Also, no matter how cheap mid-quality and low-quality divine weapons were, there would still be more than 1,000 of them. Han Fei seemed to see hope. No, there must be a share for him. As he expected, the rewards given by the other two parties were similar. Han Fei and the others felt the blast of airwaves and stepped back. Yu Wendao said to the people who came from the ice domain via voice transmission, "After entering, if you have any trump cards, use them all. There won't be any weaklings in the thousand-mountain ancient realm." The turtle minster glanced at Han Fei and the others. "After entering, you must listen to the young Master Dragon King. Whoever dares to act rashly can be killed by others. I'll give you rewards." Han Fei felt threatened. He also noticed that the two people who provoked the Fish Dragon King before cast a cold look at him. If he guessed right, they were going to attack the Fish Dragon King in the Thousand Mountain Ancient realm. And the Fish Dragon King seemed to know what these people were thinking. He even snorted, unconcerned. Rumble. Black clouds enveloped the sky, thunder rumbled, and heavy rain fell. Above the sea, a circular vortex slowly rose. Immediately afterward, a huge vortex appeared, and in the vortex, a circle of huge white teeth appeared. Han Fei was stunned. Are those *king teeth? There were 3 circles inside, which looked extremely creepy, as if they were inviting him to jump into the mouth of a sea monster. Go in. All the 3 parties, go in together. Speed. Remember, the exit will be closed in 3 days. The Fish Dragon King shouted in a low voice, follow me. You'll all be rewarded when we return. Everybody responded one by one, we swear to follow you, Master Dragon King. Han Fei, on the other hand, glanced at Yang Ruoyun, then at Xu Xiaomong, and finally at Yu Wendao, who gave him a meaningful look. Han Fei didn't seem to notice Yu Wendao's gaze, but Yu Kailing, who was also a subordinate of the Fish Dragon King, frowned and took a few deep glances at Han Fei. She felt that Han Fei seemed a little strange, but she couldn't tell exactly why. As for the other subordinate, Lan Shuer, she didn't even notice Han Fei and Yu Kailing at all. She had been clinging to the Fish Dragon King for fear that he would run away. Swish swish swish. The 3 parties all dove into the big mouth. As soon as they did, Han Fei felt his body flip, his eyes lit up, and then he appeared on the sea. At first glance, Han Fei didn't see where the thousands of people were scattered, but was surprised to see mountains in the distance, towering above the sea. Most of these mountains were submerged in the sea, and half of them protruded above the sea. Some were high and some were low. There were large gaps between the mountains. Han Fei couldn't help taking a breath. There was a world hidden here? However, Han Fei felt that it looked a bit familiar. The old turtle said, have you discovered that this world not only lacks spiritual energy, but also lacks vitality and is full of death aura? Especially on those mountains, the death aura is rich. While Han Fei was thinking about this question, he suddenly heard the Fish Dragon King roar, come here, all of you. Swish. 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 Buzz. 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 Whoosh. The 3 parties quickly gathered at this moment. At first, on the Blood Demon's side, a Blood Demon chuckled. If you want to fight, fight. We'll be leaving first. It had to be said that this Blood Demon camp composed entirely of women was very smart. They knew that the relationship between the White Shell Royal City and the Waterwood world was very bad, so they chose to evacuate as soon as they met. If they wanted to hunt, there was plenty of time. They didn't have to rush. Han Fei quickly came behind the Fish Dragon King, and the old turtle suddenly said, this 1,000-mountain ancient realm has a great Tao seal, and the strength of the entrance will be limited to the Law Enforcer realm. Wait, if you can deceive the great Tao here, you can temporarily use the strength of an explorer. Han Fei paused. If the old turtle hadn't reminded him, he would have forgotten that he was an explorer. As an explorer, he had snuck into a Law Enforcer level secret realm? Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Tweet. A big bird shouted in the sky, prepare to fight. A bug roared, prepare to eat these fishmen. On the sea demon's side, some people left without looking back. Among them, the clam girl who provoked the Fish Dragon King just now said, Fish Dragon King, you are the strongest here. Don't flinch. Giggle. Yu Kailing immediately reminded him, Master Dragon King, don't be provoked by words. The guy named Yu Hong said with a smile, Fish Dragon King, let's see who will kill more enemies when we go out. The Fish Dragon King's face was dark. Fine, Yu Hong, do you think I don't know what you're thinking? You think you can take my position? Never in your life. On the Waterwood world side, more than 300 humans had come this time. However, in the Waterwood world, the human race had the fewest members. Logically speaking, there was no reason for so many humans to come. But since they had come, the leaders outside were all his acquaintances. He couldn't let these people die in battle. Han Fei immediately said to Xu Xiaomeng via voice transmission, I am Han Fei. I'm staying by the Fish Dragon King's side for the time being. Yes, you are looking in the right direction. Among the dozen or so guards around this fool, I am the most handsome one. When receiving Han Fei's voice transmission, Xu Xiaoman was immediately refreshed. Sure enough, Messenger Jing was right. Han Fei had such magical abilities. After a few days of not seeing him, he had blended into the Sea Demon's team. Xu Xiaoman immediately responded, Is it really you? Why did you sneak into the Sea Demons? Han Fei was lost for words. Why are you talking about this to me at a time like this? Enough chit-chat. We can at most have a little contact battle this time. Buzz. 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 Needless to say, a strong master of the insect race had already swept across the sky and launched his knives at the sea demons. Xu Xiaoman shouted, Let's fight and retreat. Our purpose is not to fight. Don't be busy fighting. The Fish Dragon King roared, You want to leave? It depends on whether or not you have the ability to leave. After all, this was not a random secret realm, or to be exact, this was not a secret realm at all. As soon as the two parties entered the battlefield, it was normal for them to fight a battle first. Swish. 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 A storm of swords had already swept over. In the sky, a tornado swept across, tore the sky, and clawed at the sea demons. And among sea demons, there were almost no weaklings. Those who were sent to this 1,000-mountain ancient realm might not be strong, but definitely not weak. Besides, they were all peak-level sea spirits. How weak could they be? Clang, 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 clang. The surface of the sea exploded, strange lights flashed in the sky, and cries and howls instantly spread out. At that moment, Han Fei was holding a harpoon in his hand. While following the Fish Dragon King, he used the void lines to catch 10 peak-level sea spirits. Although Han Fei couldn't directly use the power of an explorer, his soul power was very strong in the first place. Before he became an explorer, he could control at least 3 peak-level law enforcers with the void lines. If it were an ordinary peak-level law enforcer, he could control at least 5 or 6. At this moment, he was already an explorer, and his soul was so much higher than that of a peak-level sea spirit. So it was as easy as a breeze for him to control 10 people at once. After practicing the sky-stealing technique, Han Fei found that the void lines were stronger and could even break the soul protection of some people. However, these sea demons were not weak after all. Besides, the materials Han Fei used to refine the void lines were not good enough. The materials he found back then were basically the meridians of sea spirit creatures. At this moment, although the fishing line at this level was still very powerful, it was no longer invincible. Han Fei didn't know who among them had soul protection. Therefore, he missed one of them. The fish that escaped the net shouted, Attention, everyone, guard your souls. Someone in the Waterwood world has a way to attack souls. Hearing that, many sea demons changed their expression and became vigilant. A soul attack technique? That was more unpredictable than physical injuries. It was similar to their mental penetration. Han Fei cursed in his heart. It seemed that it was time to recultivate the void lines. They no longer worked well enough on sea spirits now. He had to upgrade them. Of course, even so, Han Fei was still controlling 9 people who were pretending to be sprinting. Han Fei said telepathically, "Shu Xiaoman, play a scene with me." Shu Xiaoman perked up. "Okay." In the blink of an eye, Shu Xiaoman shouted, "Everyone, be united. The number of enemies far exceeds ours. Let's fight with all our strength." A man holding an eagle bow protected Shu Xiaoman and shouted, "Let's fight and retreat." With that said, the man shot out arrows like rain, and the shadowless arrows burst out. The fish dragon king sneered. "So you're the leader? Let me see what the heavenly talents of the waterwood world are like." 6 collapsing mountains of the dragon king. The spear flashed and stabbed. In the void, there were clanging sounds, and the shadowless sword art failed to work. The archer said in surprise, "This person is so fast. Xiaoman, let me." However, Shu Xiaoman simply pushed him away. Under the stunned gaze of the man, Shu Xiaoman bent her bow to shoot. Explode, explode, explode. Boom, boom, boom. The fish dragon king was about to see how strong the leading figures of the waterwood world were. But in the next second, 3 peak-level sea spirits beside him suddenly exploded. In an instant, within a radius of tens of kilometers, strong wind and furious waves shook the sea. The sea surface was sunken from the explosion, and the fish dragon king was covered in dust. Dozens of people around him were killed. Who the F***ck knew that his comrades in arms who were charging a second ago would explode in the next second? At this moment, even the fish dragon king was dumbfounded. What kind of F***king combat skill was this? Was there a combat skill that could be activated with a mouth? After all, it was the self-destruction of peak-level sea spirits. Its power couldn't be underestimated. The fish dragon king was sent flying by the explosions, his face covered in dust and his body dripping with blood. However, he was a super powerhouse ranked 10th on the genius list after all. How could he be shaken by the self-destruction of ordinary sea spirits? At this moment, he was still holding his spear, shaking the void. He shouted, "Despicable. Let's see how easily I break it with my dragon king spear." However, Shu Xiaoman pointed at the fish dragon king. "Explode." "Huh?" Boom. The fish dragon king was blown into the sea again. Plop. In the surging wave, the fish dragon king hadn't killed anyone yet, but he had been injured by his 4 companions. If it was known by others, how F***king embarrassing would it be? Roar. With a flash between the eyebrows of the fish dragon king, a weird and ferocious giant snake with red and white scales appeared. The fish dragon king immediately cursed, "I'd like to see who else you control. Don't come over. I'll go." As soon as the fish dragon king turned over, he found that 3 more people had surrounded him, giving him no chance to attack at all. As Shu Xiaoman shouted, "Bang, bang, bang," terrifying self-explosion sounds came from the sea. At this moment, the fish dragon king was really dumbfounded. He thought to himself, "Am I really so lucky? Why is a random opponent I encounter so strong? Or were the people in the waterwood world already so strong?" He didn't even feel it, but the people around him had already been controlled by the other party? The Fish Dragon King was a little scared. Who could resist this? He had prepared a spear, but before he could stab it out, he had been blown up 7 times in a row. This time, the Fish Dragon King immediately shouted, "No one shall come near me." In Han Fei's heart, the old turtle's voice sounded, "I really feel sorry for this kid. How did he meet you?" Han Fei responded, "What's wrong with him meeting me? It's his luck to meet me. By the way, are you going to make offerings or not? This is a good chance to not be suspected." The old turtle said leisurely, "That's true." Pretending to retreat, Han Fei shouted as he retreated, "Master Dragon King, don't panic. Although this person's means are strange, her attacks are not powerful enough." Seeing that Han Fei could still talk, the Fish Dragon King let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there was nothing wrong with the attendants he chose himself. Otherwise, this scene would be too embarrassing. Shu Xiaoman pointed her finger again and 2 explosions followed. Ah! This time, one of them who exploded was specially placed in the crowd by Han Fei just now. There was a lucky guy who was picked by the god of death. When he realized what happened, he was blown up to death. Seeing this scene, the Fish Dragon King took a deep breath. "Let's go. Don't panic. The battle has just begun." And the humans, the Sky Clan, the Insect Clan, and the Tree Demons who saw Shu Xiaoman point her finger. They were all dumbfounded. Where did this F***king skill come from? Can a fight be like this? 9 consecutive explosions? Who still dares to fight you? Shu Xiaoman secretly grimaced. This feeling. Why does it feel so good? If only it was true. While Shu Xiaoman was dreaming, outside the 1,000-mountain ancient realm, Yu Wendao was cultivating in seclusion and didn't intend to fight anyone. Suddenly, he felt Han Fei's prayer. Immediately, with a thought, he spread out a wisp of great Tao in his heart. And what he exchanged for was a black mass of soul. This time, Yu Wendao felt his heart skip a beat. An extreme thirst for blood and the pursuit of strength emerged in his heart. What a terrifying and tough soul. I've never seen anyone with such a strong thirst for power. This Yu Hanjia is probably stronger than I thought. Yu Wendao's eyes glittered. I'm looking forward to it. I'm really looking forward to the day when he becomes a walking corpse. Translator ** Henyi Translations Editor ** Henyi Translations. In the 1,000-mountain ancient realm, there was actually only the Fish Dragon King who wanted to fight as soon as he came in. Half of them had already rushed towards the mountains the moment they came in. Things didn't go well at the beginning, and the Fish Dragon King was covered in dust. He, a heavenly talent, was actually at a disadvantage in the first round. He pointed his spear at Shu Xiaomang. Human, I've remembered you. Don't give me a chance to catch you, or I will cut off your head. Shu Xiaoman sneered. I bet you won't survive the 1,000-mountain ancient realm. In the ears of others, it sounded as if the 2 strong masters were trash talking each other. But in fact, the Fish Dragon King was trash talking indeed. But Shu Xiaomang, she was not. She knew that the Fish Dragon King would be dead soon for sure. Although she didn't know what Han Fei's purpose was, Han Fei was already by his side, so she couldn't figure out how this arrogant yet unlucky heavenly talent of the Sea clan could survive Han Fei's hands. However, Shu Xiaoman didn't enjoy pretending to be a heavenly talent. Seeing that the fish dragon king and the others were about to retreat, she immediately said via voice transmission, Han Fei, Messenger Jing said 3 things. Firstly, protect the Waterwood world. Kill as many people from the White Shell Royal City and the Blood Sea Divine Wood as you can. Secondly, there are secrets in the Thousand Mountain Ancient Realm. Try to find them out. Thirdly, can you become a woman? Buzz. Han Fei, who was running with the fish dragon king, suddenly stumbled. Immediately, the others dodged warily. The fish dragon king pointed his spear at Han Fei. Speak. Han Fei hurriedly said, I'm fine. Just now, a soul power tried to attack me. But it didn't succeed. Huff. The others were all relieved. Fortunately, Han Fei could still talk. Otherwise, they would be horrified. How strong was the woman on the other side? If she could control someone as strong as Han Fei, then who couldn't be controlled by her here? But Yu Kaling still asked, Yu Hanjia, where was the first time we met? Everyone looked vigilantly at him. If Han Fei answered wrongly, they had to kill him. Han Fei bared his teeth and smiled. On the way to the Ice Mountain City, of course. At that time I was looking for a place to make a breakthrough. Yu Kaling was finally relieved. She turned around and said, the woman from Waterwood World has strange means. She can control dozens of people in a row. Her soul power must be extremely high. We need to be careful when we meet her. In the future. The fish dragon king snorted coldly. If the other people weren't so weak, why should I be afraid? Fine, we'll have to fight them sooner or later. Let's explore the front first. Seeing that Han Fei was fine, everyone was no longer worried. However, Han Fei's expression was very ugly. He responded from afar, I can't. I'm a real man. Enough talking. I'm going to follow this fool into the Thousand Mountain Ancient Realm. When the initial battle stopped, the thousands of people dispersed. Even though they were all heavenly talents of the White Shell Royal City, they were at least divided into 4 domains and each had their own territory. Besides, there were more sea demons than humans in the first place. Who could recognize whom? Except a leading Tao-seeking powerhouse had reminded the fish dragon king, Yu Hong, and the others to be careful before they came in. No ordinary sea demon wanted to hang around with top geniuses like the fish dragon king. Just now, dozens of people had died around fish dragon king. This scene made their scalps tingle. Heavenly talents naturally had heavenly talents to deal with them. They didn't want to die. Just now, Han Fei's void lines only attacked the 2 people around the fish dragon king. Those 2 people were not his attendants yet, but one of them was able to resist the power of the void lines and ran away. It could be seen that although Han Fei despised the people around the fish dragon king, relatively speaking, these people were all heavenly talents. However, they were far from being heavenly talents like Han Fei. At this moment, there were a total of 11 people around the fish dragon king, including Han Fei, all of whom were taken out of the Ice God Canyon by the fish dragon king. As for the other people who came out of the Ice God Canyon, the fish dragon king didn't take them seriously and only felt that they were a burden. The fish dragon king shouted, the Thousand Mountain Ancient Realm has thousands of huge mountains. Exploring them one by one will waste too much time. Follow me to rush into the depths of the Thousand Mountain Ancient Realm. First, Han Fei finally knew why many people in the royal city didn't like the fish dragon king. He didn't even use his brains to think. Do you know what's inside? Do you know the danger inside? Once you really rush in, if someone comes to ambush you, you'll be alone and helpless. Han Fei couldn't help shaking his head slightly, asking in his heart, Old Turtle, how is it going with you, Wendao? I just felt a power being sucked into your body. Has he been resolved? The old turtle was lost for words. How can it be so fast? This is only the second sacrifice. I can't offer sacrifices several times in an hour. In that case, you Wendao will definitely notice that my soul is corrupting his soul. No rush. With 1 or 2 more sacrifices, he won't be able to resist it even if he wants to. On this side, Han Fei tried to be patient. I'm afraid that I'll kill the idiot fish dragon king before you Wendao is killed. The old turtle was silent for a moment. Take it easy. After solving you Wendao, I'll have to find a way to kill that turtle under the venerables nose. Han Fei shrugged. Okay. I'm not sure how long I can wait. Once this fish Dragon King threatens the people of the Waterwood world, I'll have to kill him. The old turtle said, Boy, you can also possess others, right? Why don't you try to possess this fish Dragon King? Han Fei curled his lips. I can kill him, and I can become him. Why should I possess him? Possession can be dangerous. What if this guy has a soul? Treasure? Even someone like you is trapped in my sea of consciousness by the calabash, right? Hearing Han Fei's words, the old turtle was speechless. How could he expect to encounter Han Fei when he just picked a random guy to possess? What kind of luck was this? A moment later. Swish. 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 In the sky race was racing over. However, what horrified Han Fei and the others was that when the first big bird rushed into the thousand-mountain ancient realm, a dense black mass of big black birds spread their wings and flew into the sky. Because those creatures were particularly big, Han Fei and the others could clearly see that the black birds' bodies were incomplete. Some of their wings were full of holes, some had dry feathers, some had broken beaks, and some had lost claws. Those were undead creatures of the Sky Clan. However, what surprised Han Fei was that they would not attack the creatures of the Sky Clan. In his opinion, these were actually not undying souls. They still had remnant bodies, so they should be undead creatures. Undying souls existed to protect something, while the undead creatures might exist purely for the sake of living. Otherwise, they would have chosen to die instead of becoming undead corpses. There was no need for Han Fei to ask. Many people around him expressed their doubts. Someone asked in surprise, undead creatures won't stop there. Clansmen? The fish dragon king snorted. They're just some birds. Let's kill our way through. Buzz. Everybody flew past. In the blink of an eye, Han Fei and the others broke into the valley between the two mountains. However, the valley didn't fully show itself as it was submerged about 3,000 meters under the sea. On the sea, clusters of dark green algae gathered around. Han Fei's heart did a flip. Dream-eating algae? Yes, he recognized this kind of spiritual plant at first glance. Back in the Grand Myriad Mountains, he could often see this kind of demonic plant in the near-sea area. Sure enough, in the next moment, Han Fei felt a slight illusion in front of his eyes as if everything was covered in a mist. However, the power of the dream-eating algae could no longer shake him. They didn't even have the ability to bewilder the people around him. The dream-eating algae didn't work, and the void lines were barely working, so. This time, Hanfei simply switched to mental piercing. Pfft. All of a sudden, one of the 11 people who came with him was bleeding from his nose, mouth, and chest. The fish dragon king frowned. Useless. You can't even resist a mere dream. Eating algae? Why would I pick you? The man said, Master Dragon King, a very strong mental attack. Chi La. The fish dragon king picked up a large area of dream-eating algae with his spear and cleared the sea area 2,000 meters in front of him. He smiled contemptuously. Just ignore the dream-eating algae. Let's fly. Over. Tweet. Quack. On the top of the mountain, hundreds of corpses of the Sky Clan jumped out. Their leader turned out to be a swallow-tailed glede, a special bird that also mastered the heavenly void divine movement. Back then, when he was learning from the sky-swimming falcon, Shiman Linglan was learning from this kind of bird, so its speed was extremely fast. Humph! How dare you dead bodies block my way? Break! The spear light of the fish dragon king pierced through the air from 100 kilometers away. Before the swallow-tailed glede could react, it had been pierced through. Hanfei's face turned cold. This guy's near-at-hand technique was indeed not weak. Its speed was comparable to Zhang Xuanyu's instant mystic spear. One was near at hand, and the other was time freeze. They looked similar, but they both had their own characteristics. However, seeing the fish dragon king attack the Sky Clan, Hanfei secretly made up his mind, how dare you attack the Sky Clan? Even God can't save you. This time. Hanfei immediately shouted, what are you waiting for? How can we let the Dragon King fight enemies in person? Are you the master, or is the Dragon King the master? Huh? The fish dragon king was stunned. That's right. I've taken so many attendants with me. Why do I have to fight myself? Immediately, the fish dragon king looked at Hanfei and smiled. This kid is not bad. Hearing Hanfei's words, the fish dragon king felt very comfortable. He shouted in a low voice, training is an indispensable part of becoming strong. Don't think that you can gain experience by joining in several battles. Here. War is just a kind of training. After preaching for a while, the fish dragon king pointed at a particularly high mountain in the distance and said, go there. The more conspicuous a place looks, the easier it is to find opportunities. Do you see it? Behind the mountain, there seems to be a green light rushing into the sky. Someone took a deep breath and said, Master Dragon King, a blood demon has gone over. How far could the mountains be away from each other? Although these peaks were not connected as a whole, as far as Hanfei could see, there were only 7 or 8 mountains and more than 200 miles away from them. In fact, in Hanfei's perception, there was almost no one within 1,000 miles who could escape his perception. In his perception, however, there were as many as 50 places that couldn't be scanned. Almost every mountain peak that he perceived would have 1 or even 2 places that his perception couldn't work. For example, at this moment, Yang Ruoyun and the others were about 30 peaks away from Hanfei and the others. Now they were investigating a place of spiritual plants at the bottom of the sea. On the other side, Xu Xiaomang and a dozen men and women were speeding on the sea and had just rushed into the mountains. In Han Fei's perception, 7 or 8 blood demons had indeed rushed over to the mountain that the Fish Dragon King was pointing at. It could be seen that the other party indeed had a head start by going early. Like the Fish Dragon King, Han Fei entered the mountains and immediately saw the peak. However, his eyes were not on the peak itself, but the green light that shot into the sky as mentioned by the Fish Dragon King. Heavenly vine? Han Fei's eyes suddenly narrowed. From that height, the degree of sealing off perception, and the vague feeling of vines, what could they be if not heavenly vines? Hiss. Han Fei seemed to have discovered something. While following the others forward, he perceived every mountain nearby and looked at it little by little. Suddenly, Han Fei found a strange platform on one of the mountains. The platform seemed to be formed by a collapse of the mountain. In his impression, there seemed to be such a place in the Grand Myriad Mountains. Immediately afterward, Han Fei found a big sunken pit on another mountain. In his memory, a demon plant once told him that it was a place of seclusion for a door beetle. Gulp. Grand Myriad Mountains? Han Fei was dumbfounded. If this wasn't the Grand Myriad Mountains, where was it? As he spread out his perception, memories popped up in his head, and he gradually became familiar with the environment. He had traveled every mountain and tried every flying route here. The reason why he didn't recognize it at first glance was that there were almost no demon plants on these mountains, so he subconsciously didn't connect here with the Grand Myriad Mountains. No wonder he found these mountains familiar the moment he came in. It turned out that this was the Grand Myriad Mountains. Back then, he and the sky-swimming falcon had flown almost everywhere in the Grand Myriad Mountains. Han Fei had even been to the Divine Sun Peak where no creatures were willing to go. Stop. Let's kill those blood demons first. Don't listen to their weird songs. Yu Hanjia. Yu Kailing quickly patted Han Fei's shoulder. What are you thinking? You seem to be deep in thought. Han Fei took a deep breath and said, nothing. I just find the terrain here so weird. Han Fei's heart slightly sank. He scanned with his perception again and found that, except for the undead creatures of the Sky Clan rushing at him and the others, there were no beasts or war giants here. Instead, there were some rotten insect bodies at the bottom of the sea that were getting up shakily. The Fish Dragon King didn't intend to attack, so Han Fei, Yu Kailing, and Lan Shuer naturally wouldn't do it either. The three of them were attendants of the Fish Dragon King, so the remaining geniuses of the Ice God Canyon had to attack. At the moment when the 7 of them rushed out, Han Fei sneered. All of a sudden, he heard a strange rhythm in the air. Roar. When Han Fei was still in the law enforcer realm, he couldn't use the 9 sounds of Tao to kill explorers. But now, he was already an explorer. Couldn't he use them to control sea spirits? Swish. 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 The expressions of everyone, including the Fish Dragon King, changed. The Fish Dragon King roared, it's the blood demon's blood demon curse, guard your minds. The Fish Dragon King roared with a solemn expression. He didn't expect that the blood demons would target him from the beginning. It didn't make sense. Besides, why didn't he find where the blood demons were? Was it a top blood demon of the same level as him? In the sky, some people were dancing in anger, some attacked their companions with bloodshot eyes, and some fell into sadness and joy, rushing stupidly at the Sky Clan, who had already become undead creatures. Puff, puff, puff. The hawk's claws tore through the air and their sharp beaks pierced through. In an instant, 4 people were killed and crushed. They probably didn't even know what they were doing when they died. They had just rushed out and hadn't had the time to show their loyalty before they died. The other 2 were already driven crazy by the 9 sounds. Hanfei secretly activated it, and scenes of the environment appeared in his mind. In the eyes of the 2 people, they saw that the fish dragon king was holding Lan Shuer while pointing at them and laughing. "Honey, do you see that? They want to follow me, the fish dragon king, with such strength? Nice try." Then, the fish dragon king that Han Fei created shouted, "You 2 be **stards. Why don't you go killing the enemies? If you're useless, you might as well die." Immediately, the 2 of them burst into fury. "We are heavenly talents after all. Why should we be so humble in front of you, Fish Dragon King? Why should we fight so hard for you? Why are you mocking us?" Roar. Flying star explosion. A half-merman was directly dyed in blood, and a star-sea flying fish fused into his body. The harpoon in his hand flashed and he instantly rushed to the Fish Dragon King. The Fish Dragon King was furious. "Are you crazy? How dare you fight your master?" But at this moment, another person shot out a huge red scorpion tail needle, which pierced through the void. "Die." Han Fei pretended that he didn't react in time, but Yu Kaling had already rushed out. Han Fei glanced at Lan Shuer, who was pushed out by the Fish Dragon King. His eyes flashed, and he used the soul-piercing. "Pfft! How could Lan Shuer expect things to turn out this way?" The man beside her was the 10th on the genius list in the royal city. How could a few undead creatures of the Sky Clan threaten them? However, it happened. Those undead creatures were still attacking because they couldn't hear the 9 sounds of Tao at all, while almost everyone else was affected. Blood oozed out of Lan Shuer's eyes, nose, and mouth as she was stabbed by Han Fei's soul piercing. Her body froze in midair and then pierced through by the flying star explosion. The Fish Dragon King roared, "Be **starred, die." As the Fish Dragon King flipped his hand, a spear shadow instantly appeared in front of the person's chest. Bang! He stabbed the man to death. Lan Shuer was stabbed by a centipede sting again. The beautiful half-mermaid quickly turned dark green. Not only was her body pierced twice, but she was also poisoned. Ah! Suddenly, Lan Shuer erupted with a terrifying power. It was the power of the Tao-seeking realm. It seemed that at the last moment, Lan Shuer's desire to survive made her use her strongest combat power. Lan Shuer leaned on an ice pillar with one hand, and then the seawater surged and wrapped her, freezing her into an iceberg. This should be a kind of self-protection power. However, through the ice, Han Fei saw that Lan Shuer was almost turning dark green and should not be far from death. Furthermore, when Lan Shuer unleashed the power of the Tao-seeking realm, a bell suddenly rang. Even Han Fei was shaken to the point of instability. The rules of the Great Tao? Han Fei thought to himself. Fortunately, Lan Shuer's strength came and went quickly. Otherwise, he wouldn't know what would have happened. Han Fei didn't care about Lan Shuer's life at all. He shouted, "How dare you attack Lord Dragon King? Who gave you the courage?" Yu Kaling's expression was extremely ugly. For some reason, when they set off from the Ice God Canyon, she had been uneasy, feeling that something was wrong. How long had it been since they entered the Thousand Mountain Ancient Realm? Not even half an hour. They hadn't even climbed a mountain after entering, but her companions had almost all died. Yes, a total of 11 people followed the Fish Dragon King into the 1,000 Mountain Ancient Realm. At this moment, only she and Han Fei were left. Han Fei saw water current vibrating in Yukaling's ears, as if she was trying to resist the power of the 9 sounds of the Great Tao. However, how could she resist the power of the 9 sounds by merely sealing her hearing? Han Fei and Yukaling attacked the last person who was already crazy almost at the same time. Pfft! Smack! When the last person died in fury, Yukaling suddenly clutched her head and screamed. Han Fei turned around and quickly stepped into the air. While rushing at the Fish Dragon King, he shouted, "Let's go! There's an ambush here." Han Fei ignored Yukaling. How should he put it? This woman was probably one of the few sea demons who was quite serious. If it weren't for the fact that they were on different sides, Han Fei didn't think he would attack her. At this moment, she must have been caught in the sound of fear. Han Fei glanced at her one last time and found that the girl was shivering in fear. The Fish Dragon King had never seen such a battle before. In terms of fighting, he was definitely not afraid. However, ever since he entered the 1,000 Mountain Ancient Realm, all kinds of strange things had come to him. There was a woman on the Waterwood world who could control the soul. With a point of her finger, one of his men would blow up. It was terrifying. Now, he hadn't even seen the shadow of his enemy yet, but only saw a few bird corpses and heard a melody. He was surprised to find that all his subordinates had been wiped out. Besides, the Fish Dragon King felt that he was losing his cool. However, Han Fei's roar woke him up. Stop staring. Let's go to the bottom of the sea.